The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hey.
What?
Let's go!
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers.
You pink!
Stutter! Damn it! Your friend tell a friend something nice could change their life. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this White Wednesday, November 13th, 2024. This program starts now. Football! It's amazing, isn't it? There's obviously breaking news seemingly every single day out of the football world that we get a chance to cover. Obviously, the new college football playoff rankings in bracket was released last night. We'll talk to Rece Davis in about 20 minutes or so to get his feel on how things are shaping up, especially after his conversation with Ward Manuel, the chairman of the college football playoff committee. Around the NFL, there's shit happening. There's teams that are trying to make plays to still win a Super Bowl, and there's teams that are seemingly destined for a top 5 pick. We'll get a chance to chit-chat with obviously J.J. Watt in the second hour, and then also big media push here in Indianapolis this morning. The WWE is hosting its Royal Rumble event at Lucas Oil Stadium right here in the great city of Indianapolis, Indiana, and the pre-sale tickets are now live.
Let's go.
Tickets actually go on sale Friday. Pre-sale starts today. Get in there, get early, get great seats, because Royal Rumble is not only a celebration of the now, which is obviously loaded with superstars from all over the place, global sensations coming to Royal Rumble, but also stars of yesterday popping in and maybe earning their way to another main event at WrestleMania. The Royal Rumble is the most exciting, the most unpredictable, the most electrifying event of the year, and it all happens Saturday, February 1st, right here in Indianapolis, Indiana, with pre-sale starting today. Liv Morgan has been on the local news, pushing it old school on radio. She'll be joining us at 2:05 Eastern to chit-chat about this.
Nice.
Cannot wait for all the convo, and can't wait to dive back into that WWE world. I miss you guys. I miss the WWE so much. I'll be back soon. I miss you guys over there. I miss people that work there.
Right.
I miss behind the scenes people that work there.
Right.
I miss the operation.
Right.
I miss the entertainment.
Right.
I miss the crowd.
Right.
I miss the acknowledgement
Always. Yeah.
of the OTC. I miss you eating. I miss the action.
Sure.
I miss the energy in the crowd.
Speed championship.
Is that still happening?
I hope so.
I don't think so.
Oh, man.
We might have been the only ones that talked about it, which is part of the problem. Maybe.
I miss it even more now.
No, boom. Rest in peace, potentially, to the Speed Championship.
Today.
I miss the WWE so much. So the fact that we're chit-chatting about the Royal Rumble, which is in Indianapolis, which is right around the corner, I can't wait to dive in. Anyways, the Toxic Table is here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. 9-year NFL vet, host of Everything DB, Good D, Bad D. Ladies and gentlemen, Darius J. Butler is here.
Baby boy.
Look good. Feel good.
Yeah.
Feel good. Play good. Great hat right there.
Paid good. Yeah, Kyle Van Noy's brother, his line. Remember, he had it on.
Oh, yeah.
Carl Van Noy.
Sent me a couple, so yeah.
And I'm assuming Coach Prime is like, oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Everybody has their own adage on this thing. But nonetheless, shout out to Van Noy.
Hell yeah.
Shout out to Coach Prime for the bars in the lines. And Colorado is a part of this conversation in the college football playoff right now,
right.
which we could have never expected 2 years ago or even after they lose to Nebraska earlier in the year. Everybody thought they were going to fall off. They're going this way. Another team that is still going this way, even though they seemingly just can't win the
Can't beat any of the good teams.
Ever.
ladies and gentlemen, 12-year NFL vet, Jackie Moon of the NFL, Super Bowl champion with the Buccaneers, but also played for the Cardinals, the Colts, the Ravens, the Steelers, and the Eagles. Ladies and gentlemen, AQ Shipley. Penn State getting a home game right now in the college football playoff. If it was to shake out how it is, that'd be a great time. Wouldn't be at noon, because it would be an ESPN game, so it would be at night. Maybe you guys would be able to win that one.
We got a chance. I mean, that's the best case scenario, is the fact that they get They probably avoid the Big Ten championship and then get a home playoff game. Might have an easy ride. Let's go.
Easy ride. It's not easy.
Hey,
Nothing's easy in college ball because you don't know what team's going to show up week to week. Legitimately, for all these teams. I mean, Georgia this weekend has a massive one with Tennessee. Tennessee's in. Georgia's the first team out right now.
Yep.
And they have I think the 7th hardest schedule in the entire college ball. They've had top 5 matchups seemingly every single weekend. This weekend is another big one for them. And if they lose, I think they're going to be out. But I think Georgia people would say, what? We had to play everybody.
Come on.
Every good team in football we had to play this year. And they're like, well, you need to win more of them. And then people are obviously upset in the South about what's going on with the Big Ten because Indiana has like the 73rd ranked strength. They're undefeated. Okay? Sorry. They can only play with whoever scheduled them. And remember, Indiana football wasn't necessarily an easy schedulable team because of how crop they were for a long time. Now it feels like they're on their way. Not Cignetti's fault, not the Hoosiers' fault. They're sitting in prime position. Home playoff game right now.
Come on.
Right. Home playoff game right now if it was to work out at the end of the season how it is right now. Hosting Alabama. Jalen Milroe. Okay. You can go down to Death Valley with a live tiger on the sideline, and Governor Jeff Landry has said numerous times that live tiger is the only tiger that actually showed up in that whole thing. And you can go bananas and berserk. But how are you going to handle Bloomington in the cold? 55,000 people. Speakers rocking, rattling. Entire town shut down. That is what's possible with this 12-team playoff. I cannot wait for all of it. Ole Miss, Penn State potentially up there in Happy Valley. Notre Dame, Tennessee right now. That'd be a fun one down in Knox Vegas. And then obviously Boise State would be the highest ranked Power 5 champion. So they would get the 12th spot to go into the horseshoe and take on the Ohio State Buckeyes. Watching Genty do his thing, it's setting up to be beautiful. Now, it is a bit confusing to a lot of people because BYU is not the 3rd-ranked team.
No.
BYU is like in the teens. But BYU currently sitting atop of the Big 12. So if they're a Big 12 champion with where they're ranked, they would have a first-round bye and a home game or represent in the second round as a champion. So there's a lot to go over, a lot for people to learn about. All you need to know is 12 teams, electricity. Rece Davis will be joining us in about 14 minutes to break it all down.
Let's go.
He also knows college ball, basketball, which is happening right now. 2 great college basketball games last night. What happened? Did the McWhite kid play good? What happened last night?
No, McWhite guy did not play. UConn wasn't there, but Cooper Flagg did, unfortunately.
What happened?
What did he do?
Unfortunately, Duke lost to Kentucky. The Wildcats came to play, and Cooper Flagg did not get the job done against Kentucky. And then also Michigan State. Michigan State lost to Kansas, I believe. Kansas has that guy, Hunter Dickinson, who's about 80 years old, still playing. But, last night was the tip-off, if you will, kind of, for the entire big game. This is a State Farm Champions Classic. Number 1 up top of the key there. He's the guy that's been there for about 15 years now. And that seems to be a thing in college basketball. It's either 17-year-old Cooper Flaggs flying around the court or guys who've been there forever.
Well, the COVID years and everything that kind of took place have kind of extended some people. It's not just college basketball has experienced this. Obviously, college football has experienced this as well. College basketball is going to be great, I think, this year, though.
Definitely.
I think it's going to be very, very good. A lot of storylines, obviously. In the main event, Cooper Flagg, obviously, he is going to be up for Rookie of the Year, Freshman of the Year, or Best Player in Basketball.
Yeah.
26-12 last night. The losing effort still pretty good.
Yeah, he's still a dog.
Couple turnovers late. It was tough. I mean, young kids, it's going to happen.
That's a UConn Husky right there.
You got to box out. You got to box out on free throws too. That's huge.
Okay, that's one half of the hammer.
Dahn.
Cowboys, Gumpy back there. Gumps, you love college ball. This season set up to be a good one, college basketball?
Yeah, both games last night were really good. Michigan State forgot how to shoot at the end of that game, or they probably would have been a little bit closer. But,
so it's like it was March again.
Yeah, it literally was. Every year, Michigan State struggles to shoot the three. I don't know why, but Duke and Kentucky was an absolute banger from start to finish.
So March came early for Michigan State last night. Is that good news or bad news for you, Foxy?
No, I mean, they were 3 for 24 from the three-point line. That's actually hard to do. I don't know what happened, but we need some shooters in that building.
I did it last week. I'll tell you what, it is not a fun time. Came back this week a little bit different. I think that is what will happen up there at Michigan State. Let's go to Hammer, Dahn. The other half of the Hammer, Dahn. Cowboys, AP Tone. AP Tone, college football playoff rankings and bracket come out last night. Seemingly there's going to be people upset about everything. How'd you feel about how it all turned out?
I felt fine. I thought the Big Ten had a big night, obviously having 4 teams in the top 5. And it's kind of disappointing in IU fans last night. There was a lot of bitching coming from them, even though they were the 5th-ranked team in the country, talking about how ESPN's already setting it up for an SEC team to kick them out. I don't think so. As long as they don't win, as long as they don't lose by 14 plus next week against Ohio State. I think the Big Ten is pretty secure with 4 teams in there, and I think IU is pretty safe in that situation. I think the committee kind of set up a situation where Alabama, Ole Miss, Georgia, and then a 4th SEC
I mean,
team.
A&M got Texas last week, too.
Yeah.
You beat Texas, obviously.
They control their destiny.
Exactly. I think they're setting up for – there's those teams, those SEC teams lurking there in the 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 situation where if a Notre Dame slips up, that's who's going to fall out. That's who an SEC team will take the place of. Or if BYU somehow slips up, can Boise then jump up into the 4 seed as far as the playoff bracket goes? Like, can they get the bye in that situation? So I don't think the Big Ten has anything to worry. I think it was a good night for the Big Ten. I think they're going to get 4 teams in. And then they're setting it up kind of like putting SMU at 14 there, like in case Miami doesn't win. I think there's a situation where that's where an SEC team could find their way in there, like a 5th SEC team.
And we'll ask Rece about this because the AP does their ranking, right?
Yeah.
The AP does their top 25. The CFP does their top 25. I feel like the CFP people, and it's the first year of the 12-team bracket, they should just put out the bracket and have them ranked that way, as opposed to it being – this is 12 seed, but it's actually 3 seed, 6 seed, but actually 3 seed. College Football Playoff Committee should be only thinking about the college football playoff bracket, I think personally, because there's so many different confusions that could happen with numbers, and we're ranked this, but we're actually this and this. It's like I feel like as we kind of go through this entire thing, it'll get easier to understand for everybody, because right now the story is just like 12 teams are going to be in there, 12 teams are going to be in there. But when you start getting in the weeds, it's like, well, why is this team this, and then they're actually this? It's like, well, a championship advantage, but P4 champion, Power 5 champion, then who's the high? It's like, I think they should just put out the bracket and then say, here's the teams that are out and how they look going forward, as opposed to trying to do the whole song and dance. It's almost like they're trying to do the AP vote while then also filling in their own college football playoff bracket. And it's like, A, do we need that every single week? Because it doesn't matter until the last one.
Right.
And B, do you need to do that? Just give us what the bracket would look like right now if you guys were put it out, as opposed to the number of confusion. Personally, that's what I think should happen.
No, I mean, I think that's the right way, because all of us, like, we're watching college football every single week and following.
In the weeks.
Yeah, exactly. Following it big time. There are plenty of people who are casual fans who are checking in, and it was kind of confusing. You know, they pop up the top 13 or whatever, the first team out and all that kind of stuff on the side, and then they're just bouncing around to where the different slots are. Like, do it exactly like the NCAA tournament for basketball does the selection show. Boom. 12 seed. 5 seed.
Well, so Georgia's the 12 seed, 12-team playoff.
Exactly.
They're good. Nope.
No.
Actually, they're the first one out because Power 5, 13, they're actually in. It's just like there's a lot for people to take in. It's the first year. But I think College Football Playoff Committee doesn't have an easy job. Okay, we're not saying you have an easy job at all. But I think you shouldn't be worried about doing the whole ranking top 25. You guys should just put the bracket out.
Yeah.
And then say, here's the first teams out, and here's the reason why. Like, I think that would make it easier, but also we could all probably learn as we go forward.
Well, and like I get having respect for the AP, but at the end of the day, like what the AP says doesn't really matter anymore, because it ends up being
let them do their own thing.
Exactly, and they can, and it's sweet. In Georgia, you know, they can be pumped that they're in the AP's top 12, but at the end of the day, the AP's top 12 doesn't mean shit, and that's why when they are doing the entire college football playoff reveal, it did get confusing, because there's one number next to the team, and then there's the other number next to the team. Like you mentioned, BYU got 3, but then next to BYU's 3 is like 9 or whatever the hell it's 6. Yeah, it's like, well, that number doesn't mean shit anymore, so there's no point to put it there. So it does make sense, but this is awesome. That's why every week ends up being a playoff game, because Tennessee, Georgia this weekend is a playoff game, because if Georgia loses, they're done. They're definitely not getting in. Whereas if Tennessee loses, then Georgia and Tennessee almost flip, where it's like, okay, is Tennessee now one of those, you know, first teams out, and Georgia all of a sudden becomes one of those teams that's automatically in.
Rece will talk to us more about that in 7 minutes. Cannot wait to hear his thoughts on it all and his take on what should this look like going forward, you know, next year. And then I think the year after that, we got a 14-team coming.
Yeah.
So then it's going to get even more. All we know is college football playoffs going to be awesome.
Thriving.
Everybody kind of understand what the hell is going to go on. It's going to be a little tough until we get there. But then once we get there, there's going to be people that are going to be pissed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's going to be people that are going to be pissed.
No doubt.
Still going to be people pissed when they add teams, because they're just going to add another Big Ten team and they're going to add another SEC team. That's probably how it's going to go.
Yep. And I appreciate that the ESPN College Football X account is helping out everything.
On the pulse. Mm-hmm. On the pulse.
Always.
Is that the worst account on X? Like last night, you know, I'm doing this dentist thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Wild. First time in like 15 years at the dentist. Great experience. Shout out to Dr. Brady. Shout out to Hannah, Lynn, Adam, all the incredible hospitality and work. I mean, they're fingering my mouth, but they were doing it in a kind way.
Yeah, meaningful.
2.5 nitrous tanks, I believe I went through last night through this nose right here, which is pretty good. I think that's a pretty good amount. Had about 10 Novocaine shots around the mouth, obviously. Pulled out wisdom tooth in the back left side. Didn't crack it either. So just pulled that thing straight out.
Clean exit.
It's a big son of a bitch.
Yeah.
And that thing was pretty wide open. And he told me, like, yeah, everybody says it's a nerve. It's actually like blood vessels that are in there. So, because I said this nerve's going to die off. That's why I've been just living with it for the last 6 weeks. Incredibly painful. Haven't been able to drink cold water or hot things. Haven't been able to have ice cream.
Oh, that's a nightmare.
Which is not good. And then inevitably this weekend I couldn't sleep because of the amount of pain that it was going through. So I'm like, all right, I guess I got to be an adult and get this thing fixed, even though I thought it was going to fix itself. Like, hey, body, we got a problem.
Heal. Get it done.
Figure it out. That nerve is continuing to hurt. Tell it to stop. Okay, that's what the body's supposed to do. So I go in there, I get that thing removed. I'm all on the gas, can't really see it. This is while the basketball games are happening. So I go to X. I'm like, all right, what's going on? Well, let me go to the college football account. This should have me.
Don't tell me.
Nothing. Not a single activity. So then I'm like, well, why would that be the case? So then ESPN's actual account puts out the list, puts out the whole thing. I'm like, thank you, ESPN account. But shouldn't the college football account be doing that? Shouldn't that be something?
Think. Yeah, definitely.
Shouldn't that be just like a one-stop shop for everything that's going on, especially in this brand new time? You would think it would be the case. So hopefully that takes place. I think the people running that have no idea what they're doing.
Sure.
But hopefully, inevitably, that'll change.
Or even like highlights. I'm watching a big college game on ESPN. You watch NFL games, you watch NBA, you watch, hey, as soon as something happened, touchdown happened, sack, interception, I can go right to the account, see it, maybe post it myself. None of it.
What about the storylines, too? Like storylines like, hey, Georgia, this is a must-win game. You would think maybe... No, nothing.
What the hell are they doing?
I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. It's 3 million followers, too. That's a pretty big...
That's a big account.
It's pretty big. At some point, it had to have something, right? Because people don't just follow that for no reason.
I mean, nobody's probably on X. Who's using X these days?
Yeah, I guess that's...
Dying platform.
Oh, yeah, I remember that a couple years ago. I was giving a full speech by somebody at ESPN about how we're not using Twitter anymore. Okay? Nobody's on it. And they started putting these numbers up. Look how many people are on YouTube. Yeah. I'm like, well, you can't just take every fucking Google search number and put that in there. Yep, that's who's on it.
Yes, you can.
Look how many people are on Facebook and Instagram. Okay, so every human that has an account, okay, you're going to compete that against Twitter, of course. And then look at TikTok's rise and look how many little. And Elon bought it. This thing ain't even going to exist on Monday. So don't even do it. It's like, did that one win the presidency? Did this one over here? Did this one? Does this one kind of have a little bit of say, maybe? And do people get all their news from this particular app? I think so. So maybe a little bit more of activity there from ESPN, especially if you're going to own all the rights to the playoffs.
All the biggest games.
If you're going to spend billions of dollars on this brand new playoff, maybe there should be a vehicle of information on your phone that people can just go to very easily and see it all. But what will we know? More than those motherfuckers.
Well, we don't have social media degrees, so actually I don't know how much we do know.
Good point. Never graduated.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah. Maybe I wonder if we could just take over that account.
Probably.
Do it free of charge. We'd be honored.
It'd be fun.
Gumpy, wouldn't we love to add that to our repertoire of accounts?
Love to. Couldn't wait to do it.
That would be an honor.
Absolutely.
Oh, my God. The amount of things in this college football
Best
world.
college football season of all time.
All time?
All time.
Banger.
It wouldn't know, obviously, on a 3 million follower account.
That's a ton of people.
ESPN college football, okay? We own all the rights for all the important games. The noon games, I guess.
Yeah, not great. They're not loving
People
that.
are pissed off about
People
that.
hate it.
Ohio State's had, 6 straight noon games or whatever? Ohio State's like, great, so we're good. So we now have to play every single game at noon because this entire thing.
There's no way the players like it either. No way.
So AJ's like the classic, like, I'll play in a parking lot if I have to.
Oh, yeah.
He's always giving that answer where he's like, I like play early because then I get to go home and just watch the game, enjoy the night. And it's like, I concur, but it's like the lights, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Like that's what we're here for, the lights. That's the heightened environment. They don't have national championships in the middle of the day. Okay.
Bingo.
Friday night lights happen. If you're playing on Saturday morning, people aren't holding it as in high regard.
Prime time.
And let alone the players and the coaches. Coaches probably want to get the game out of the way too and move on. The fans are like, we would like to be able to have a day. Like, we got a day here leading into it. It's like a festival when these games are happening. And because of the big noon slot and Joel Klatt, who we love.
Love Joel.
I love Joel Klatt. I love I think he's phenomenal. Him and Gus, I think, are fantastic. Gus even mailed it in a little bit.
Yeah, he's sick of it as well.
On that Ohio State Purdue, I think, last week. And they got another touchdown. That was,
he's not happy.
I loved it. I love them. I enjoy that. Joel put out a thread about the numbers on that noon slot. It's huge. It's like, yeah, I mean, Ohio State's playing. The numbers are going to be big, especially if it's on a national thing. But I think a lot of people in the Big Ten are not thrilled that their team can't be showcased at night because the whole light show and shit, that's like a massive piece of college ball now. I know the Penn State people, when I was up there, I did not expect the amount of, like, vitriol I'll say about it, but they were selling shirts.
Oh, yeah.
They were selling shirts. There was an entire movement. Like,
oh, yeah.
It's not just the students either. It's alumni. It's like, I think even the athletic department. I think everybody is like, what are we doing here?
And then the next week, they do a whiteout and they put it on Peacock. It's like, what are we doing? Like, let's showcase this thing. Come on.
And you guys won, right?
Yeah, won big.
Wow, you guys win on Peacock.
Yeah, people cared.
People saw it.
People definitely saw and cared about that game.
We actually scored inside the 5.
Really?
3 times.
Red zone.
Red zone touchdown.
Wow.
Whoa.
You ever talk to James Franklin? Because I brought up your name, James Franklin, and he goes, I know AQ wasn't happy. So do you and Coach Franklin have
he actually texted me, wants me to send something to the boys this week, a little motivation.
Oh.
Yeah?
I'm going to send a little video. I might do it today.
What's it going to sound like? I
don't know, but I'm going to tell them, hey, listen, we got one opportunity, boys.
Okay.
Huh?
There it is.
You only get one opportunity.
One shot.
Don't miss your chance to blow.
That's right.
Because
Here we go.
opportunity comes once
You got
in a
everything
lifetime.
staring you in the face moving forward.
Why blow it?
You had one loss. It's okay. We're back in the top 4. Let's go.
You're allowed to lose.
It's okay. Just get in the dance. That's all we need.
And then once you're in the dance,
Nailed it.
IU is undefeated.
Come on.
They have
nobody did. They kind of stole it.
Breaking news out of the NFL before we get back into college ball with Rece Davis. Anthony Richardson starting for the Colts again.
Hey now! Free AR5.
Free AR5. He's back on the field. He learned his lesson.
Yep.
Okay, he learned his lesson now. The culture in that Colts facility has certainly been called into question.
Big time.
By the own players, fans, alumni, obviously, which I'm going to consider myself, and people around the city. You know, when some of your best players are coming out saying, like, yeah, like, I don't know what the hell's going on in here. Kenny Moore, like, we don't work hard. Quentin Nelson comes, team preparation, good. Individual preparation, not great. It's like,
what?
Are you guys professionals or not? And how long has this been happening? And, you know, Jeff Saturday was kind of brought in to be the new head coach, interim head coach after Frank Reich was fired. And the word was kind of like Jeff Saturday's coming in there and he's basically telling them, like, hey, this ain't how professional football goes. And he was taken on the shins by everybody. Obviously, fans were like, this guy sucks as a coach. And then players were like, this isn't fun. We're not allowed to just be late to meetings and, like, skip training and do everything like that. What is this all about? A little accountability. So then Shane gets in here, and he's a guy of accountability, we assume, coming from Sirianni. And then one thing leads to another. We got another quarterback in here, got another quarterback in here. The players, I think, are kind of fed up with the entire rotation of how it goes. But I think a lot of people in that building don't know that your ass will be replaced very quickly. And I think they almost got too comfortable. AR got an opportunity to sit back, watch, hopefully learn from a lot of people talking like, hey, quarterbacks operate differently, have to operate differently. And when he's in there, he's electrifying. He can run for $100. He can throw for $500. He might miss a few because he's still a rookie quarterback, even though he's in his second year. He wasn't in the building much last year, which, once again, don't love. I don't think that would have happened in any building that's worth a shit. If your rookie quarterback has surgery, I think they're still going to be back in there learning stuff. So once again, not AR's fault that he seemingly doesn't have anybody to, like, kind of teach him the ways, but hopefully Joe Flacco has done that, and the team still in it. We watched the Dolphins win on Monday night. They're 3-6. Their team's like, yeah, we can go on and run. We can get in there for that 7th seed. We can do that. We have more wins than they do. We have a schedule. Now you got the Jets, then you got the Lions, then you have a bye, or Patriots, then you got a bye, then you got some winnable games. It's like we are still in playoff hunt, which is why I feel like I was kind of bamboozled a little bit. So when I came out and was like, put Joe Flacco in the damn game, we can win these games, we can still make the playoff, we can have a home playoff game, which we can still win the AFC South. We haven't done that we haven't done that since Chris Ballard has got here. We have not won in a long time, but I feel like we have the team to do it. We've invested a lot of money. Then you start hearing the stories coming out of it. It's like, maybe we don't have a single chance at doing anything, but with everything in front of us, Anthony Richardson going back in there, hopefully there's a little bit of a learning curve over the last couple of weeks on how you got to operate as a quarterback, and we don't expect him to be perfect, but man, he should be electrifying, I hope.
Yeah, we know he's going to be electrifying. We know he has the talent, just like we had the conversation about Caleb Williams Williams yesterday with him losing his OC. As a player, as an organization, I'm sure you never want to be back and forth with your young quarterback, old quarterback coming in. Obviously, Joe Flacco did not light it up once he got in there. I was right there with you. Yeah, hey, he's going to give us the best chance to win right now with how the team is constructed. So hopefully this is a great learning experience for Anthony Richardson. He sat back, saw it from a different perspective, maybe learned something different, gets another opportunity. Maybe he values this one a little bit more. And shit, we all been there. As a young player, you got to learn. Sometimes it's the hard way, sometimes it's different ways.
I got arrested.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a learning possibility for everybody.
It's big. It's a lot on your plate, especially as that CEO of the team when you are that quarterback. So obviously from the beginning, I've been hopeful and optimistic for Anthony Richardson. And now we got a chance. The Jets defense aren't world beaters by any stretch of the imagination right now. So he can go out there, have a big game, get us to our 5th win. And like you said, everything's still out there for us.
Good luck, AR.
Go get him, AR. You got
2.0.
And AR, I would like to apologize for the fact that I didn't know that the building was just like not a professional one. You know, when if you look at the Ring of Honor up there at the Colts,
hard not to.
You got Hall of Famers all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
That building they're in right now, much nicer than the shitty ass building that we were in. Okay, you got better facilities, you got better opportunities, you got better everything in that building, and somehow it's just regressed to getting much worse. And these guys, and there's a lot of vets in there that have been around a long time, like have a little pride, you know? I know it's hard to do sometimes whenever you lose and lose and lose, and these guys have never won. Okay, these guys have never won.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't won a fucking thing, this group, at all. Still wearing the jersey, still getting paid. Let's go do it now. Why not flip the switch? Yeah. You're getting mocked and ridiculed by everybody, not just me, obviously, although I am in the city. But whenever I hear you're lazy and you're not taking care of things, it's like you're blowing an opportunity to what? Make a point? Way to go. Way to go. 20 years from now, you're going to be able to say, yeah, we wanted to play like shit because we wanted, way to go. I hope it works out. But now is the time, hopefully they rally and they move on.
Yeah.
Enough talent in there.
Definitely.
You got the talent, but we talked about it. It's the little things. Day-to-day meetings, practice, walkthroughs, from the vets, from the coaches, from the front office, from ownership, on every level. You got to everybody's got to be tied in on the same page to win on this level. We know how fine that line is between winning and losing with organizations. So it's still out there. We're not, 2-8. It's not like the season's done. We still got opportunity.
Yeah, it kind of sucks because we got no chance at the top 5 pick again. But
yeah, it's the worst case.
Hey,
we got to play home playoff game still.
We got a top 5 pick at quarterback right now. So obviously he has the talent.
Agreed.
Let's just hope all the other shit comes together. And I'm still hopeful. I'm still optimistic of what's going on.
It's rookie year.
There's 3 words. There's 3 words, that are kind of pieced together, that are just like a great explanation of what you have to do to be good. Be a pro. That is literally all of this. Just be a pro. And it feels like in that building there hasn't been a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
You go back a couple years ago, I'm not getting into it.
What's that? What happened a couple of years ago?
Well, obviously, the guy that was part of it, he's gone on to have great success, but there's gambling in their building at a rap. We're one of the teams that are gambling. But then reports coming out, like skipping training sessions, for rehab. It's like
nobody getting fined for doing any of that stuff.
Late to team meetings. It's like, what is this, a fucking high school? Not a good high school.
No.
That's not like a good high school football team. It's like, what the hell is going on behind the scenes? The things that like kind of get leaked out, I'm like, how did this building become this? Legitimately, how is this what this building became? And I think a lot of fans are feeling the same way, but once again, still got everything in front of it and can tighten everything up.
The first thing that I heard yesterday was those 2 guys. That's the first part of this thing moving forward, right? When you have your leaders policing the group and calling people out, then hopefully the other guys start to follow.
Kenny and Quentin?
Yes.
Yes, I agree. Because those are 2 guys that I have respect for and appreciate.
Correct.
Now, granted, it's their locker room, too,
right,
that this has been happening. But corner, guard, not normally like the ones who are expected to set the tone for everything, but I appreciate that they are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on, boys. Everything's still in front of you.
You got this, Colts.
Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, is a man who hosts every college game day there is.
Yep.
Podcast, basketball, football. Mm-hmm. He's obviously wildly handsome, phenomenally intelligent. Ladies and gentlemen, the incomparable Rece Davis.
Yeah, Rece.
Rece, we got some issues in the Indianapolis Colts building. I don't love any of it. Rece.
Hey, you know what? I'm a Jaguars fan, so it could be worse.
Well,
it could be worse.
We're starting to become. That's
kind of
that's what I'm saying.
No.
Yeah.
We cannot become that. No offense. We cannot.
Yeah.
Hell no.
You know, we cannot.
None taken.
Yeah. Got it.
Anything thrown their way has been well earned.
Yeah, it seems like down there it doesn't matter, but down here it's starting to say doesn't.
At least the Jags have a playoff win in the last decade.
They do. 4 picks in the first quarter, too, or whatever.
Yeah.
And they still come back and win a little adversity. And they got 2 pools in their stadium.
Yeah.
And their Jumbotron's pretty big.
And their
Jacksonville. Yeah.
Jacksonville was in the middle of that whole. I love him.
Talking junk, yeah.
Now, Blue actually won the Salute to Service Award for the Indianapolis Colts.
Right. How's that work? I thought players win it.
So that is kind of the Colts picking the Colts to win the Salute to Service Award because Blue is the Colts. So then you start to wonder yourself, what is going on in this locker room? We don't even have anybody that could win the Salute to Service Award.
Can't support the troops.
I can't. I don't even. I can't. I can't do it. You guys need to fucking figure it out. All right, AR's got to figure it out. AR's going to do it. Let's go to college ball. Speaking of figuring it out, last night, what did we figure out? Now, we didn't like the fact that you had to wait for these college basketball games to end. Now, they were great basketball games. We will certainly talk about that in a bit because you're one of the voices of college hoops as well. What did you learn last night for the college football playoff bracket being released? And what are your thoughts on it all, Rece?
I think the one thing that I learned, Pat, was that they are valuing the way the team looked as opposed to, say, strength of schedule. That benefits Indiana for sure because they have looked like a playoff team. The resume might not quite be there. And for Georgia, Georgia has the number 1 strength of schedule in the country, but they've had a couple of games where they didn't look the part, or at least the vast majority of the Alabama game and none of the Ole Miss game. So, they are now first team out, despite the fact that they're, had the toughest path of anyone so far. So those were the 2 big takeaways, and probably the fact that the ACC and the Big 12, more likely than not, are only going to get 1 team in the field.
Which we kind of, and by we, I mean this particular program, as we were kind of looking at the 12-team playoff, we knew it was going to be Big Ten SEC heavy. We knew that, which is why the championship of the other conferences was such a big deal because it's an automatic bid. But the strength of schedule conversation is going to be one that's going to be massive. Obviously, Georgia has played in like 4 top 5 matchups. Add another one happening this weekend or, big top 10 matchup against Tennessee. It's like when push comes to shove, that's the biggest deal. And how did the Big 12 or ACC ever catch up? For years going forward with the depth of the Big Ten and the SEC and them only seemingly getting better as we roll on.
I wish I knew how to tell you that they could catch up. I think it will be probably the occasional year where they have multiple teams. And the ACC is close now. I mean, SMU and Miami both are worthy playoff type teams if they were to finish strong. So I don't think it's beyond the realm of comprehension that they could get a couple. It just seems a little less likely than the others. But I think it's going to be really hard to catch up, Pat, because there is a divide. You see it every week when we're on game day. It's just different in the SEC and the Big Ten from the others. Doesn't mean that there aren't teams in the other conferences who have done well against certain teams from the SEC or the Big Ten, but just taken from top to bottom, there's a difference there, and it's being reflected in the standings. And I think if you see teams from those 2 conferences start to lose bids, then it sort of highlights the merits of the argument, which I haven't been in favor of, but merits of the argument if they expand to 14 or 16, that those 2 conferences have a guaranteed number of bids, sort of like it would be more of an NFL-style race to try to make sure that you get into the playoff.
Like if you make it to the finals of your championship, you're in. Like the 2 Big 12 finalists would make it into the bid. The 2 ACC championship.
Well, Big 12.
What?
Maybe not the 2 Big 12 finalists, but the SEC.
Yeah, it depends. Yeah, how
he just said he was talking about when it goes to 14, those other conferences getting more automatic bids.
Mountain West,
but also the SEC and the Big 10
over the Big 12
right now.
Okay, all right. Connor's taking a dump on the Big 12.
SEC.
That's what I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Now, and then you do have to think like Colorado is still potentially very much in it.
Yeah.
What's Colorado look like next year? What's the turnover of these teams look like going forward? Every year is going to have its own conversation and drama and blowback, but there's a big one happening around Indiana more specifically because of the strength of schedule happening everywhere. Go ahead, AQ.
Yeah, Rece, with Indiana's strength of schedule being such a big talking point, if they have a big loss to Ohio State, do you see them bouncing all the way out of the top 12?
I think it's possible if it's a big loss. I was I was just thinking about this today because I kind of get put out with the people who, immediately, no matter what the committee says, they're outraged, they're disgusted. How can this happen? They don't know what they're talking about. Indiana has answered the questions that at least I deem important. Do you look like a playoff team? Have you handled your competition well? How often have you played at your best? And the only place they fall short is who have you done it against? So I do think the way they play against Ohio State will be important. And I don't foresee this happening. I think Indiana's a really good football team. But if they were to have happened to them by Ohio State, what, say, the Hoosiers did to Nebraska, beat them 56-7, then I think it calls into question some of the other things that we've seen, most notably, okay, who have you done this against? If you go and play well, and you just happen not to beat a team that I think is capable of winning the national championship in their stadium, then I think Indiana's a lot to make the playoff. I think it's far more likely than not that they will, regardless of what happens in Columbus. But the only scenario that I could see them, other than getting upset by Purdue or something ridiculous.
Whoa! Don't even put that out there. Don't even put that out there.
You're right.
Yeah,
you're right. I apologize. I apologize for that. If I may borrow from you, my friend, they didn't deserve that, so I apologize for that.
No problem.
But if they play well against Ohio State, I think they've looked like a playoff team from start to finish over the course of the season and deserve to be there. But that strength of schedule number is not one of the things that's going to help their cause. It's going to be one of the things that they have overcome by the way they play.
Hey, football judgment, does that mean like how they execute plays, how the ball comes out, how the offense looks, let alone who you're playing? But would this hold up against a great team is what they're trying to do in football judgment, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a term that I like to use. Some people call it the eye test, but we have people in that room who have played and coached at the highest level. And when they look at that team, how good do they think they are? Absent the metrics. Now, the record should count. The results have to matter. I'm not saying that. But when you watch the team play, are they executing well? Do they look like a playoff team? It's not just, recruiting stars or size, speed, anything like that. How do they execute? Do they look like a team that is worthy of being on that stage? And I think Indiana has passed that test easily.
Okay, let's go to Hammer Dahn. AP Tone has a question for you, Rece.
All right, Rece, this is a hypothetical, and I'm wearing the Army hoodie today for a reason. Let's just say that Army somehow beats Notre Dame next week.
Whoa!
Okay? Mm-hmm. And then they're undefeated. They beat Navy. They win their conference championship. And then you have Boise. Their one loss is a very, 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 very close loss to the number one ranked Oregon team. Is there a world where Army and Boise could both get in?
Wow. I thought you were going to ask me something else. I don't think so. No, I don't think you could get them both in. Okay. It would take some teams really falling on their face and falling out of contention to open up that type of scenario. I think that what it would take for Army to get in would be for Boise State to lose. Army right now, it'll get better with the games you've mentioned, although the Navy game, this will all be decided prior to the game against Navy that they play, assuming that they don't play them in the championship game, which seems unlikely right now. So it'll all be decided by them. But at this moment, they have the second easiest schedule in the country. So, for all the talk about Indiana and even Texas for that matter, Texas schedule is not terribly strong. Army is that to an extreme. So they'll need some help. I think they'll need Boise State to lose for sure, and they'll need to finish undefeated and look good against Notre Dame.
Okay, so they might be pissed, but there's going to be somebody or numerous people that are not happy at the end, even though we got 12 instead of 4. Connor has a question for you.
Yeah, Rece, who do you think is going to be the most pissed that they get left out of the playoff, and why is it Georgia, especially if Texas ends up going on to win the SEC title game and Georgia's the only team that beats the SEC champion?
It will be Georgia if they were to not make it. Now, if they beat Tennessee, I think they'll probably be in good shape. But if they were to lose a close game to Tennessee, then you would start to look at the entire strength of schedule. A lot of that is because of how their conference draw came out. That's just the luck of the draw. But they also played Clemson. And the one thing I think is if you leave a team like Georgia out with a marquee win, like it has against Texas, a near miss at Alabama, and let's say, Tennessee, who would then be a top 4 or 5 team, if not higher, beats them, and you leave Georgia out completely, are you not incentivizing then teams to say, well, I'm going to make my schedule as easy as possible? And they may not control the conference portion of it, but you're also sort of cutting away at this outcry people have had to try to have the SEC go to 9 games, which I think they should. But if you're not going to reward it, then I think that's a problem. But I'm going to offer this one little caveat about that. Georgia, sort of like Indiana against Ohio State, Georgia needs to play well. If they play as they did against Ole Miss, they don't look like a playoff team. They didn't look like a playoff team against Ole Miss.
Isn't it crazy? Carson Beck was, he's in love, though.
Of course.
Yeah, he's in love, very public. Did you see old buddy celebrating with his friends at Ole Miss, too?
Yeah.
I mean,
that was tough.
Kirby,
What is that about?
This guy's an idiot. And then everything else that goes on, it's like, Georgia, if they're able to navigate their way to the tournament, I think everybody's like, look out for the dogs.
Yeah.
Look out for the dogs. Even though we've seen this all, look out for the dogs. But it's like Carson hasn't looked like Carson Beck, And now, granted, you lose Ladd McConkey, who we see doing good things. You lose Brock Bowers, which we see doing great things. He lost a lot of premier talent on that offensive side, but I think we all kind of expected more out of Carson. Still got time. Did a big-time win against Tennessee this weekend. Obviously, everything kind of starts to change in this entire thing. Ty has a question for you about some of the championship bids.
Yeah, Rece, moving forward after this year, I know a big part of the whole situation was, hey, they want to place importance on the conference championship itself, but you see a world where maybe next year, based on if Ohio State were to win the Big Ten championship and Oregon then, who's arguably been the best team in college football almost the whole year, slides down to that 5 spot where we have BYU at 3. Is there a world where one of these maybe one-loss SEC or Big Ten schools in the future will still get one of those automatic buys, and they'll kind of do away with, hey, if you win the Big 12 championship or you win the ACC championship, you're automatically going to get a first-round bye?
I sure hope so, because I think that if you're going to have a committee seed the teams, then we should stick with what they seed. And taking a team that, is ranked 9th and moving it into a bye is not the way to do this, in my judgment. Even Boise State, if Boise State were to finish ranked ahead of the ACC or the Big 12 champion, they would move in to that bye situation. So as we expand this, what I hope they do is continue to give the automatic bids, continue to give access to the conference champions, because that has been important to all of the stakeholders in college football. But when it comes to seeding, seed it the way you rank it, or else you can have a formula if you want to. Whatever you do, I don't really see the merit in having a team that is ranked, 6, 7, 8, 9 somehow be seeded 3rd. I don't think that's the way to do this. So I hope that happens.
Rece, you know what? And we talked about this earlier. I think that the college football playoff every single Tuesday, if they're going to continue to do it every single week, they should just put out the bracket and not even do the top 25 where we're dealing with 13 is actually a 6, and that they should just put out what the bracket is.
Yes.
That's what I think, personally, for people to maybe understand it easier. But after 1 year of it, maybe people understand it easier anyways going forward. How do you feel about that?
It's a confusing thing, and that's why, we've done this every single time we talk playoff on game day. We've done it every single top 25 show, and I still know that on selection day, because it's a little confusing and because people have real world lives and they're paying attention to their team and how their team is doing. And it's going to happen. They're going to go, wait, what do you mean BYU's ranked 6, but they're the 3 seed? Why? So I think it just creates more confusion. So I hope that we'll get to that point. I like the reveal show. I've done it for 10 years, so it's kind of fun, or 11 years now. So it's kind of fun. But you're right. The fact that the rankings and seedings don't match up, it's just a recipe for confusion and people getting mad.
Could still do it. Could still have the list of first ones out, and then here's the bracket without putting numbers, without doing it. Hey, here's this, here's that. And then you can let the AP do the top, just let the AP do their top 25, and we can all mock and ridicule them, go ahead and attack them. And then just let the college football playoff just be here's the bracket, here's the first ones out. Still a rollout each week. I think it's still a very important thing. But when you start having 2 numbers next to teams, I think you're immediately asking for people to be riddle me this.
Yeah.
Which number?
They're contradicting them.
There will be people who think Georgia is in because they're 12th in the AP.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Can't blame them.
Georgia fans, though, no ball. So it's not if it was another school that wasn't as all in, and they're 12th in their head, we're in.
Yeah, they're the bottom seed. Yeah.
And it's but it is the first year, so maybe things will grow. There is a situation that could happen down the SEC? Let's go to Hammer. Dahn. Full chaos potentially, Tone.
Yeah, Rece, because this is our jobs, I assume you have seen this scenario as well. And it's not that wild of a scenario. Just if the SEC favorites win over the next 3 weeks, and those are the teams in the red boxes with the highlighter around them, and those are all favorites in this situation, and then you get the upset of Arkansas over Missouri, which is a lot of. I don't even know if that is an upset at this point. Even though
Drinkwitz's not going to be happy.
Well, I know he's mad at everybody. He's retweeting everybody that was commenting on him during the game. But Arkansas is a good team, and Mizzou's been vulnerable points. Have you seen this where and then if LSU wins the SEC championship, and what happens then, Rece? What happens then?
I mean, LSU could get him with the 3 losses. It's the first thing. And that's not terribly far-fetched, but I'm going to tell you the one I'm rooting for, there's still a scenario in which we could have an 8-way tie for first place, which would be first and second place, which means all of those teams would have 2 losses. And the only significant upset you would need would be for, I believe, Auburn to beat A&M in Auburn, and then A&M to turn around and beat Texas. Now, we've seen SEC teams lose a bunch of road games this year, and it would take Georgia winning on Saturday night. And then they all would be, assuming that all other favorites won, then everybody would be 6-2, all of those contenders, and they have to sort it out. And, that might still favor. I think I read someplace if that happens that LSU and Alabama would come out of that with a tiebreaker if that one were to happen.
We would need a live tiger at the game.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
We would need a live tiger if they were to have another championship over there in Atlanta. I want Omar and Mike making the trip over there. Governor Jeff Landry, did you see his quote post-game?
I did. I saw it. I've been having some fun with him. I don't think, if you're going to bring the tiger, I love the idea of bringing Mike in. But I don't think you can bring the fake Mike in.
Whoa!
What?
He's a fake Mike? Omar was okay.
What the hell?
All right, they didn't know if Mike the Seventh was ready for the 102,000.
Sure, understandable.
Going crazy, from my understanding. And you were at the same dinner I was at. That was one of the most entertaining stories I've ever heard in my life, Rece. Legit. In 2024, hearing that story, I was like, yes.
Nuts.
There is so much, and so many people pissed. So many people pissed, and so many different angles of this attack, especially right off election week. I mean, it is just like so many pieces to it, and they lose.
Yeah.
And
Get killed.
And then Governor Jeff Landry goes, the live tiger isn't the only tradition at LSU. So is the tradition of winning. Forever LSU. Great to see you in Baton Rouge. It's like, hey, Governor Jeff Landry, I think we're coming back down there. Brian Kelly's got a team that's going to be able to run. Now, they're going to have to win some of these games, though. And if there's a live tiger out there, they're going to need to win that one.
Yeah.
They're going to need to win that one the next time. All right, let's move away from college ball. Football, let's go to college hoops. D-Bud has a question for you, Reed.
Yeah, Rece, I know it's November. We are right smack dab in the middle of, obviously, NFL, and you are college football. But there's one man who kind of can have his eye on both. College basketball obviously tipped off as well. I'm going to ask you about my UConn Huskies and their chances to go on a three-peat here. But who else is going to be right there in it to win it all in March, in your opinion?
I think I still think UConn's probably the team to beat. Now, Kansas is really good. A couple transfers to add to Hunter Dickinson. Alabama and Auburn are both excellent. Auburn got in a fight on the plane on the way to Houston. They turned around the plane the other day and landed it, then I guess took off again and then went down and actually won the game. So that shows a little bit
Conflict's
of
a good
resilience and a little stuff in the neck. That's pretty good.
Absolutely.
And I think that those teams are the ones off the top. And then certainly, even though Duke lost to Kentucky last night with Cooper Flagg, this dude's big time. So those are the teams there. But hey, look, until somebody knocks your Huskies out,
hell yeah,
I think they're the team to beat. I mean, that guy can put together a winning ball club.
He's awesome on our show every time. He's awesome everywhere.
He's a man.
There's obviously clips of them up 30 against people and him losing his mind because his attention to detail. He told us that if he sees one of his players post on Instagram, he's like surprised, like,
we don't do that.
We're not here to post.
Who's doing that?
We're here to bowl. Yeah. We're winning. We're here to win. Yeah. The Maui Invitational is the first one. We're winning that one. Then we're going to go ahead and win every other trophy that we're supposed to be. We're not worried about dancing or TikToks. It's like, that's going to be a tough wagon to slow down.
Yeah, it's like Dan Lenny.
Especially Because they got Mick White guy up there.
Yeah, Mick White guy, he can fill it up.
Best freshman in the country. Liam McNeely.
McNeely?
That's not
his name's Liam McWhite guy.
Yep, that got him too.
Yeah, him. He flips the switch when he goes on. He's Liam McNeely whenever he's in practice. Then he flips the switch as soon as he gets on that court. He becomes Liam McWhite guy. Puts the thing on, got the bear, and he starts running. Him and Cooper Flag battling right now. The main event is obviously going to be a stud. He's so tall.
Filthy.
He's so good. 26-12 and a loss, obviously. Got a long season. How many games do they play, Rece? How many games college basketball?
Depending on how many exempt games you play, you get up in the upper 30s by the time the tournament's over. 37, 38 usually if you get to the end. You'll be around 30 by the time the tournament gets here.
Putting you on a spot here, which is, I think you're one of the people that you can do. What's the best? How many wins? Like, has anybody gone perfect through a college basketball season? Do we know that answer?
Yeah, the last time was Bob Knight in 1976. That was the last perfect college basketball.
I love that. Maybe because Indiana football's back, maybe they'll be able to do that again. So, gonna lose, right? Gonna lose games. That's just how college basketball is.
Yeah, I don't think anybody this year is cut out. There's too much parity, too much moving around. I doubt anyone will go. I think what D-Buck will probably know. I think UConn lost 3 last year, didn't they?
Yep, 2 or 3.
And they seemed impossible to beat. And they still. I remember watching one night. They got run pretty good at Creighton. So it happens. So
how much is NIL over there?
Big East tough.
How much it is? He said it actually helps them go into the tournament. How much NIL transfer portal shit's happening in college basketball? A lot?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, a ton. I don't know that it is quite always as expensive as football, but there's plenty of it going on.
Duke actually gave Cooper Flag Maine. He got the entire state.
Really? It's bought him the state of Maine?
That's right,
So many lobsters?
Yeah, he owns all of it now.
He owns all the lobsters?
Yeah, he owns every single part of Maine.
What about the bears? Aren't there a lot of bears up there?
He owns every tree, every lobster, every ship, every house. It's all his.
Duke bought him then?
Yeah. Damn. It's like $20.
Damn. NIL's crazy.
Yeah.
That's how they got him away from UConn.
Main event and my state.
UConn went all in on Mick White guy, which you got to respect. The kid can fill it up.
All right. We appreciate you, Rece. I'll see you down in Georgia. Can't wait for those Athens folks to see me. Real pumped to get down there.
They'll love you. Everybody grows to love you. Everybody grows to love you.
Rece, that is not the truth. We appreciate you, ladies and gentlemen. The legend, Rece Davis.
Yeah, Rece.
Everybody grows to love that. I thought that was the case potentially, but then I fell into this college football world, and it's been 3-4 years now. That is not the case.
Not even your own tooth.
Yeah, my tooth was fighting me this whole 6 weeks.
Grew to hate you.
It did. It was attacking me from within. The enemy is always within.
Yeah.
Enemy is always within your own camp.
Yeah.
That thing was right here. I was told I'm going to feel better today, too. I'm in quite a bit of pain.
No. Yeah, the day after, not a chance.
I am in some solid pain right
You're going to be hurting today.
Those wisdom teeth make no sense.
Yeah, so I got one that's up in my sinuses. Never going to show up. That one's okay, I was told. Okay, I'm like,
yeah, you'll be fine.
It's in your nose? You got a tooth in your nose?
That one's up in my sinus. That one's good. Yeah.
Don't get dry socket.
Yeah, oh boy.
Yeah, I was told I can't smoke. Not that I do.
Yeah.
Can't smoke cigarettes. You shouldn't anyway. But
I would never smoke. Yeah, nobody smokes cigarettes. Yeah, can't be smoking. Don't drink out of a straw. They said.
Yeah.
Don't be doing it.
Don't do it.
You got them before?
No, I didn't. But
Oh yeah, I got dry sockets. Not fun.
Do you want one of these?
Because I'm starting to kind of weigh the options here on, potential.
Just saying, fuck it.
Sage, or dry sock. I'm kind of in a.
No, dude, you get those. You have to get the syringe with like the hot water and salt, and you have to like put it in there and wash them out like every hour because it hurts so bad.
3.5 hours yesterday with people doing great people.
It's a long time.
Dr. Brady, fantastic. That nitrous, I'm never really a nitrous guy. It does kind of give you a little.
Get you?
It gets you a little loopy.
A little loosey-goosey.
Yeah, a little loosey. I have a massive snaz. Okay, so I have a big nose. They had that thing on my nose, and they were pumping it. So I couldn't see anything that was going on. I think that was a big part of it. Could not see the hands. Could feel them, Felt multiple fingers at different times, but didn't know what archaic-looking tool was going into my mouth. They had the lineup of all the tools that were going to be used.
Yikes.
And I was like, don't look at them, don't look at them. What year is this? Holy shit. We haven't evolved from that thing? And it's like, well, actually, it has to get, because it's tough to get back in there, and yours in way back. They were phenomenal. Didn't see it. It's through the roof. Hurts like shit right now.
Yeah.
Hurts like shit.
Stay on that ibu.
Ibuprofen's a real deal.
It is.
isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Never really used it. Just like, we got Toradol here? Yeah, I'm going to take that. I guess ibuprofen is like a...
Yeah, it's like the
common
junior
man.
varsity version.
Yeah.
And I just go by. I guess this is me not knowing how to be a human, and that's on me. Speaking of humans, Jim Harbaugh continues to be an awesome one. Yeah. He was mic'd up this past weekend for their game, and just like we thought, Jim Harbaugh is always Jim Harbaugh.
Spinning good, Justin.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Coming out clean, huh? Putting it wherever he wants right now. Ready to fire 10? Nice shot, 10. Ready to fire 10? Yeah.
This is warm-ups.
Free game.
It's warm-ups.
Love you. Let's go. I think we should just run it. 100%. I'm just pretending like I'm drawing a pass here. Hey, pretend like you're throwing a pass here.
Well, backside.
Yes.
I mean, I could.
Yes.
Or the other side.
Both sides.
And they're going to go empty. Herbert rolling to the right, and here he goes, Herbert into the end zone.
That's a beast. Beast mode, baby. My God. That's my guy. He's such a beast for holding on to that ball. That Herbert, I mean, he's incredible to hold on to that ball. You guys made the right call on that Justin Herbert. His hand is so big, and his strength is so, he just held on to it and threw it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, way to go, Beast. Just calling him Beast from now on. He's a beast. Justin's a beast. Way to run. You're a beast. Yeah!
Hey, why does he win everywhere he goes?
Yeah.
Jeez, from warm-ups all the way through the entirety of the game, just putting over his guy. And remember, for a long time, they were losing those close games. You wondered what Justin Herbert's NFL career was going to be. Yeah. Hey, this guy's got all the potential in the world. Is he ever going to go on and win? Or are they going to lose? Then he gets a guy in there. I've never seen somebody champion somebody like what he is doing to Justin Herbert. Just feel how Justin Herbert has to feel with that right behind you at a very powerful position.
He's a great player. And as a coach, that's something that we don't talk about a lot, even on the professional level, like empowering your players. And obviously that's one of the best players, but I'm sure that he does that throughout the roster. Even when we had him on, we first, I don't even know what question you asked him. He just went down the roster of 15 guys just talking about different things. And I had a coach that would, every Saturday night, he would always remind us, hey, like everybody, like you guys are world class. Like you wouldn't be in this room if you weren't world class. Sometimes players just got to be reminded because confidence, you know how big that is when you're going out there to play. So that's a huge part of, I'm sure, Harbaugh's success. Not only him, but his family. I'm sure he's taught that. But it's no surprise why this guy builds winners wherever he goes. I just love how much he loves his quarterback. That's unreal.
Hey, Q, have you ever seen that before? Legitimately, have you ever seen that before? I know Bruce Arians and quarterbacks get along. They had a little different relationship. Jim Harbaugh is like, hey, Herbert, I want to let you know you can do no wrong for me, even in warm-ups.
Yeah.
Even when coming out clean, huh? Telling the offensive coordinator, hey, he's fucking spinning it today. Let's make sure we're doing that. What a time out there. Has to feel good, especially if you win.
Yeah, that was incredible. I mean, it was incredible to see him build the guy up. Confidence is everything, though. It is everything.
Especially at the quarterback position.
Yeah.
Winning those close games, why does it happen? Well, the team that believes. It's going to be hard not to believe whenever your head coach is like, oh.
Yeah.
We got an inhuman here.
Calling him beast.
Hour 2 on the other side with J.J. Watt and A.J. Hawk. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice that might change your life. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the commissioner of the NFL. Don't listen to them. No. Roger, good. Shut your mouth. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah. You're our commissioner. Don't worry about these bums out there. From us to you, we'd like to give you a gift that we know you're a big fan of. Ladies and gentlemen, some peanut M&Ms for our commission.
This is why we're on set?
Yep. You can take these with you. You can take them home.
I might just I got a gift for you. What? Oh. You ready?
Yeah, I like that.
With the 222nd pick in the 2009 NFL Draft.
Oh, yeah.
The Indianapolis Colts select Pat McAfee. Hunter, West Virginia.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah! Come on there, baby. Good pick.
Thank you, Raj. I'll pick him up. Thank you, Raj. I'm not going to pick you up because you got that
That's
back.
All right.
Yeah.
I got it. There's your card, baby. That's real.
That's awesome.
I've been keeping that for, 15 years?
You had it in your back pocket this whole time. This is cool. Thank you for this. So whenever we say that you have to answer to 31 billionaires, how accurate is that?
32. Well, you're not counting Green Bay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
doesn't count.
Big pop. There's a Green Bay Packers.
I didn't know he did.
Yeah, no, that was.
I don't actually think that way. I actually think I answer to them. I think I answer to the media partners. I think I answer the players. I think I answer the owners too. The idea for me is to try to keep everyone happy. I always say that my biggest job is not to piss off more than 24 owners in a given day.
How did you know the draft would be awesome if you traveled it, and did you see this happening?
I'd be kidding you if I thought it was going to be as big as it is. We felt like we could be bigger than we were in Radio City. But what happened is Radio City actually put a holiday show in and said, you can't have the draft until June. And that's what we said, we're out of here.
So they kicked you out?
That's when we went on the road.
Well, Taylor Swift, we know.
Well, that's a different kind of influence.
How about, hey, listen, a lot of jokes from
They're booing Taylor Swift?
Yeah, you can't boo.
They're idiots.
Yeah, you're going to be a part of an album.
Wow.
Do it. Get a little louder. She is going to cook you. A lot of the internet was saying Roger Goodell was sitting at home through the moon about this.
Well, they thought it was part of the script.
Yes, then he went talk to her. There it is. Is there a thought of adding another one, maybe adding another bye week, or are we good at 17 right now?
Well, I think we're good at 17 now, but listen, we're looking at how we continue. I'm not a fan of the preseason. I don't think we need
waste of time, right, and energy.
I don't buy it, and I don't think these guys like it either.
Well, they have to spend full price for the tickets for those games.
No, they're actually discounted now. So
Thank you for doing that.
I'd rather replace a preseason game with a regular season any day. That's just picking quality, right? If we got to 18-2, that's not an unreasonable thing. The other thing it does, which I thought you were going to, is that ends up on President's Day weekend, which is a 3-day weekend, which makes a Sunday night, and then you have Monday off. So that's
wow.
Now we're cooking.
See,
now we're cooking.
The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hey,
What?
let's go.
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, UP. Damn it! Your friend tell a friend something nice could change their life. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this What Wednesday, November 13th, 2024. Hour 2 of the program starts now. Football is amazing. We're lucky to talk about it every single day. The Toxic Table's here at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. I see your hat. Hockey's happening.
Hockey is happening. Bruins huge win last night. Pasta game-winning goal with like a minute 30 left. It's buzzing. The Bruins are turning it around just as they should be, getting hot. I think the Pens are doing real well now too.
Yeah, let's go to one half of the hammer. Dahn. Cowboys, Bubba Gumpino in the back. Gumpy, the Pens played your Texas hockey team the other night, right?
Yeah, 6-piece nugget in the first period. Holy shit.
6-0.
Finished 7-1, though. Finished 7-1. You guys got the Red Wings tonight, though, at home.
So. It was 1-1 for the final 2 periods.
Okay, so
you
guys
need to know about. So the boys figured it
got
out.
a point from that.
And we're playing an amateur team this evening, which is
6 goals
You
in
guys-
1 period.
In the
6-0
first
to start
period.
It was 5-0 within the first 10 minutes, I think.
What?
Kick him out of the league.
Whoa.
You know what? Tonight, let's make that the game.
Loser leaves town.
Loser leaves the league. There it is.
Loser leaves the league. Pittsburgh Penguins, Detroit Red Wings tonight.
Hockey Town will always be Detroit, though. But yeah, I like that. Loser leaves town.
Detroit wasn't invited to the tournament during COVID.
That everybody
Yeah.
was.
Have fun playing for a COVID Cup. We play for Stanley Cups.
No,
Well,
you
you're
don't
not
get-
going to be invited again this year either, so don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah.
The boys are ready to go. They're going to win tonight. We're going 10 in a row after this.
And we know where that game's being played tonight, obviously. It's being played
Pittsburgh.
Of course.
In the
Hockey time.
Uh-oh.
That's right. Wait till you experience it, Foxy. The Detroit Red Wings players are going to have no idea what's happening. Oh, my God, these people love hockey so much more than our city.
I don't think anyone actually shows up to Penguins games anymore, do they?
Well, they're losing 6-0 in the first period. There's a reason it's hard to stick around. We got shit to do. We got jobs to work. Okay.
Gardell's
Yeah,
going
I
to be
mean,
there.
let's keep in mind, though. Lions are back. Pistons are back. That means the Red Wings are back, and they're going to win.
You guys kind of suck, I think, just like us. But Billy Gardell is waving the...
Yeah, he'll be waving the Penguins flag, as he always does.
Heard he was playing third line center tonight.
I would take it. I would put Put Goodell out there.
Might be an upgrade, yeah.
Those teams stink.
How are the Panthers?
Both of them.
How are the Panthers?
We took it out. Took it out last night.
At home to the Devils, brother.
Saw a good scrap, though. Saw a
Great
good scrap last night between the
Great
Panthers.
tilt.
Yeah, it was. It really was a good fight. I forget that the Panthers are so tough, you know? Like, That's kind of their MO. Because you're down there in South Florida, you automatically just think, oh, this team's soft. They're not at all. They're a tough team. Are they going to win it again, D-Bug?
I think so. 4-1 right now. We're rolling. We didn't have Bob in the net, though, so.
Where's Bob at?
I don't know.
Not being tough,
be
it
back.
sounds like.
He'll be back.
Really?
Being a little bit of a baby.
He'll be back.
Is Bob still on their team?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got the night off.
Oh, we're taking rest
Night
days.
off.
This
Let's
early?
ask Shaq about that. Let's see. Let's get Shaq's thoughts on people having rest days this early in the year. 12-year NFL center, guard, fullback, wedge setter. Ladies and gentlemen, AQ Shipley.
The latter might have been my best.
Yeah, you were a great wedge setter. You were king of wedge, KO dub.
That's right.
No doubt. Take the KO dub and the KODs, and they're going to celebrate with a couple of these. He was a beast. That was back whenever people were actually and he was just standing right there for it.
Face of it.
Send 2-3 guys. You got to do whatever you got to do. I got to do what I got to do. He had those quick feet too with the power. That was awesome. You were great at that job.
Zero regard for my body.
I think we had 0 kickoff returns for touchdowns too.
Way to go, AQ.
I was high-fiving the shit out of pancake blocks, though.
Yes, you were. Yes, you were. Live from Hammer. Dahn. AP Tone's over there. Tone, great college football discussion in the first hour. I felt like we really we got through a lot there in the college ball world.
We did it, and we covered it all. The only other thing that I think we need to start pushing, and you need to start pushing, and by we I mean you, on the national platform that is College Game Day, is that that not the semifinal, or the quarterfinal round needs to be home games as well.
Yeah,
we need to start pushing that.
Yeah, this show's on the same channel as that show, so I think what you just said could certainly have the power. But you're right, in the institution and influence world that College Game Day is, we do need home field throughout until the championship.
Why not?
Home field throughout the entire. And I know the bowl games pay a lot of money for that whole thing. Sweet, just name those the bowl game. And have a little bit of flavor in those places. But if you're a higher seed and you win, or you're a champion and you win, you should be able to defend these games in your house. And we should be showcasing what college ball has that nobody else has, which is the stadiums, the pageantry, the tradition, everything like that. I agree, Tone. You're right. We should have brought that up to Rece. He's the one who could actually probably get that done.
Yeah, it probably motivates places to build up their stadiums, too, even more. Like you've talked about after Penn State, how they're like, yeah, we need to make this thing bigger, going to add to it. Like, I bet Oregon, if they had the chance to host multiple home playoff games, it's like, hey, we only have 60,000 people. There'd probably be 100,000 people in here if we could.
LSU just put $19.8 million in their stadium.
Yeah.
A couple years back, it was $10 million, I think Alabama put in their stadium. It's like, if you're
A&M a few years before that.
Massive upgrade. It's like, if you're going to have these premier games, which are not that every game isn't, and I get it, but these college football playoff games, I mean, you have a chance to really spotlight college ball to a lot of people that don't watch all year. And we know numbers are up. But the thing about college ball that is different than everything else. We lose bad games. You do. Suck that tiger dick, bitch. That's in college ball. That's nowhere else.
No.
And that is every person understand. It's like that is what needs to be celebrated. These corporate events at neutral sites, it's like we appreciate, we respect the money, but if we're going to showcase it for one round, I think the champs should at least have a chance to showcase theirs as well. And then also, let's go with the next round as well, the semis. And then for the national championship, we get it.
Fine.
It's like a Super Bowl. You got to do what you got to do. Joining us now is a man who's won a Super Bowl and a college football national championship from the great state of Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, AJ Hawk. Hawker, Ohio State's in a good spot. Got Indiana coming to town in 2 weeks, though. That could obviously put a little bit of a punch in the mouth to all the Ohio folks. Could you imagine you guys lose to Indiana at home? The Ohio State fans would be.
They're a great team. Great team. They are.
That'd be the nail in the coffin.
Oh, you lose to Oregon? That team's not even from. Is that America?
A Big Ten school.
Is that the United States of America? You lost to a Canadian team.
The heck?
Is what some people in Ohio think. And then you're going to lose Indiana?
They have a football team?
Indiana? You lose? Ohio people would actually. I kind of would like to see it now.
Yeah,
just to
we got
see-
Northwestern. We got Northwestern this week, Pat, in Wrigley Field. So that's what they're focused on. You know.
Oh, you better win that game. Holy shit.
Like you're not playing on the water, brother.
I hope Greeny's there. And you're right.
He should parachute the game ball in. That'd be sweet. Wrigley?
Yes.
That would be so cool. He got a fork this morning to eat pancakes.
He did,
Yeah, it was sweet.
Which obviously we love. College football playoff is cooking. So is the NFL. Anthony Richardson starting this weekend for the Indianapolis Colts against the Jets. The Colts obviously still have a road to the playoffs and a road to an AFC South championship, believe it or not. Now, Houston Texans have Nico Collins coming back, and maybe they're going to look different going forward. They've hit a little bit of a lull. Who are they? What are they? I think there's some people questioning it. We are a team now that has gone back to our number 4 overall pick from a year ago, Anthony Richardson. AJ, your first reaction whenever you hear that?
Well, you left part of the tweet out. Didn't it say for the rest of the season? Like, that's a big thing, isn't it? Saying he's in for the rest of the season?
That is a huge deal because Joe Flacco was the starter for the foreseeable future until he wasn't. And then now AR is the quarterback of the team. And there's a lot of Colts fans, that have been mad at me calling out what AR did. Now, I don't think those people understand ball or they understand the quarterback position as a whole. Whenever I say, can't be doing that as our quarterback, especially as a 22-year-old, and we're building this entire thing up around you. But I think there's a chance he did learn about how he has to operate a little bit differently. Anytime you're publicly scrutinized by everybody, I wasn't the only one, obviously. There's a lot of people that have played football ever in their life that have said he can't do that. That can change some people. He's young enough to change. He's obviously incredibly dynamic whenever he's on a football field. Maybe the Colts go on a run here with this change, and maybe Shane Steichen was able to write the course of the culture behind closed doors over the past few days.
Yeah, I mean, he probably doesn't need to have any, huge wholesale changes. That's the thing that could have happened. Being taken out of the lineup, not playing when you're actually healthy and you can go. It could wake you up. It could scare some people and realize, hey, this can be taken away from me pretty quickly when I'm still healthy and can feel pretty good. So, yeah, maybe it will wake them up a little bit. Maybe wake the rest of the team up. If they come out and get out to a fast start, and honestly, I think the rest of the team could feed off of that as well.
Jets defense, since Coach Brick has taken over, since Robert Saleh has been fired, has been much worse than they were at the beginning of the season. Obviously, it's top five defense is what everybody has said about this Jets team, which is why everybody was so excited about Aaron going there, because the last time Aaron had a top 5 defense, they won a Super Bowl. So you just figured that would be the case. Now, over the last few weeks, this Jets defense has not been that at all. So it's not a bad time to maybe get AR back in there. That Vikings defense was very good. Bills defense was very good against us. This Jets defense provides an opportunity maybe for AR to get hot, and then he's got the Lions. Which is obviously a buzzsaw. But if we're going to go anywhere we want to go, these are the teams we're going to have to win.
And I mean, it's not like they don't need to beat the Lions, but if he plays well in that game, or at least doesn't have one of these performances that he's had, because you're right. I mean, we saw what happened with the Jets last week with the Cardinals got on ahead early, and then it was over. I mean, there was no. So if they do have a fast start, and there's no question, he adds that element that Joe Flacco doesn't have. So if he goes out there, and I think you guys are right, the whole piece of gum thing. If you're that young, you could probably recognize pretty soon, I'm about to blow my chance here. I have a chance to
hopefully that happens.
Exactly. Well, I mean, we'll see, but I mean, I would imagine, it was probably a pretty big wake-up call. He doesn't want to be sitting on the bench and having the camera come to him constantly, and then he looks on Monday, and it's oh, great, they got me again, looking disinterested or whatever. Yeah, so huge opportunity.
And if this team wants to utilize me as the person to motivate you for calling you unprofessional and an embarrassment to the Colts, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with whatever motivates you. I don't care. I'm paying season ticket holder. I'd like to see you guys play good football. That'd be great. And meaningful football. You guys haven't had a fucking primetime game in years.
Got flexed out.
Jeez Louise.
You just got to see progress. That's the thing. You got to. We don't expect AR to be an All-Pro or a Pro Bowler right now. You got to see progress. I can only remember 2, and I played with both of them. Their rookie year, who I felt like they were ready to play immediately. Andrew Luck was one of them, and then Cam Newton was the other one. They were completely different quarterbacks, but they both played well on the college level, played a bunch of ball. They were different between the ears, though, and they were natural-born kind of leaders in their own right. So those are the things that Anthony Richardson, you want to see that progress. And the NFL is obviously the toughest place to do that. You learn those things on the high school level, on the collegiate level, and then in the NFL you're playing with a bunch of grown-ass men, and you are put up on that pedestal as the starting quarterback. So once again, he saw it from a different perspective for a couple games. Now he's back in there as his team again. And as a Colts fan, as a coach organization, this is the guy you want going forward to just continue to
be
get better
good.
and better. To be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't draft a guy top 5 to be, okay. And you talking about the Lions and, all these teams, any of these teams, we got to beat them if you want to go, you want to go. So it ain't duck and smoke on this level.
Yeah, the Vikings and the Bills certainly
great teams.
Boy, they showcase a little bit of a differentiator between them and us.
Yeah.
But that can change week to week. Jets, Lions, Patriots, and then Broncos, who by that point we don't. They're a good football.
Yeah, good defense. Good defense.
Now they're going to take 54 off the field goal block team, or the field goal team,
maybe,
which I assume he is happy about. There's no way that Alex Forsyth guy was enjoying being on the field goal team, being the one that. Hey, Cuse, you've been on a field goal team?
Yeah, that's literally the worst position on the field goal team, too. You get run over every single play.
Now, just like the quarterback has to have a different mindset.
But you got to stay low.
Yeah, agreed. But I'm going to get to that in a second. The quarterback has to have a different mindset than everybody else. You're the quarterback, bro. That's just the way it is. You're the 4th overall pick. They're not just drafting like linebacker, the 4th overall pick anymore. They're not drafting, a kicker or a punter or anybody else. They're drafting the future of the franchise. You are the future of the franchise. Act like it. Like that is the whole thing. For that particular position, you are in a position that you got to be a special person to play that particular role. And I think the Denver Broncos deserve to take a little bit of blame for having that guy out there in that particular spot for that particular kick.
It's the most thankless position on the field goal unit, right? Like it's one of those ones where you are literally getting 3 people running through you. Your whole job is to stay low, kind of like literally put your arms out and hopefully just hang on as long as you can, right? Like that's the description of the job, right? But when you stand up,
and
you fall real quick.
And he was on his heels too, so quick.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just like as soon as the ball was snapped, he was already on his ass. I think I could have maybe even
probably
given him like one of. And I'm saying like I'm weaker than Alex Forsyth. I'm not saying I could fight this guy. I'm just making a point that I am nowhere near Leo Chenal or anybody else that's going to be rushing it. And with the way his technique was, he looked like he could have been just knocked over. Like what's the Huff and Puff straw house?
Three little pigs,
This guy's like a straw house,
Yeah.
basically at that position. They should have known that by putting him in there. Normally that's a little bigger body too, isn't it?
Well, it's always alignment, right? Like it's always alignment, but the big thing is like it doesn't matter how big you are. It's all about leverage. Everything in football is leverage. So all he has to do is get both feet in the ground quick, head down, literally get your head down, like put it down so you're underneath the defenders, and then literally just put arms out as wide as you can and hang on, and the ball will get away.
Important spot there, though.
It is.
And I think we're all learning
You can put
about
D lineman there. You can put D lineman there as well.
On the other side, there's.
What's that?
On the other side, in the video, on the other side of the line is a D lineman. But to your point too about like the Broncos, having to take a little bit of credit for the fault, whatever the hell you want to say. We watched earlier weeks where the same thing was happening, just they weren't game-winning kicks, but he was getting kind of just like
at some point they should have seen that.
Yeah,
like in the meeting, they're seeing everybody's seeing that. Everybody is seeing like, is this the right guy to be our field end? Is this?
Yeah.
Is this the best we got? Maybe Alex just pissed everybody off over there. Maybe they're like, fucking Forsyth, send his ass out there. And then all of a sudden, Leo Chenal is able to keep his feet. Boom. Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, is a guy who's no stranger to blocking kicks, giving maximum effort, and also finding the fish on the offensive line.
Yep.
He's one of the greatest fishermen of all time whenever it comes to that. Ladies and gentlemen, Ring of Honor member for the Houston Texans. First ballot Hall of Famer around the corner. Ladies and gentlemen, J.J. Watt.
Yay!
JJ, that block, obviously you are no stranger to blocking kicks. You have done a few in your day. Finding the person to attack is a big part of blocking kicks. And then what is your takeaway from this particular block, JJ?
Man, I mean, this guy's getting roasted all week. I feel bad for him.
Me too.
I do feel bad for him.
Too,
it's a shitty job to start with. And then the only time you ever get recognized on is when you do it poorly. And he obviously did it poorly and paid for it. And now I don't think he ever expected his name to be mentioned this many times on ESPN in probably his life, if we're being honest. So not ideal. But I give all credit to Leo Chenal for driving his feet through it. Because a lot of times, even when that guy falls down quickly like that, the whole point of it is you drag people down with you, you fall, like you get tripped up, you can't quite get there. But he kept driving his feet, and that last little push with that last foot is what propelled him to it. But they had 3 or 4 guys that were going to block that. It was pretty wild.
Hey, we're
But I
gonna.
said it on Sunday, and something that you guys know well, like the Broncos are sitting on that sideline like, we did it. We did it. This is great. We're going to go. This flight home is going to be awesome. We're going to have maybe a victory Monday. This is great. We're going to go into another week with a high. And the Chiefs are over like, damn, 8-1. Could have been 9-0. Gosh, but it's okay. We'll be all right. We'll bounce back. And then you just
Patrick's
totally different story.
sprinting across the field.
Mm-hmm.
Holy hell, we just stole one. Wow, we stole one. What a play. We're going to call you back. Our audio connection with you isn't as good as it normally is. It's on us, not on you, Jage. That's a valid point. And I think we talked about it. Old buddy keeping his feet, Age. Like, that is an easy way to trip up there. But not only keeping his feet, like finding enough.
Yeah.
Usually those guys are getting knocked over all the time, but we know, like, you got to die slow, as we say. You're trying to fall down slow and trip people up as you go. So, yeah, the fact that Chenal was able to get a foot in the ground, like JJ said, to propel himself, that's what's most impressive. Usually, like, you're stepping all over legs and arms, and you don't really get to jump into it like that.
They're making compilations all around the internet of 54 and how how he's been at this particular role.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how many people who are watching those videos are saying he is going to fall. I mean, that is like
part of the gig.
That is, so I think a lot of people are saying, like, oh, look at him getting his ass beat. He's falling. It's like, that is.
Just got to fall a little slower.
Yeah, you can't just.
It's every play you're falling.
You can't just get blown out. Like, that is the. You got to at least try to stop somebody.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, you got to put up a little bit of a fight, a little bit of a barricade. Joining us again, ladies and gentlemen, JJ Watt.
Baby JJ.
I'm back. I was trying a new mic. I was trying to get a good mic. I was trying to, like, be professional and everything, and clearly didn't work. So
there's a setting on there, I bet, like that you didn't think it even existed. It's probably in some file settings, audio.
The sad part is I tried that. I downloaded the full-blown app on my computer screen. I messed with the gain. I messed with everything. And I still couldn't get it. Pretty disappointed.
No, now you're going to have to pay somebody to come in, and they're the same people that told you going from a one-on-one interview to a one-on-5 interview is going to take 2 hours. So good luck. It'll be fun.
Got this, Jage.
It'll be fun.
Yeah, but guys, I heard this stat. Connor, maybe you could prove to me. Something about the Lions with when Jared Goff throws 5 picks.
Oh, no.
You son of a bitch.
You had the numbers.
You mother.
Okay,
you
Jage.
son of a bitch.
Connor, we all.
Yeah, look, okay, there's a new Barry McCockner in his, I don't know what his full name is. Yeah, Mr. Civ. He got me. And to be completely clear, this son of a bitch has like 40,000 followers. So it wasn't as if it was just some random schlub. And he had a very, very well photoshopped from StatMuse underneath that tweet about him being 6-0. It is not true. I guess Jared Goff is 1-1. You got to look out for the son of a bitch, Mr. Civ. He's good at what he does. He is on his way to being McCockner 2.0. I got a lot of respect for him. Granted, he kept me up till like 2 a.m. pissed off at myself last night for getting me. But look, hats off to the guy. That's a great Photoshop. That's a great stat because Goof has done
kind of believable.
He's done a lot of shit like that. So if you told me that Jared Goff had that type of stat line, I'd say, you know what, the son of a bitch is probably right. He probably did do that, but he didn't. He's 1-1 in games where he's throwing 4+ picks. Okay?
Well, and I found it, as he was saying, it's 7 games. This guy's throwing 4 picks. That's a lot of. That's 28 interceptions.
But
in 7. But then you start thinking to yourself, as it's all happening in real time, and Aaron Rodgers is stating it. So I'm like, yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe he did. That's wild stat. That is a wild stat.
Community notes.
Bench him.
Yeah, well, community notes, I guess, is more, and I like the way he tweeted. This is how easy it is to spread fake information. It's like, you're in the football world. You got a lot of followers. Good at it on the entire thing. And community notes, I guess, just isn't trying to catch up with McCockner 2.0.
It is community noted now as of this morning.
Okay, we need that.
Thanks,
we need that. Thanks, Jage. I hope you're happy.
Bitch.
I hope you're happy, Jage. Let's talk.
Yeah, I was just curious. I just wanted to know if it was true or not. You know, I hadn't seen it, and I was just curious if it was true. And it was nice to have backup from Connor. I figured he's the guy to go to.
I know, exactly.
Aaron tossed it out there as like, is this true? And then it was just a hard, yep, that's true.
Yep.
And that's not good. We got to get better. But now this Civ is on our radar. Okay, the Civ is on our radar. I can't take
that's
anything.
a one-time shot. He took his shot. Yeah.
And it worked. I mean, it worked.
He actually said, "Stay tuned. I got some good stats for this upcoming Sunday."
Okay, Civ, we know you're a McCockner now, which we did not know, and that's good. Hey, congrats, Civ. That's on us, though. We need to be a little bit more attention to detail. Obviously, we don't like giving out any misinformation, but let's talk about a 5-interception game. One of them being on a Hail Mary at the end of the half, and then them winning. How do you feel about the Lions? And then obviously, massive game for them this weekend. What are your thoughts on the Detroit Lions? They're winning when they're not supposed to. That's a dangerous team.
Oh, they're a very dangerous team. There's no denying it, especially in a game like that where you look at the first half and nothing is going their way, and you're like, oh, this one's just kind of out of it. But you're never out of it when Dan Campbell's your coach and they handle things the way they do. Obviously, from my side and the Texans side, it's very difficult. I had a stat that I had to personally look up to make sure that I was right on. But the Texans have not scored a second-half touchdown 5 of the last 6 games. That is a problem. And when you have a team like Detroit on the ropes like that, up 23-7 in the third quarter, you have to close them out. You have to find a way. And it was a crazy game. Like, it was, you could say it was a sloppy game in that there's so many interceptions. Obviously, it was all back and forth, but it was a very fun game to watch as a Texans fan, not at the end, but a very fun game to watch the back and forth.
Yeah, and the Lions and Jared Goff, the way they handled it afterwards, like Goff still spoke to the team in the locker room. It wasn't like he was embarrassed of his performance. It was like, hey, we move on. We got the win. They have the right mindset. They seem to be a mature team. Now, speaking of mature teams, C.J. Stroud's in his second year. You got some young weapons down there in Houston. A loss like that can cause maybe some concern going forward. D-Butt has a question about your concern going forward.
Yeah, tough loss at home in prime time. Now, I didn't hear this myself or hear directly from a player, should I say. I'm going to ask you. Heard of Texas had a players-only meeting, dreaded players-only meeting. Now, they are sitting on top of the AFC South, but what's your level of concern with that going forward?
Oh, no.
It's a great thing, right? I have heard that there was a long players-only meeting. I am on record in the past discussing players-only meetings and what those generally mean for an organization. When I saw the first half on Sunday, I was very close to tweeting out, maybe it's the first players-only meeting in history that was productive and positive and worked. And then the second half happened. So I'm hoping that something more positive comes out. Maybe it needed to be longer. Maybe they needed double the length of players only.
Wasn't it they were saying 2 hours?
Multiple hours.
Jeez.
I did hear 2 hours. I have no direct sources, but I did hear 2 hours. That is an extensive.
Are you doing for 2 hours?
That's wow.
Everybody on the team got 10 minutes? All right, everybody in here gets 10 minutes. Kaimi, you're first. Fairbairn, what are your thoughts? I missed the 58-yarder. It's the first 50-yarder that I've ever missed, seemingly this year, and we got to be better attention. Okay, long snapper, Wiggs, get up there, pal. What do you got? Okay, CJ, Will, Nico. Is it everybody talking? Is there a presentation?
It's a long meeting, man. It's a long meeting. I don't know what. That's just a long meeting in general. 2 hours. It doesn't matter if it's the head coach running it, if it's the players running it. That's a long time to be in that meeting room.
I hope there was a presentation.
Plays, something.
Yeah,
plays.
I hope there was maybe some pictures.
Presentation.
Jage, can you tell people that have never been a part of a players only meeting, how do they usually go? Like, what's usually the vibe? How do you, when you walk in the room?
Yeah. Most players only meetings are, I'm biased here, so I can't. I choose to believe that this one is different than a lot of the ones.
Of course,
they're a team that's
just
considered to be a Super Bowl contender
in general.
So, other ones, there is a lot of there's one guy up there that's like, "Hey guys, I'm going to take control of this. We're going to get this under control right away." And there's a lot of people in the room rolling their eyes, laying back in their seats, kind of waiting. And then there's definitely one guy speaking that should not be speaking in front of the team ever.
Every time,
for sure. And he's going to try and rally the troops and really give his go of it, what he's seeing from the sidelines that he thinks the team needs to work on.
Nice.
And that guy's always a fucking idiot.
Yes, yep, always. That is true. Yeah, every team has that too, yeah.
And then somebody tries to bring it back around, and they're like, all right, so we're going to take away from this is that we all need to come in a little earlier. We all need to stay a little later. We all need to really give it a good go this week. As the Jets say, 3 good weeks of practice. We need that, and then we're going to be good. And it just ends, and everybody leaves and immediately starts talking to their close clique of friends like, God, that was fucking dumb.
Talking shit about everybody's speech.
Like, can you believe what's his nuts got up there and said, like, he played one snap one time, and he thinks he can tell us how to play? Like,
man, I have never heard anybody say that they like the players only meeting. But this next younger generation takes a little bit more ownership of shit, right?
Yeah.
They
What? Some of them.
I don't know.
They're entrepreneurial.
Yeah, Patriots are 2-0 since their players only meeting.
So this younger generation might be different, you know, because maybe they feel as if they can say stuff to each other that maybe coaches feel like they can't say to this generation.
Sure.
You know, so maybe this batch of Utes, okay, in the NFL right now are the proper group for a players only meeting because maybe they do need it. Maybe that is, but everyone I've been a part of, man, it turns into a comedy show.
the Patriots could be a little case study on it because their coach called them out publicly, which generally doesn't work for the most part. He called them soft publicly. That turned out to work well for them. They're 2-0 since a players-only meeting. Maybe they got something going there.
Oh,
young team.
That's a good point.
Gotta know your team. Players-only meetings are tough, but I think like unit meetings or like position groups, if like you have like a little
necessity.
Because we watch the most film together. We spend the most time together. We're the most, and like Big Mike, conflict is good sometimes. So hey, like lock in, bro. Like we see you in meetings. You're over here. You know, you half-ass in walkthroughs, and then when your numbers call, you up there and you fucking up all of us now. You know what I mean? So those meetings I think can be productive. It just gets tough when you're in the offense, defense, special teams, and then everybody feels like they have to just say something because they're in there. So, but you got to know your team. You got to know your units. Got to know your teammates. But yeah, it's players only meetings.
Yeah, they're all tough. I think we all think, but maybe this generation is different. You know, maybe they 2 hours in there is a long time.
Crazy. Long time.
That's a long. I think that's a good thing, not a bad thing.
No, D-But's right though. It needs to be like organic though. Like you can't when you call a meeting time and then you have one guy who's a vet who hey, everybody in here, we're having a players only meeting today. Like that's just never good. But in a position group, if you're watching practice or something, and you see a guy that's been a turd for weeks and weeks, and a vet calls him out in front of the rest of that group, I think that can have very positive outcomes.
So Paul Gallant says, Z just pulled up this tweet. The Texans had a players-only meeting last Monday. Per John Alexander, they told us they had another one after Sunday night's L, and Jimmy Ward hinted there could be a third players-only meeting in the coming days.
My God.
Paul Gallant said a little concerning note. Maybe they're just adding a meeting to the schedule each week. It's like we're going to talk to each other. That is what we're going to do.
Just hang out.
Now,
Sounds terrible.
Jage, that's the Houston Texans, brother, which leads me to this. Colts. Everything's still out there.
Doors open.
Everything.
Oh, no.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go. We need.
No, I came into this show thinking we're not going to talk about the 4-6 Colts today, are we?
4-6.
We can't talk about that.
No players only meetings. Which part of the problem actually? I don't know. I don't know how to handle this situation, but AFC South is wide open, Jage. It is, and it is, Jage. You guys got a third players only meeting in 4 days. I think
we're about to have more meetings than you guys have wins. So calm down.
Okay,
we're on our way.
We'll see.
On our way.
You know Anthony Richardson? You know who that is?
You guys just flipping a coin up there to decide who's going to play quarterback on the week, or what's going on?
Don't you question how we're doing things here in Indianapolis? Of course, it all seems very amateur, but it's not. Okay. It's all for a plan. Shane Steichen didn't want AR, especially after the tap-out situation with Hal Laddick publicly, to take on a Brian Flores defense.
Come on.
And then the Buffalo Bills defense, no way. He was trying to save this guy's confidence and also have a moment where AR can step back, take a breather, and then also say, okay, maybe I do got to move a little bit differently here. Maybe I am a professional quarterback. And that can happen in 2-3 weeks. Of course it can. So whenever you're talking about players-only meetings, a player had an only meeting with himself, and that was Anthony Richardson, and now everything's about to change. And good luck, Houston. Good luck with those meetings.
I like it. No, I like it. I want to see what the guy's got. Like, let him play through it. Let him get through it. Hopefully he plays super free now because, like, he knows this is his chance to shine. He knows this is his chance to win this job for good and to be the guy of the future. So I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm hoping that he lets it completely loose and just plays free. I've seen the stuff coming out this week that, like, everybody's talking about the professionalism questions and things like that. No, none of those are founded, unfounded, whatever. But my question in that scenario would be, Do you not know any of that throughout the draft process? If you're the general manager, if you're the front office, if you're picking somebody at number 4 overall, in my personal opinion, you should have done every single bit of research to know inside and out if that's your guy to lead your entire organization for the future. So if there are those issues, which again, I don't know if there are or not, but to me, that speaks more to the evaluation process than it does to the actual player.
Okay, and let's say this. Last year, him getting injured early and then not being in the building, there's a lot, that potentially gets missed out upon. So we're going through a lot of rookie stuff still. In this particular, his talent level is through the roof. So if we can get, everything else, you're talking about one of the most dynamic leaders in the NFL. If he can become that, hopefully that is the case. We're certainly wishing for that if we're season ticket holders for the Indianapolis Colts.
Mm-hmm.
And a constant optimist, with the Colts.
Yeah, you felt good at halftime.
Ooh, who's that?
Alumni, too.
I have been.
Mm-hmm.
It's gotten.
You have not been a constant optimist.
Last week and a half, maybe differently, but you go check the tape, brother.
Mm-hmm.
When I heard they're not working hard, then it's like, what are we?
Bad news.
We're not working hard? What is that even?
I did like when, who was it that said to Kenny Moore, stand by your comments. Do you believe in them? Like, stand by them? Because that is a big thing with these players-only meetings or whether it's calling out or whatever it is. If you have the stance and you stand by it and you do hold people to that, it's very different than a one-time call out and then kind of back it down or act like you never said it. Like if you truly believe it and you stand by that throughout the day, throughout the week, and you hold people to that standard, that's a very different thing than saying something one time and not backing it up.
Defense coordinator Gus Bradley told him to stand by his words, and I think it's because Gus Bradley's like, please, we need somebody.
Robert Mathis too. I saw.
What'd he say?
He said pretty much the same thing. Like, say what you said. If you're a leader and everybody likes you, you're probably not doing it right. So, stand on that.
Yeah, and then Quentin Nelson comes out and kind of backs him up. And Quentin Nelson, I think, like quiet, not necessarily like a vocal. He's a guard, and it's a corner. Not normally the two guys are being tasked with like taking control and speaking of the entire team. There, let's go, Colts. You hear what's going on in Houston? Okay, we don't know what's that? What's that, Jage? I'm just telling you what I'm reading and seeing. Yeah. Paul Gallant's wondering the same things a lot of people are. Not me. Obviously, I believe in CJ. But there's a situation on the sideline that makes people wonder some stuff. Go ahead, Con Man.
Yeah, JJ. Debo and Tabor Pepper got into quite the little tizzy on the sideline for the night. Tabor Pepper got into quite a little tizzy on the sideline this weekend. Jake Moody missed a few kicks, and Debo said, "I'm going to choke you, bitch," and kind of hit Moody on the way out as well. What'd you think about this? And I believe Shanahan came out too and said, like, hey, if Debo is going to hold him accountable, Jake Moody he's talking about, then you got to let him do that, especially as a captain that Debo is.
Yeah, no, I mean, I have not seen the throat grab of your own teammate in a while, possibly trying to remember the last time I've seen it in general. I got nothing off the top of my head, but wildly entertaining. I specifically remember when it happened. We were in the studio and I was like, hang on a second. Was that his own teammate that he just grabbed his throat? So it was, I don't mind holding your own guys accountable. I do think that kickers have an insanely tough job, and it is extremely clear if they accomplished or did not accomplish their job. So I don't think they necessarily need too many other people to be like, hey, man, do your job. Like, theirs is clear. Like, if I don't do my job on a play, you might know it, you might not, until you go back and watch the film later. Kicker is nuts and bolts. Like, you either put it through the uprights or you didn't, and nobody knows more than that guy that he just missed it. So I don't know what necessarily you're going to say in that moment. You could tell me better, Pat. What could somebody say to you to be like, oh, you're right, I should be putting it through the pipes?
So I've been in this type of situation before, and not where I got my throat grabbed, obviously, but I was cropping a day, I was hitting shanks, and it was close game. So I think Peyton actually came up to me and was like, hey, we need one, bub. Like that was like, and I'm the punter, Peyton's quarterback. So like, if I had any smart ass in me or whatever, I'd just go, we'll get a first down. Like, but I obviously did not say that. It's Peyton Manning. But Peyton and I had a relationship. Like Peyton and I were like boys. Yeah. So like when Peyton would come over and say it, it's like, yeah. Robert Mathis has come up to me before when something happens. He says something to me. And as a punter, I have felt okay going up to guys on the sideline and being like, hey, all good. Need one. Let's move. Like, I think it all is kind of a tell of your relationship with.
But does that to you, like if Peyton comes up to you and says like, hey, Pat, we need one here. Are you like, oh, okay, I'm going to punt this completely differently. Shoot, Peyton just told me something.
No.
Or are you like, well, no shit, I'm trying, bud.
No, I don't take it that way. I think like if you have a relationship with somebody, like I think this is like a more telling of the relationship within the locker room. Because I forget somebody texted me, old teammate of mine, and said like something. I forget who it was. Might have been Denzel. I forget who it was. Somebody said, couldn't imagine somebody grabbing you or Vinatieri by the neck on the sideline. It was like, well, that would never happen because our relationship with the locker room. You know, like there would never be a situation where if Debo came over to Moody, Debo on the team.
Yeah.
Okay, Debo very high on the back. Debo comes over and says like to Vinny, lock in. Like Vinny's not going to get offended by that. Like Vinny's going to be like, yeah, I like just kind of take it for what it is. And then long snapper is not going to say, you know what, Debo Samuel, don't you do that. Like that's not going to happen. I think it's more so of like the kid. You know what I mean? Like I think
that's why like it was a yell back, not like, I mean, most of the people, if somebody grabs your throat, that's not going to end without more physical altercation. But I think knowing that your position on the squad and Debo's position on the squad, that's why it didn't get past. He kind of had to fake hold me back from like the
reality.
Let me get him. Yeah, like hang on, Debo. If they're cutting somebody here, I can promise you, it's not the guy that scores all touchdowns.
Yeah, and you know, he had a rough week, Pepper.
Yes,
he had a very rough week with everything that happened, and we obviously understand that. But like, you know, I think that was more telling of the relationship, more so than anything, and also the reality of the totem pole of this entire situation.
I mean, Shanahan saying that too after. Like, hey, if Debo is going to tell him lock in, like, I think Pepper's overreacting a little bit.
Yeah. Hey, it's there's a lot of use. There's a lot of use.
Not a lot of that guy.
They them.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it when the guy that got his throat grabbed, the coach is like, "Hey, no, you overreacted."
Well, and Moody,
you were in the wrong. Crazy.
I just assume Moody gets. I've met Moody. Moody seems like a really cool dude, chill dude, and he knows he's obviously not playing great. But like somebody coming over to him that he has respect for and his friends with saying like lock in. I don't think that like ruins his. You know what I mean? It's like
it's a young guy, right, Moody?
Yeah. Third year, second year, third year. But it's like
what works better for a specialist? Is it the guy coming over and saying like, "Hey, we need one here," or is it the hand around his shoulder like, "Hey, man, it's okay, you got this. Like, we're okay." I'm very curious because it's such a specialized position.
Yeah, and for me, I never was good enough to kick in the NFL. So, like, you know, making the field goal, I don't know if I'm necessarily the right guy to be like, you know, the mental side of this entire thing because that was actually not my MO in it all. But I know, like, Vinny, anytime he had a bad day, like, nobody was talking to him, but he's Adam Vinatieri, you know. But if somebody did come over to Vinny, it would always be like a nice reminder that he's the GOAT, you know. So, like, a young guy missing 3, I think he missed 3 kicks in one game that, like, could – and having an older guy come over and be like, hey, we need one. I didn't find it as disrespectful as Pepper would, but also it's like, I don't think it would ever happen just because of the relationship in a locker.
It's like telling a receiver to catch the ball, though. It's like a bad coach yelling, catch the ball. Like, okay, cool. I was trying to drop this thing, bud. Like, yeah, what is the best way to go about it?
Yeah, or what if a guy has like 5 drops? Somebody on the team is going to say, hey, can't happen. Like, you would assume some teammate is going to say that. So,
like, what did they say to Goff? Like 5 picks. Like, what did somebody come up to Goff and be like, "Hey, we are wearing white." Hey, that was one that Coach Kolar used to use all the time, and he always told me about it with Peyton. Like, he's a D-line coach that I had, and he went to Denver, and he was the only one never scared to say anything to Peyton. So Peyton would be coming out to be like, "Hey, Peyton. Orange jersey, buddy. Orange jersey."
You can see how that pissed somebody off. There's what movie is it where they go just a bit outside or something like that?
Major League.
Bob Uecker.
Okay, so miss a field goal. We had a coach at West Virginia where he would scream that across if I missed one in practice or whatever, and I have never just hated a human. Yeah, no shit. Okay, we all saw it, but then like after like a couple weeks of it, it's like he's letting me know he's paying attention. Obviously, he's paying attention to what's going on, and that I'm better than it. It's like how you have to like think about it and frame it. But I think within a team, there's always going to be some shit talking. Like I think there's always going to be that.
MCDC actually went up to Goff and said, like, hey, you're 6-0 in games you throw 4+ picks.
Siv told me. Siv told me. Or you just
remember that. We all remember that famous clip with Saturday and Peyton on the sideline. Like Peyton talking to him and Saturday, hey, I know what I'm doing. I'm doing my job. You do this. And then Peyton's like, hey, you do it. If I call this, we do this. So though conflict, once again, is good. And if you respect the teammate, if you know that player, especially on game days, is putting in that work throughout the week, especially if it's a vet or that, center quarterback, like whatever, you're going to respect that. Like AJ said, you're not trying to drop a ball. You're not trying to miss a block. You're not trying to miss a kick. So I think it was a little bit of overreaction by old table.
I'm not saying there's like hundreds of long snappers out there that could do an NFL snapper's job. Not easy. Laces, can't miss, you're gone. But there is a much larger group of people that could do that guy's job than there is that could do Debo's anything. So that is the reality of the situation as well. And in the moment, you got to realize that their tempers flared. They'll keep it moving, though. But that big group, they can do that job right there. There's only one, me, and it is him.
Yeah.
Debo Samuel.
He is him.
Yeah. So, all right, we'll continue to move along, but I didn't like that specialists were getting into it with teammates on the sideline because that made me think like teammates don't have a relationship with specialists. Specialists need to be, listen.
Yeah.
One of the
specialists are glue guys, man.
Good energy.
Specialists especially the long snapper and the punter. The kickers can be too, but I feel like the punter, like Shane Leckler, is literally one of my favorite humans ever.
All time.
And he is just the best glue guy. He'll be around the entire locker room talking to any player at any time about anything, no matter where they're from, he's the best. I love those guys.
With a massive chaw in. Just like the biggest dog. Yeah. Him and Seabass came up to me in warm-ups whenever we were playing the Raiders, and they might have just had 110 between both of them.
Yeah.
And they were asking me what the hell I was doing. I was still punting balls, and they were like, why are you still punting? Like I was like, I still got to figure out, because you already hit but stop punting. You're wasting your time right now. And then obviously right there. And then Seabass thanked me for getting arrested for public intoxication because I was now the drunk kicker as opposed to him. And then we had a full conversation about the program and how to get around it. He told me, go on cruise. And what are you going to do? Test you on cruise? Go on cruise. Thank you. So another one. And then Shane walked away with like, you're good, dude. Don't ever forget it. And like walked away. And I was like, mind blown. I'm like, I hope I get to that point of life sometime. Because right now I am about to shit my pants because I'm about to shank 4. Shane was like coolest dude. I couldn't even imagine being his teammate. They need to put his ass in the Hall of Fame. He needs to go.
Hall of Fame. Dog. How is he not in the Hall of Fame? He needs to be in the Hall of Fame. I'll do whatever it takes. Shane Leckler should be in the Hall of Fame.
Agreed. First guy that I experienced that also had like beer for the trip home for the other specialists. Like, hey, whenever you're heading out of here, here's a case of beer for you guys. Here's some food for you guys from here. It's like, this guy's the coolest guy of all time. And then now he's just either pitching fast pitch softball to his daughters, or he's out in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico fishing for whatever the hell he's fishing. He's got big.
That's
sweet.
What is he fishing for? What is it?
That's it. I have no idea. He's like, come on out, man. I'm like, you're out there. He goes out there.
Wait, with big poles. We're talking big fishing poles. Like I've FaceTimed him at the time, and he's wide open on this thing. Head now, buddy. Something like that, with obviously
massive
just a huge, I couldn't even, just a huge thing. And then he's got like 4 fishing poles out the back. Massive. I'm like, what are you? And obviously we lose service. What is he going to catch out there? Is he? I don't know. Is it a whale? What? I've never.
Something. He'll go out there for like a few hours at a time, sometimes a few days, and you're like, "Hey, man, you're out there solo. Like, is everything connected up top? Are you good to go? Because you're by yourself, man.
Way out there."
And he shows up. He comes back rolling in with a Miller Lite a couple days later, and there he is. So.
Would love to see Shane have to swim that back.
Oh, he'd do it. Yeah.
Be nuts.
One year, it was like year 18 for him, and they asked him to do the conditioning test, and he had never done one in his entire career, and he was like. No, it was like the coach was like, no, everybody does it. Literally everybody does it. And so him and Will Fork looked at each other like, he doesn't mean everybody, right? And it was everybody. And this is 2 days before the test, so not like he could train or anything. So he had to do 16 half gassers for the test. And I had to be as close to dying as he has ever been in his life.
Jeez. How about Will Fork? How'd Vince do?
Probably the same. They both made it. It was one of those generous calls where it was like, 17, 18,
90. Just in time.
Yeah, good job. Everybody made it.
I'll tell you what. Was that when you thought about fighting the coach there? Is that when that whole thing started?
Yeah.
Is that
It was a similar time frame. I think it's fuzzy memory, but it was a similar time frame.
Yeah, I mean, Shane Leckler probably thought that a few times. What a we.
What's the hardest conditioning test you ever had?
College was stupid.
Everybody.
College was stupid. We had the 110s, obviously, 110s with the fifths and the 40s, and then what was the shuttle one? I got introduced to that in Indianapolis.
300-yard
300 shuttles?
300-yard shuttle?
50-yard increment. Anytime you to stop, more times you got to stop and start, that's the worst. Like
cut it to 25.
Yeah, I could do 110s all day. That's easy, stride out, get out, stride. But anytime you got to touch and go back, 25, like anything touching going back is tough. So like 300-yard shuttle, 50-yard increment is tough.
Learned that one at Indianapolis. That was tough. I did not enjoy that one because you're right. Once the train gets rolling, let's go ahead and keep it going.
Mm-hmm.
Stop it coming back. And those yards add up.
Oh, yeah.
How far did I just run? 2.5 football fields? Holy shit. And you got 10 more? On whose watch?
Oh,
What
thanks.
are we preparing for? Is that what you guys did in Green Bay? Did you have a conditioning test?
Yeah, we did early on. In college, we ran 20 half gassers. It was a monster.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that was
College
always
is stupid.
Yeah, college was tough. We ran, I think, like 12 or 14 halves when we were first in Green Bay, and then it kind of changed up to more like position-specific stuff that was way better.
So the first regime, Bill Polian, Coach Caldwell, Peyton and them, we didn't have a conditioning test.
Sure.
Because it was a very veteran team. It was like...
Sounds like there's not one now either.
Oh, swing! Damn.
Swing.
There was off-season conditioning, and there was accountability, okay?
Yep.
But it was a very veteran crew, so everybody was like, hey, we're in shape. We're not wasting thousands of yards in sprints here before training camp even starts here. Everybody's expected to be in. But that team was literally together for like 12 years, seemingly at that point. So then when Chuck gets in and there's now conditioning tests, that was my first time since college having to do it. Watching some of these dudes not be in shape for the conditioning test was mind-blowing. Yeah. Mind-blowing. And they're like,
Is it not crazy?
Yeah.
That the day before you start training camp practice, you're like, all right, we're going to put you through the hardest thing you're going to do the entire year. And then tomorrow, let's go to practice. Like it's a nuts.
We had a rule. I think, where you weren't allowed to practice till you passed.
Couldn't practice till you passed. Same with Bill.
Oh, yeah.
In
Everywhere.
New England. Most places.
So this dude's running it every day. You think he's going to get better? No. He's never going to pass it. Day 4, I'm like, this guy's getting worse.
Then
right?
during practice, he's conditioning. Like during practice, he's like on the bike or some shit. Like, yeah.
This dude was a great special teamer. Great special teamer. I was paying attention closely to the entire situation. It was like, well, if he's not in shape, what else is, this is just like an indicator of everything else, Pat. I'm like, I know he doesn't care where the football is, and I know he will put his head down and run through absolutely anybody. So can we at least set this up for him to pass it at some point? I would like him to at least know where he's trying to go. Got to pass the test. It's like, did he get better today? No, he got slower today. Actually, failed it worse. It's like, yeah.
He's not going to pass it.
I assume that's going to happen.
Be a pro.
Be a pro.
Whatever you got to do to figure it out, you got to figure it out.
If you're a coach of a football team, NFL team, and you have split half young, half vets, okay, somehow, are you having conditioning tests before training camp, and how hard is it?
It wouldn't be too hard. I don't think conditioning. Most of them aren't that hard, especially in NFL. So I'm having a conditioning test. It's not like extremely difficult though. It's
just
probably,
a C.
Yeah, probably 12. 14 like 110s, something like that, just to show that you win, you can run, you win. And it's also to show the rest of the team that you're in shape. And then you don't want those assholes who run the first 8 at 60% and then the last 4 they're, but like, yeah, something that everybody can handle.
AQ, you're doing the same thing?
I would do enough to break a sweat, something that we did in the spring, probably like 2 sets of 8 50s. Something easy.
And then you guys are getting offensive linemen get a very easy time?
Yeah. Make it 10 seconds. Here we go.
We need to see it
We're
roll.
going to break a sweat.
50 yards in 10 seconds? Just take a leisurely stroll? What the hell?
I just want to get a sweat. That's it.
Jade, you're running a conditioning test. How hard is it going to be?
Mine would be purely to get a visual on who is not in shape so that I know I'm not going to ruin him in practice. Like, you do need to do something because you haven't seen these guys in 6 weeks. So I just got to see who I can't run into the ground. That's all.
AJ?
I would do something, but I'd have them split up with positions. Like, I'm not having D linemen run half gassers. They may do like 20-yard sprints and do 20 of them, something like that.
Steelers had Russ pushing the sled for theirs, and that's how the calf popped up. So, I mean.
That was by choice.
I mean, he's got to be ready for that, though.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Dangerous Wilson.
Just in case.
Yeah, you never know. You never know.
Never know when that sled push is going to come up.
Ty Schmidt has a question for you, Jage.
Jage, when you look at the current playoff picture for both the AFC and the NFC, obviously in the NFC, pretty competitive all the way 1 through 7. AFC a little bit more wide open. Are there any teams right now that are kind of on the outside looking in that you think could make a run, or are there any teams currently in that you think are going to ultimately kind of go on a little slump here and we're going to see someone else?
You know, Tampa's such an interesting team because, like, the beginning of the season, they started out winning games but not necessarily playing their best ball, especially on offense. I think it was like 24 points a game that they were averaging on offense. Now they're averaging, this last game wasn't their best, but they were averaging like 33 points a game. So you'd be like, oh, they're playing better. But their defense has just gone downhill ever since the start of the season. So Baker's been playing lights out ball most of the year. This last game wasn't his best game. But their record could be completely different right now if they had just played a little bit better defense for a little while. The thing about the AFC that I look at and is interesting to me is those top 6 teams are – yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, those top 6 teams are 94% or above locked into the playoffs. That's crazy. So that means we're basically all trying to fight for one spot here. And I've never seen this many teams with 1, 2% or less at this point in the season already. It feels like it's already shaking itself out pretty clearly.
And some of those 94% aren't actually 94%, you know? That's in a database and an algorithm, not in real life. Like Texans, 94.4%. Okay, then you got the Colts right there at 26.5%.
Sure.
But do they know that Anthony Richardson's starting this weekend?
I doubt it. I doubt it.
Do these stats know that the Indianapolis Colts are now a professional culture behind closed doors? No, they don't. So it's much more wide open than these numbers say. But, yeah, it does look like it is a one slot.
Are you just back on board now? Are you just fully back on board?
Buddy.
Like, has this just been a hop back on?
Until they –
Was it the tooth? Was it the tooth? Was that what the problem was? You were angry because your tooth hurt? So you're tough on the Colts, and now the tooth is out, you feel good? You're like, hey, I'm a Colt again.
I didn't think about that possibility.
I mean, halftime of Bills Colts, Pat looked at us and he was like, we're about to go on a run and win this shit. Talking about the Bills game.
Yeah, and we did not, but there was a couple plays there that really gave you some hope, which is kind of how it is. But whenever, as somebody that's been very lucky to be in a building that has gone to the Super Bowl and has earned a number 1 overall pick as well. There's some things that teams that suck do, and then there's some teams that win do. So whenever I hear some things that are happening with the suck teams, it's like, I get bummed out about it. But they can fix that, and we're all the way back.
That's right.
Speaking of, we'll
be
be
a
back.
friend, tell a friend. Appreciate you, ESPN. Thank you.
Be a friend, tell a friend what?
Yeah, tell
Appreciate you, ESPN.
I don't know. I just said what came to my head. I just said it. I know it's be a friend, tell a friend. What do you tell them? Something nice.
Oh, I missed it.
Forced it.
It was good though. It was really good. He missed the throw last week. You remember?
Yep.
Oh yeah. And then he stole yours.
I was so proud. I saw the
That's not how it
countdown.
works.
I did have a good one coming, but
Connor, you're on timeout. You don't even know the statistics of the NFL. So you're on timeout.
That's fair. You got me early.
Sieve.
You got me early.
Sieve.
Man enough to admit that.
To be clear though, you mentioned the stat earlier in the day in the Thunderdome. I think at one point.
Oh yeah.
There was a resounding.
Yeah, we had a
wow.
discussion.
Whoa, that's crazy.
So now, I did not. As it's happening in the moment.
Did I expect Rodgers to bring that stat up? No. But I was going to stand on a box for him, absolutely.
Hey, everybody says everything you says is not right. This one,
I'm with you.
Is right.
I'm with you.
Definitely. Yes. It was so emphatic and immediate, too. It wasn't like I'll double check it. It was, yep.
The Jets, though, don't look now.
That's another team with that percentage.
Did you hear what they did yesterday? Coach Brick, he
great practice.
They've been having good practices. He did a tackling presentation for the entire team at the morning team meeting, and they've been focusing on tackling. Now, the way I assumed this went was he said, I know we're all professionals. I know we've all played football a long time, but sometimes it's nice to be reminded on what we're looking to do fundamentally whenever we're tackling people. And then he goes through an entire thing. And then how is that received, do you think? You two, obviously, some of the greatest defensive football players that have ever played. We'll start with you, Jage. How do you think this goes over? Why do you think he felt the need to do this? And does this mean the Colts are definitely winning this weekend against the New York Football Jets?
For me, it depends on where the locker room is at right now. I mean, if there is still hope and belief in that locker room, you like this, because I think this is how you get better at football, by playing football, by tackling, by working on things, by actually going out there. You can't be buddy-buddying every single day, especially on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Those are the big days to get real, legitimate work done. And the fundamentals are clearly something that they've been struggling with a little bit. So if that locker room does believe in their future this season, they like this. If they have checked out and they've decided, it's not happening this year, we're not going, then you absolutely hate this, and guys are going to pout about it, and they're not going to be bought in. But AJ, are you accurate there, or are you completely different?
No, I think you're pretty accurate. I think it depends on how they feel about Brick. I think that's the biggest thing. Like, what's his relationship like with the team? And I'm biased because I know Brick, and I think he's an awesome coach. I think he's actually an old school tough guy, but with he's not scared to evolve and everything. So I'm sure the players that love him, which it sounds like he still has a team and they all still love him, like they're okay with it. They're not excited. You're probably not pumped about putting full pads on this late in the season, probably be tackling to the ground a little bit. But I would imagine if Brick put a tackling presentation on, it was actually pretty entertaining and actually pretty good. And it wasn't some just rinky-dink garbage intern thing that got thrown together.
Yeah, he didn't mail it in. Obviously, we know that isn't Coach Brick football. AQ is like looking in disgust. What is your problem?
Because I've been a part of this on the other side of the ball, and it's like we haven't run the ball well in the last 4 weeks, and it's like, we're going to put pads on. We're going to do 9-on-7 for 15 plays, and we go out and run for 32 yards. Like, putting the pads on Wednesday and Thursday it's not going to correlate to what happens on Sunday.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
How? What do you mean?
What is this guy even talking
This
about?
is all coach speak. It sounds great, but I've had terrible weeks of practice and went out and put 50 points up on offense, and I've had great weeks of practice and got shut out.
Oh, so nothing matters.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't.
So
I'm not saying.
Great. So I bought a lottery ticket and it hit. So
you sound like a middle school coach right now. Like, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, but
it sounds
coach
great?
Middle school football, JJ?
Does it help that?
So what do you want
to
do? What do you want to do? Just say, hey guys, no practice, no pads, no nothing.
I'm not saying
this week.
I'm not saying, but I'm just saying it's not gonna. This one day of putting the pads on and tackling to the ground isn't gonna make them tackle better on Sunday. I promise.
What?
So don't try. Don't try. Don't try and get better.
It has nothing to do with trying to get better. You can get better without pads on. You're gonna tell me you don't get better without pads on?
Because I think you get better.
You can work on your fundamentals.
I think you can work on a double team a whole lot better wearing pads, either in a pods or a 9-on-7 or a full team segment, than you do in spiders.
Shit!
And how do you tackle? How do you tackle if you don't have pads on? How you go all the way to the ground?
Yeah.
How you go all the way to the ground?
You think they're going to tackle all the way to the ground in week 12?
All the way to the ground.
Yeah.
Coach Brick.
I mean,
You think so?
in the meeting,
They are tackling all the way to the ground in the game, so they better do it somewhere.
That's right.
Yeah. How many times did you tackle all the way to the ground in a practice in the NFL,
Not
JJ?
many.
Yeah, there you go.
Not many.
There you go. And you made plenty of tackles.
Well,
You know who does a lot? The Steelers. They do it all the time.
Every week.
Practice?
Every week, brother.
Yes.
tackle to the ground.
To the ground.
In season?
shit.
Like after training camp?
I never heard of
yeah.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
That is awesome to think of. That's just expectation. Yeah. We got to learn how to get tackled too. We got to learn how to get tackled around here. I didn't know that.
what the hell?
It will make you better. Like, it definitely can help you. You definitely will become a better tackler, but like the risk reward. Like, how many guys will you lose from possibly doing that?
What are your thoughts on it all, D-Bud?
I mean, it's tough. Once again, you got to know your team, and him being, thrust into that interim spot. Tackling drills, you head coach up there, I'm just trying to visualize it. Week 11, you're showing you're probably up there tackling an intern or a quality control guy.
All right, stand over here. So, listen, I'm just reminding you of what you've already learned. And just sometimes it's nice to be refreshed a little bit. Sometimes it's nice to be refreshed a little bit. So we're gonna go boom. You see that? Head in the front, arm around, secure the tackle. We're not trying to get the ball every time.
But he seems like a guy that can relate to his guys. And there's some veteran guys in there, so it's about how they respond, how they go out and practice. Just like with Mayo and his young team. Like, they responded to him, calling him out in the public. Now, how do they respond to what's going on with their coach being hands-on and actually show them? Obviously, it comes down to the fundamentals. Tackling, blocking. It always comes down to those foundational things. I know Bill Belichick, we always opened up practice with open field tackling drills, not to the ground, but just closing ground, closing space, getting a good tag off or a thud. We don't tackle really as pros outside of Sundays, outside of Pittsburgh. Once again, I never heard of that. Maybe some short yardage goal line periods in training camp. But outside of that, you're tackling the best athletes in the world to the ground only on Sundays, so it is tough. I mean, but
it's a whole culture thing too, because when you show up to the building now on whatever they're doing it Wednesday or Thursday, when you show up to the building with a completely different mindset, knowing you're going full pads and tackling. So it does set a different tone in your building. You have to come in with a different mindset, which then speaks to the culture of the whole organization, and you hope that carries throughout game day, throughout the next weeks.
New CBA, only 14 full padded practices throughout the season. So I think that is to give some of these teams a break at the end of the year, because I think back in the day there was known coaches that were like, we're doing pads.
Mm-hmm. And it cuts off at a certain point. I don't know if it's week 11 or week 14, but I think it cuts off at a certain point where you can't.
We wore full pads.
You can't wear
Super Bowl.
What's that?
We wore full pads.
Playoffs it resets.
I think Colts did too when we were there.
I think playoffs reset.
I think Peyton wore pads
to throw every time.
I think.
Well, yeah,
a lot of quarterbacks do.
You can do 11 in the first 11 weeks, and then the final 6 weeks you can only do 3.
Oh, so you can choose any of those? Oh man, you're on your way out. No, it's your last year. Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
Last 3 weeks.
Yeah. Here we go.
All right, boys. We're going full pads. Yeah. Welcome to Thursday. And next Thursday, guess what? Welcome to Thunderdome yet again. And in my last week practicing here as a coach, Friday we're doing it. Closer to the game, less time for you guys to recover. It's been a fun little time, hasn't it? There's so many storylines.
AQ just hates it because then in pass rush one-on-ones, if there's no pads, you already know there's no bull rush. So
You're damn
just
right.
step back a little quicker, a little deeper.
Right.
So the speed, you just worry about the
we don't even
speed
do it.
rush, and you know we can't run through you.
No pads. Let's just get get-offs, boys, huh? Let's just do the get-offs. What do you think? One step and finish? All right, here we go.
Quick whistle.
Yeah, quick whistle.
I enjoy the thought that the old school mentality is they need more practice, more time on task, And it seems like how people spend their time, you still have the capability to get all the physicality in that you want. It's just how do you decide to spend your time? So it's like, I don't want to say the bitching, but is it misguided almost? Is there still enough time to get the fundamental work in while doing everything else? Some teams seemingly have it figured out. Some teams don't. I wonder how many more teams will be able to figure it out, or how many more teams are going to become just a dumpster fire.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Chiefs. We hear about Andy Reid, like how tough all of those practices are regardless. Like, it isn't at this point in the season, week 11, like, I get, they throwing the pads on it. Like, isn't it a little late to try to just, like, reset your culture?
How does Harbaugh do it, I wonder?
I mean,
he probably puts
he's
the
in
pads
pads
on.
every day.
Himself.
Did you see that mic'd up of him earlier?
With Herbert before the game?
Dude, before the game, during the game, there's a moment in the game where he comes up to Herbert and he goes, I just want to run it. And Herbert goes, me too. And then they go back to a group and he goes, act like you're drawing up a pass play. And then Herbert's like, well, I can go to the other side. And he goes, yes. Because there's people watching from the other side. And he goes, oh, do the other hand. And he goes, or this side. Yes.
Both sides.
Yes. And then both sides. Yeah. Like just in the middle of the game to have that interaction with Herbert. And then Herbert does what he does on the play. And he's like, beast, absolute beast. It's like Herbert has to watch all these things. I assume he's a little uncomfortable in different moments, in front of everybody, when the coach is just constantly.
Jim wants him to stop one of those times when he's running off after a touchdown. He's celebrating. Going crazy, looking at him. And then Herbert is awesome. He just goes right by him as he passes him in the back.
Yeah.
It's the best.
This guy's so funny.
Love that guy.
I'm just call you Beast.
You're right.
I'm just calling him Beast. I'm just calling, and told everybody, new nickname. And then he comes.
He was talking to the ref. He was telling the ref his nickname.
How about his hands?
Talking about his hands. This guy's hands.
You guys got it right on that one. When you're reffing this Justin Herbert, you need to talk about something that ain't from here. So let's do it a little differently. God, I love it. Good for the Chargers.
Dude, but that's the type of quirkiness and like the type of guy that as it goes and as you win, like you're just more and more into it. And you're like, yeah, we'll all high five the shit out of each other. Yeah, let's high five.
But his first ever high five, he was playing for the Ann Arbor Little Packers.
Yep.
I was 9 years old. I'll never forget it. I made my first tackle, and then I got my first high five. Whoa. Yeah, I mean, how about the invention of the high five? He told his recall in his story, and then him saying, guilty as charged. Everything goes back to football for me. It's just like this guy. He was supposed to be a football coach, and the Chargers have him.
Mm-hmm.
and he's in our Ring of Honor here in Indianapolis.
Yeah, what a miss. I love Coach Steichen, but man,
screwed that up.
Everybody needs to relax. We still got everything in front of us.
No, I know.
Yeah, you do. 26% chance.
That's
right?
the
Make a
interesting
play.
thing about
24.
Indianapolis also is everybody does seem to love Steichen. It doesn't seem like anybody has a real issue with him.
There's some Coach Stinking tweets that come in.
His time will come.
On Mondays. Everybody right now in Colts world is basically mad at me and front office.
Yeah, Ballard.
And front office.
Lombo's been killing Steichen quite a bit.
What's that all about?
It's
Well,
time.
he said, listen,
For
I
what?
think he's a terrific play caller. He's a fucking horrible head coach.
That's what Lombo said?
Yeah, he said it multiple times the last 2 weeks.
All right, can't wait to ask him about that tomorrow.
Like we're going through a similar thing in Houston right now. Like last year, Bobby Slowick, everybody is 100% on him, saying he should be assistant coach of the year. Saying we're so grateful and thankful that he's not getting he just decided not to do head coaching interviews everywhere else, and now everybody all of a sudden turns on him immediately halfway through his second year, and it's like, all right, like it's just crazy how fast we go from love to hate to love to hate.
Age, how many balls did that one fan tell Slowick to suck?
I believe 2, both of them.
Both balls, yeah.
Respectfully.
Of course.
Respectfully. That was
what a great tweet that was. That's what reminded me.
That had to be near the edge of like where you're going on television and where you're not. Like that had to be pushing the limits there.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
No?
I would like to let everybody know we really care and think about that. If we don't, like I don't.
I'd love to see that written up in a complaint.
I love
If
that.
someone
I
write,
love that
like, a written
plunger
up
talk
that.
and clogging toilets has just become part of the national conversation on a weekly basis now. That's great.
Coach Rizzi walking up to us. I'll actually tell you guys this. I wasn't going to unless we won, but as soon as my day started, I came into the Superdome. I love this place. Took a massive shit. I mean, big, stinky shit. And clogged toilet, actually, here in the Superdome. I thought, man, what a crappy start to a day. Is that the universe telling me it's going to be a crappy day? No, it's not. We won. And then I had a stroke afterwards. And then,
holy fuck.
I mean, I fucking love Darren Rizzi. I would like him to win. This is a football guy. Feels like his team is all in behind him and everything. But yeah, we did ask him if he rolled up his sleeves like you suggested to unclog it. We never got an answer from him. Never got an answer.
So you don't know what happened? He never said what he did?
Loomis,
he didn't do it.
I don't think we got. I don't think we got.
That's the head coach's office. So it's not like there's any question about who did it. There's one person that takes a dump in there. So that's just being left for the cleaning people. Even if, because there's no plunger. It's the Superdome. There's no plunger in there. Like, you got to feel bad walking away from that. You got to be like,
got a game.
Deal with this. I got to get out the warm-ups.
Do a little post. Sorry.
Yeah.
He could leave
Sorry
a note.
about it.
Do your job.
It was gumbo.
Was it cleaned up by the time he got back in from warm-ups?
For his
Or was it still there?
post warm-up dump, I don't know if he had clean waters. We don't know. We'll ask him next week after they win again.
Yeah.
I think that team's destined for greatness. And we appreciate his friendship. He's going to have to go back to the drawing board, I think, with the kickoff. That's for a conversation for another day.
Sure.
I think that kickoff's going to get changed again, I think. Just if you're reading tea leaves and listening to people talk a little bit. We just got touchbacks now.
What's going to change about it?
35?
I think they're going to have to punish the touchback a little bit more. Like, it was supposed to be 35 whenever it was pitched, and then somehow it got changed to 30, and then it just got okayed. And then some people that, understand how specialist teams, coaches think and how head coaches think and the risk-reward situation, the percentage of scoring from 25 to 30, not that. 25 to 35, though, you're giving up a full first down. You're basically that is a big jump. So those 5 yards, I think in the conversation, we're like, that's 15 feet. What do we even? It's 5. Nobody.
Kick it out.
It won't be a big deal. It's like, well, there's stats, there's a lot of things, and it's a full first down from what it was last year. Instead, it's just now it's 2nd and 5. So it's like the whole mindset behind it, I didn't think was fully appreciated, that the 35 was an actual punishment. And you could maybe get some returns in the entirety of it all. 30, not a big enough punishment, I don't think. No. And they took advantage of it. And now we just got weird-looking touchbacks, which, I don't know, somebody said that was probably, but it's just the way it goes. It's just the way it goes, JH. Hopefully they change it because we don't need to be taking away special teams, especially because we got blocks winning games.
And they give us great content on the sidelines. We can't lose that.
Amen.
That was Debo's content, I think, is how we would describe that.
Mm-hmm.
That's not specialist content.
Include
everybody needs an antagonist. Every hero needs an antagonist.
Well, how about this?
Not the Penguins.
Do you die a hero or do you live long enough to see yourself become the villain?
Heavy stuff.
That Joker movie, it sucked.
Yeah, worst movie of all time.
It was a musical. I heard it was a musical.
Joaquin Phoenix tried to tell us. He said that was the worst movie I've ever seen.
Oh, that's standing ovation.
Yeah, about his own movie.
They do like 12-minute standing O's over there.
Just for
It has to
fun.
be so uncomfortable. Is that like their workout for the day, you think?
Maybe.
Okay. Maybe they view it as like getting their steps in.
Over where?
Con.
At those film festivals.
Venice.
Cannes.
How do you even do it?
12 minutes. No way. 12 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
30
That's
minutes.
stupid.
I think
that's stupid.
Inglourious Bastards, when that came out, got like a 22-minute standing ovation.
How's that work?
What?
So every couple minutes you just find something new to re-energize your clapping?
They just love film over there, brother.
You got to remember everything you want to clap for, and then it's like a checklist.
Oh, so you're going.
Everybody's got to be
2 minutes
looking
for the
around.
intro.
Right.
Au revoir, Shoshana.
Now, I will say, as somebody that was part of a 2.5-minute standing ovation, it made sense. I thought that thing should have continued for another few minutes for Taylor. Yeah. Guillermo del Toro has held the untouchable record in 2006 of a 22-minute standing ovation with
Pan's Labyrinth. I just watched that, actually. It's freaky.
Pan's Labyrinth, obviously.
Dead serious.
That's
Good.
one of those movies that people talk about saying, we should watch that one.
Great movie.
What is all the awards?
It's crazy.
What's it about?
It's
I'm
about
sitting halfway through. Not halfway.
complimented.
I'm trying to get out. I'm trying to get out of the
Walking.
I'm sitting 3 minutes in.
I'm doing one of these.
Yeah.
Yeah! Yeah! Fuck yeah!
Exactly.
Boom. I mean, we just experienced one with Taylor Swift.
Yeah, that one does
2.5.
deserve a little bit.
How long's
of
the
an
one at
extended-
the end of the facility every day?
4 or
It's
5
not 22 minutes?
Hell yeah, man! We are still doing it.
Is there really Is there really one at the end?
Okay. I don't think there is, AJ. I think Gumpy was making that up like Civ did to Connor. But yeah, I'm getting out of that room as much as possible. But I'm showing more energy while I'm on my way out. So when people see me, they think, okay, he does have respect. He just has an active bladder.
Sure.
You know, so that's what I'm doing.
Is it like a Kim Jong-un thing where you have to clap or, you get blackballed?
They'll fucking boo, too, so.
Where,
Oh,
over
they
there?
will?
Oh, yeah.
Do they really?
Joker got a 12-minute. They said it's the worst movie of all time.
good for them.
No, but they'll boo. If it's shitty, they'll boo.
Probably boo good movies, probably.
Yeah, what is the longest boo?
I don't know.
Boo-hoo.
Remember Vinny Chase, Medellin, they booed him like crazy in Con.
That's
They
bullshit.
did.
Okay.
They
That's a
did.
passion project, too.
That's
Yeah.
bullshit, though.
It was. What a great show, man. What a freaking great show.
All right, let's get to a break. JJ, we appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, JJ Watt. Thank you, JJ. Thank you, JJ. 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 Keep showing JJ so he can notice that we're doing what we're doing here. JJ. Way to go, JJ. Hey, all right, JJ. You earned it, JJ. What a performance.
It's all good.
Wow. Way to go, James. Woo!
Come on, Nate.
Yeah, way to go. All the way in Hammer Downtown. Clap for you. Wow. This guy. Holy shit, what a show. Yeah.
What a Wednesday.
Wow, JJ. JJ Watt. JJ Watt. JJ Watt. JJ, wow, this guy, JJ's dad. JJ's dad. Thanks for with JJ's mom. JJ's mom. JJ's mom to create JJ Watt. JJ Watt, way to go, JJ. All right, how much time was that? Was that 1 minute right there?
Not even.
That was
Not even.
52
Oh
seconds.
my God. 22 of them?
Crazy.
22 more.
All right, see you, JJ. All right, you got enough. JJ Watt, thank you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, buddy.
Wow. Fuck that.
That was less than a minute.
Yeah.
We showed him no respect in the grand scheme of things.
Mm-hmm. Wow. But that's a good point. Like if Joker 2 got a 10-minute standing O or whatever,
Yeah.
and that's considered the worst movie of all time, but what are we talking about then?
Yeah, we're going to have to go over there and judge this for ourselves.
Yeah, show them the way.
How do you get tickets into these things? Can we buy tickets to this?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we buy up a whole row.
We should go to con.
Maybe we are the ones up in the front that set the tone.
There you go.
You know, I've been a part of a sit down in the front of a theater, and everybody else is doing a standing O. And you don't look back, and you don't know, and then, oh, shit. Oh, boy.
Stand up, stand up.
We got to get up quickly. We look real bad here, being the row that stops the standing O, because that thing's sometimes coming in from the back. But if you're up in the front, you can kind of lead that, do the...
I was first.
And we're down. And we're down now. Okay, that's good news. A lot of control up there.
I bet that happens at con, where people will sit down, no one else does. It's like, fuck.
We're back at it.
Stand back up.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the other side, we got Champion joining us.
Hell yeah.
Big announcement here in Indianapolis today. The Royal Rumble pre-sale is officially launched.
Hell yeah. Boom.
Get your tickets to the most electrifying event of the year for the WWE, happening right here in Indianapolis, Indiana, on Saturday, February 1st. To talk about that and more will be R2 on that particular graphic. Liv Morgan, the first ever Crown Jewel champion.
Hell yeah.
Unreal.
Got a ring.
Yeah. Let's go.
2-time tag team champion. Current champion, world champion. What will she be doing in Royal Rumble?
Wreaking havoc.
What are her thoughts on everything going on? We shall see. Ladies and gentlemen, be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change their life. Take 5!
Tonight is a night where everything's going to be remembered. Every play, every sweat, every fight.
Hop in the car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told her mom that I will soon. Know as a child back in the womb.
Hey, let's have a national championship Monday, huh? My name's Pat McAfee. I've started this show 2 different occasions already. This will be the 3rd. Wow. It's 2023. We eat adversity for lunch. There's just so many different forms of gummies coming in my mouth.
Boss man, can you do a kickflip?
100 for it? 100 for it?
Oh!
Come on, bro. That was awesome. Hey, this little teddy bear is cool. This will round sweet. All right, I feel pretty good for this ESPN party. Let's go have a blast in there. Boom. Need you to do a red carpet. I've never done a red carpet before.
I got to poop, sorry.
I don't know if now's the time.
We're invited to the ESPN party, and now we are all sitting on a red carpet. We had no idea this was coming, obviously. We thought we were just getting some free drinks.
A lot of people on the internet say I look tired. What's that all about? I'm a massive fan of Posner. He was getting motivational speeches in between songs. He was playing other people's songs. He was telling people to stay down. We're going to make a moment. Only on the count of 3, we're going to go crazy.
Oh, I know. Sad song. Sad song.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of these. Bring it up. Bring it up.
Who's up? What do you want?
What'd you do?
Gotta make it back again, baby. It's gotta last until 9 o'clock.
Happy birthday, sack of shit.
So fired up to be here.
Yeah.
I got a necktie and everything.
Holy shit. Tim Tebow's here. Oh my God.
Look at that cut.
The most handsome shot in our show's history. Nick Saban has been spotted at SoFi. Great work in the back, Foxy. The boys crushed it. Now we got game day, then the mega cast. Let's go. Hey, let's have a night. Obviously, the enemy of great is good. The enemy of a dynasty is winning one championship and letting it go. Fran, you're obviously going to Colorado, a place that's been looking for some sort of championship for 20 years. You're also one of the greatest speakers I've ever heard. What are you saying to your team?
You can't get here and all of a sudden change. You don't want to see a different mannerism of somebody, and especially the coaches. See, everybody's talking about the players, but you got to coach the coaches too.
Did you smile there too? Were you smiling?
I saw a smile. I do that every now and then.
The rat poison, smiling. That's embedded fourth quarter perfection. Matthew Stafford, fourth quarter perfection. Big moments, Tebow perfection. We got some real magic here tonight, don't we? I love that toad that takes those mushrooms. And With that being said, Stetson Bennett's 25 years old. He's so damn comfortable. Darnell Washington's the backup tight end. He's 6'7", 270. Brock Bowers, best player on the field. The defense full of dogs. Give me the Georgia Bulldogs go back-to-back. First time since his man and his Alabama squad. I love the Bulldogs tonight, barking all over the place, Coach.
All right, let's roll. I gotta get to the sleep, and then I'm gonna hop over the sleep thing. Good, Brad.
You are looking at SoFi Stadium, where we'll be crowning a national champion for our college football season tonight. And the Dogs are on the board early. Wide open.
That's the shot that they wanted, baby.
Oh, that's embedded with his second touchdown in the first half. Pick.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Georgia's first down. One-handed. Touchdown. Brock Bowers. Touchdown. It is currently 45-7. It is 52-7. Touchdown.
This is just a good old back home ass whooping.
It's a blowout, and that's the way the cookie crumbles. Hey-o. That son of a bitch, Uga, is having the night of his life.
Wow.
It's raining indoors in Los Angeles. This is God taking a tinkle on something magical, isn't it? Let's get mustache.
Get him on camera.
That mustache.
Holy smoke.
Holy smokes.
Are you a firefighter?
Good for you, bro. Thanks for your service. First down, Horned Frogs on a 2nd and 3. Why don't we call a game? Holy hell, Tim Tebow is coming. Tebow, we're live.
We're on.
We're live right now. Welcome back to SoFi Stadium. Right before the break, an extra point almost killed Tim Tebow. Natural instincts had to take in place. I could not lose the greatest human on earth, and I'm happy they gave you that ball, Tim. Tone, act like you're Sonny Dykes, please.
All right, boss. First half didn't go our way. We're doing this for the great state of Texas. You know who else was down 31 points?
Who's that?
The Italians.
All right, let's take the tractor another round. What are you watching out there, Coach?
Honestly, they're better off grabbing Luka Doncic out of the crowd and maybe lining him up next to Quentin guys in that receiver. Because they can't do a damn thing.
We decided Tebow here, formerly known as praying for this TCU team to do something. So you put your hands up, play that song, butterflies fly away. Thank you for your service, sir. You're a badass, man.
Those other Americans, I wouldn't be here.
What a run, huh? The boys crushed it. This shakes
TCU sucks. He's so mean all the time.
What? That's all she wrote for college football season. What a year. Let's fucking get home.
Hey.
What?
Let's go.
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers.
You pink.
Damn it! Your friend tell a friend something nice could change their life. Hello, beautiful people, and right up here. Welcome back to our Humble Abode, the Thunderdome, on this What Wednesday, November 13th. Hour 3 of the program starts now. Football is normally the topic of discussion. That is AJ Hawk. He's in an attic in Ohio. Obviously, the boys are here from the Toxic Table at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. Sweet mullet on your head right now.
Hey, thank you very much.
You know, we're in company of somebody that really respects a good mullet, and that's maybe the greatest I've ever seen.
I've heard that it is.
One half of the Hammer Dahn Cowboys AP. Tone is over in Hammer Dahn. And 9-year NFL vet Darius J. Butler is here.
Yes, sir.
And joining us, ladies and gentlemen, the WWE Women's World Champion. The Crown Jewel Champion.
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
That is Liv, ladies and gentlemen. Liv has the ring on right now from the Crown Jewel.
I always have it on.
Yeah, it looks sweet.
I
Fits
used to
perfect.
have all rings on my fingers, but now I only have this one because it's the only one that matters.
Okay, so you will wear that every day?
Every day.
It goes with anything.
Yeah, it's diamonds.
And it's the first ever, right?
The first ever, the only one History maker.
Well, Cody Rhodes has one as well. It did not fit on his finger, right? That was
so it doesn't count.
Yeah, his doesn't count. You're obviously one of one there. Women's champion. Today you're in Indianapolis. You've gone to the local NBC. You've gone to CW. You talked to the newspaper. All talking about Royal Rumble pre-sale tickets on sale right now. How's it been all morning, and what are your thoughts on it?
It's been a good morning. It's been a busy morning, but everyone seems super excited that we're gonna have the Royal Rumble here, and then 2-night SummerSlam, 2-night WrestleMania, the start of a nice partnership here in Indy.
Indianapolis is a hospitality city.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have the Indy 500 every single year, which is the largest sporting event in the world every single year. We had the U.S. Olympic trials here. We obviously have the Big Ten championship
All-Star
here.
game.
National championship here. NBA All-Star. I think WNBA All-Star.
About time.
What's that?
That we came here.
Bingo. Believe me, I've been behind the
Is this
scenes.
your doing? Is this your doing?
Certainly pounded the drum. It hurt.
I think there's a chance that I helped, but I think I have been singing the praises of this city to a lot of people who potentially make those decisions for a while, and they're obviously the ones that are doing it and putting WWE in a great spot. But like, this city is very accessible from Chicago, St. Louis, Louisville, Ohio, Detroit, like everyone. Royal Rumble is going to be insane. Every year it is. What are the stories you've been talking about with the Royal Rumble, and why have you been telling people that the Royal Rumble is the one that they need to come see, especially here in
The
Indy?
Royal Rumble is one of our big four. It's the most unpredictable. I feel like, to me, it's the most fun too. You don't know who you're going to run into. You don't know who you're going to see, whether it's legends of the past, superstars of the future, your favorite superstar currently. You don't know who's going to enter the Royal Rumble. You don't know who's going to win the Royal Rumble. I'm not going to enter the Royal Rumble this year because I'm going to walk in the Women's Royal Champion.
That's right. Hey, congratulations.
Yeah.
Earn that.
Yeah.
You earned that.
I've been in every single one too, so I'm actually like,
How many Royal Rumbles have you been in?
6.
Okay, so you'll be missing this one because everybody, all 30 women that will be competing in the Royal Rumble will be trying to get an opportunity at your title.
If
at
they
WrestleMania.
choose me, they have they could pick a champion of their choice. So if they choose me, I don't think they would because it's not very smart to choose me. I mean, have you been watching, Pat?
Okay.
Raquel,
What?
the Judgment Day,
What?
Daddy Dahn.
What?
I don't know who's going to want to take their chance against me.
Okay, so you're saying somebody's going to win the Royal Rumble and then not choose to fight you because they'd be scared to waste the opportunity
Yeah.
because of what you're doing right now.
Yeah, the Judgment Day, the most dominant faction.
Does Dom still exist over there?
Of course, Daddy Dom, yeah.
Yeah, so you guys aren't as good as you could be. And we all understand that. We all very much understand that.
What's your beef with Dominic?
The guy sucks.
Oh my God.
You know that, though. You know that.
Pat,
He's a
please,
bit of a
please,
skunk. I mean, I'm a
please,
fan, to
please,
be
please,
honest,
please,
but
please.
This is how this goes.
The greatest mullet of all time, I'm sorry, is Dominic.
I don't
The
know about
mustache.
that.
He's like the hardest working man in WWE. That's why he's not here today, because we had to give him a day off. because
Oh,
he's so
okay.
hard
When you
working.
take a day off,
He's so hard
of
working.
course, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things we go in about Dom and just how disgusting he is. The way he talks.
Stop.
People think you're potentially blinded by that ring that you have, and you can't see what everybody else can see. The guy stinks.
This is new. Dominic and I have been like 3 months strong. This is new.
Oh yeah, you still giving them tendies?
Every day.
Guy loves tendies. That's the most relatable thing that I think
Yeah,
I've ever seen.
respect that, too.
Conman has a question for you, Liv.
Speaking of the ring, how was the Saudi experience? Obviously, you came out on top, so
Yeah.
who cares? Nia Jax going to help. But how was the entire trip, start to finish?
It was amazing. Every time we go there, they treat us with so much hospitality. We were so well taken care of, and also I was just honored. I was honored to be the first and only. I knew that moment was so much bigger than myself, bigger than Nia Jax. Every time we get to go to Saudi Arabia, there's always so much progress being made, whether it's Natalya and Lacey Evans having the very first women's wrestling match there, or Becky and Lita being on the first billboard featuring women there, to Nia Jax and I having the very first ever Women's Crown Jewel Championship match there, and me being the history maker that I am, being the first and only Women's Crown Jewel champion.
But it is a big story. The WWE working with the Saudi Arabia government and people over
huge.
there. Huge deal.
So much bigger than...
Yeah, and you've been there. I've not had a chance to be there, but I get a chance to hear everybody talk about it. And obviously there was a lot of drawback at the beginning of this. Why would you ever do that? And it's like, well, I think like taking steps forward has to start with like
Has to
a
start
first
somewhere.
step.
Has to
And
start somewhere.
At the beginning, you talked about Natty going out there. There was no women allowed on like the first couple shows over there. And then obviously it opens up, then it opens up. And then I think Jess Ref, she was like in charge of the title match. It's like, that's maybe the most powerful position that any woman has ever had in Saudi Arabia. And then it continues to grow. I think it's been a great thing over there. I haven't been there. Do you feel like there are people feel that way as well? About
I do, and I think that's why we keep going back. So much history is being made, so much progress is being made, and I'm honored to be a part of it. And I think we're just going to keep on doing it. We're going to keep on progressing, keep on making history there. Long flight.
Yeah, that's a long
It's
flight.
okay. It's worth it.
Ty has a question for you, Liv.
What's your beef with Rhea? You know,
That's a good question.
Every time I turn on the TV, you're inflicting more damage.
How
you
much
know?
time do we have today?
Well, I just want. Haven't you done enough? I mean, haven't you?
We love Rhea on
We
this
do.
show.
Oh,
we
you
do.
do?
Yeah. You know how cool this is?
Yeah.
So cool. You look so cool doing that. Oh gosh. No, you look better. You look better than her doing it. So I'll give you that.
Okay, Liv, let's please. What is your
That's a
problem?
compliment.
Yeah, I gave him a compliment. Well, you know, it goes way back. So Rhea and I were tag team partners. She turned her back on me. We had okay.
In a way.
Okay. She cost me and Raquel our tag team championships, and then she injured me the next week on Raw. She dislocated my shoulder. I tore my labrum, my rotator cuff, my bicep. Had surgery, my first ever injury in WWE, and so I'm sitting at home rehabbing my shoulder, watching Rhea ascend to the top of the division without a care in the world for what she did to me or how I feel. So I sat home. I sat home for 6 months, and I decided, what do I want to do when I come back? And so I created the Liv Morgan Revenge Tour, which the sole purpose was to come back and take away everything that Rhea Ripley loved. So Dominic, mine. The Judgment Day, mine. The Women's World Championship, mine.
Yeah, I just
success.
You
What?
can consider
Come
it
on. Come on.
Congratulations.
Give it to me.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. You did everything you set out to do. Long term, though, it might be a bad decision. You might be a little short sighted here. Liv, I don't know.
I don't think so.
Rhea Bloody Ripley.
Yeah, she's out of action. Broken orbital bone.
Okay.
Because of me.
All
Bye
right.
bye. She's gonna be gone for a really, 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 really long time, Pat.
Well, I'm bummed out about that.
I'm sorry.
Why'd you do that?
Because she kept getting in my way.
Okay.
She's obsessed with Dominic.
What about the Rhea Ripley revenge story? You worried about that?
No, there is no
okay.
Rhea Ripley
R?
Revenge Tour. We are now on the Liv Morgan World Tour because we graduated from the Liv Morgan Revenge Tour. We're now on the Liv Morgan World Tour. So there's no Rhea Ripley Revenge Tour. Rhea
So the
Ripley's
World
not
Tour
even here.
goes to Saudi Arabia, wins the crown jewel, comes here, wins it. Yeah.
You see what I did there?
Yeah, great work. D-Bud has a question for you, Liv.
Speaking of the Liv Morgan World Tour and long-term success, been a long history of WWE superstars going on the big screen, making big screen. You've been Kill Room, Chucky, Season 2.
Thanks.
So going forward, you have aspirations to do more of that?
I do. I'm so focused on WWE right now and obviously being the greatest women's world champion of all time. But I would like to explore and see what I can do in film and TV. And WWE has actually been really helpful with that. And so that's awesome that they're kind of just letting me see what I can do.
It's kind of WWE has been a pipeline in entertainment.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, we all know the superstars that have gone over there. But what you have to do now, I don't obviously love the tactics in which you do what
That's
you do.
okay. You don't need to.
Exactly. I respect them though. Obviously, you got the hardware to prove it. But week in, week out, exposed in front of 13,000, 14,000 people. Was there ever a moment where you thought nerves, anxiety, too much? And how did you get to this championship level mindset? Because in wrestling, real deal, brother, you are exposed everywhere. And it is anything can go wrong, real serious shit can go wrong. And also if something little goes wrong, you're being nitpicked to death. Was there ever a moment, and when do you think you got to the point to get this championship mentality?
Yeah, I feel like my whole career up until after my injury, I didn't come from entertainment. I don't have a wrestling family. I'm not a Division I athlete. And so I think I almost had imposter syndrome for a very long time, not feeling like I deserved to be here or that I earned to be here, but I loved it so much. I grew up a fan of WWE since I was 5 years old. It's all I've ever wanted to do. But I think I struggled for a long time just feeling like I don't fit the bill. And it wasn't until I had my time off during my injury that I got to just really sit with myself for the first time in the last 10 years of my life. I've been with WWE since I was 20 years old. And so to just have no schedule and to just really sit with myself, I feel like it did wonders for my mental health, my confidence. And so when I came back, I just, I felt so different. And I just knew I was ready now.
How about the training that you've been putting in too? I think that needs to be, listen, how you go about doing things, we don't love. Okay, it is an angle. Obviously, you're doing what you're doing, it's working. Who you're hanging around, just trash level mulleted people.
You don't like anything about me then, huh?
No, I do. Well, I'm about to say this. You've put in a lot of work. And I think everybody has seen it on social, down in the dungeon with Natty and TJ and everybody. How much do you feel like you can still get better in the ring whenever even though you're already champion?
I feel like everyone could always get better. I feel like I can always get better. I feel like in WWE, you'll never know it all. You'll never know it all. So like that yearning to want to know it all is what's going to keep you improving and getting better and better. And that's like what I strive for. Like I want to be as good as I can be. I want to know it all. So I definitely think I can be leaps and bounds better, but I'm gonna be leaps and bounds better. I'm the best I've been so far.
Yeah, because you love it.
Love it.
I think whenever you love something, obviously you invest fully into it. It's obvious that you do that. AJ has a question for you, and from Ohio.
Yeah, Liv. So I know Darius asked you about possibly doing more acting in the future. What about you and Dom together? I'm thinking you guys would be a great rom-com duo. I'd go watch that movie. I know that. And I know these guys.
Nobody would.
They're always talking trash on him. Use this time to let us know what you love about Dom and why he is so awesome.
Oh, well.
That's a good question, AJ.
Attaboy, Hawk.
Dominic and I could definitely be in a rom-com. Dominic, I think he would be a fantastic actor. But what do I love about Dominic? What do I not love about Dominic? His mustache, his hair. He's so dominant. He's so strong. He's so brave.
You said so dumb, right? Yes.
Dominant.
Oh, I thought you said dumb.
No, he's actually highly, highly intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
He really is.
Okay.
He really is. I think maybe what do I not love about Dominic, which is nothing. So
he's a protector too, isn't he?
He's the best.
Yeah, but he'll turn his back on you.
No.
He did to his dad.
No, you know why? Do you know why? You know why he did to his dad? Because his dad didn't accept him for who he is, and neither did Rhea, and neither did Damien. But I do, and that's why what happened to them is not going to happen to me.
What? They didn't like him eating tendies all day?
Yeah, they didn't let him be himself. I let Dominic be himself. Dominic is a man. He doesn't need anyone to tell him what to do, and so I don't. I let him do whatever his heart pleases. I accept him for who he is. So he wouldn't do to me what, he did to his dad, what he did to Rhea.
No, never. No, he wouldn't do that.
No.
You don't know who you're talking about.
Please.
You don't know who you're talking about.
We are like this.
Who?
Me and Dominic.
What?
Do you see how tight-knit that is?
One, I think he's doing that, and then he's got this one behind him.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
That's
Dominic football. Yeah, don't want to hate break to you. Let's go to Hammer. Tone has a question for you.
I'm not going to let you guys influence me.
Uh-oh. You shouldn't live there. Well, I need you to influence me.
Hold on, Tone.
What?
Are you on our
Well said.
side?
Well said.
He's not on your side, Liv.
I might be. We'll see. I need you to influence me because I can't get a read on this human in the WWE universe. We've hung out with him a few times. Is Michael Cole a scumbag or is he someone we should like?
He's a good guy.
Come on, Tone.
I used to have a really good relationship with Michael Cole, but I feel like he's like Pat. He's kind of like turning on me a little bit.
Cole hasn't seen it.
Now Michael Cole has nothing good to say about me. He has nothing good to say about Dominic. So we used to be cool, but not so much anymore.
Okay, good.
Cole sucks.
Yeah, Michael.
Let's be real.
He's on your.
I know. To remind myself every day, this guy sucks. That's why I leave it there.
Do you miss him?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I do. I miss WWE. I actually started a show with that.
He did so much.
First 5 minutes.
Come back home. Come back home.
I miss it so much. I do. It's so much fun. It's the greatest.
You going to be in the Rumble, bro?
Whoa. I have been working out.
Tooth's gone.
Yeah,
feeling much better.
Yeah.
How about it? I didn't even think about that. I'm maybe more healthy than I've ever been.
If you take a hook, no tooth are coming out.
Yeah, the button all of a sudden got smaller.
Yeah.
That's something to think about.
It is.
It hurts like hell right now. It has only gotten worse through this
You're
show.
like no selling it, though. I can't even tell.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, no idea.
Listen, don't try to win me over. You're still dating. Okay, you're still dating dumb. What's next in the WWE? We got Survivor Series War Games, right?
Yep, we have War Games coming up. Io Sky is my #1 contender for my championship. Tiffany Stratton, she has the Money in the Bank briefcase. There's a lot of things going on. Everyone wants a piece of Liv Morgan, but luckily there's enough of me to go around for everyone.
Really?
Yeah.
So, are you going to be fighting everybody? Like War Games, for instance.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've been in a War Game.
That's right. You have.
I've never.
Okay, let me.
Can you
Gets tough.
drop some knowledge on me?
So if you're going to go from the top of that thing, and you assume maybe that everybody is like not ready for it, and you go up there and you do that, and then they are ready for it, and then they all just move on. Yeah, Liv, I'm sure you saw a clip. Yeah, if you flat back from the top of that thing, you are going to feel that. Okay, you are going to feel that for the next week, 2 weeks, month maybe.
Sure. Toes to head.
Noted.
So I would say let's not be dancing up on the top unless you have to do what you got to do. But I do know you got to trust the people that you're with. Okay, when you're going in there, because War Games, 2 teams enter, obviously 2 cages made into one. You're talking about one of the scariest predicaments in the history of professional wrestling. So when you get in there, is there a women's War Games happening? Is there a men's War? What has all been figured out thus far for November 30th?
I believe there's both.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any other information you can
No.
Okay. All right.
Tables?
This sucks. Dom sucks. Think about that.
I know.
Oh my gosh.
If you
I can't. You can't keep talking about Dominic like this in front of me.
Well, what's happening is Dominic is maybe making you. No, you're a champion. I won't say that.
Okay. Say it. Say what you got to say, Pat.
No, you're a champion.
Say it with your chest.
You're a champion.
Thank you.
And I respect the hell out of it. Who's Io Sky's next in line? How do you feel about the group?
She's very talented. Obviously, she's very talented. But I mean, I've retired Becky Lynch. I've taken Rhea Ripley out 3 times. I beat her twice. I beat Tiffany Stratton. I beat Nia Jax.
What?
So I'm gonna beat Io Sky.
Okay. Who do you draw inspiration from in the ring, in the history of the WWE?
Nowadays.
Nobody.
I'm not sure nowadays, but I think when I started, like, I loved Lita, I loved Trish Stratus, I loved AJ Lee, watching wrestling growing up, so I definitely think I pulled from them. But nowadays, I'm just Liv Morgan.
Yeah, you are. The oblivion is a problem. It is an absolute problem. Congrats on all the success. Royal Rumble tickets pre-sale have gone up today. All you got to do is scan that QR code. It will take you to where you need to be. Obviously, with pre-sale, you get access to the great seats that are going to be gone by Friday when the tickets are officially released. WWE fans are wild. Here in Indianapolis, just like I talked about earlier, a lot of cities are going to be traveling in here. This place is going to be packed out. It's going to be a magical evening. And we're thankful for the WWE coming to town, and we're thankful for you taking time out of your day to hang out with us.
Thank you. We're thankful for Indy hosting us. And I'm thankful for you for having me. I'm not thankful for the way that you spoke about Dominic, but I'm thankful to be here nonetheless.
Well, thank you.
Fair. Okay. Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, Liv Morgan. All right, let's take a break. On the other side, we got everything DB, good D, bad D, and we got In the Trenches with AQ Shipley, top 5, and 3 takeaways. Got a lot to do on the other side. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change their life. Take 5.
Well, nonetheless, as of February 1st, Pat McAfee is officially a contributor with WWE.
Living his dream to be a part of WrestleMania.
I want to see Pat McAfee tonight.
I've been preparing for this my entire life.
McAfee wins! McAfee wins! Pat McAfee has done it again! It's time to toast the boys and toast the brand. McAfee's wanted to drink beer with Stone Cold forever. Stunner!
There was a point in my life, all I could think about doing was professional wrestling.
McAfee closing in on another WrestleMania victory.
First, we're going to have to get the okays, obviously. And we did from people high up. They were the only people that knew for a while. There was like 3 people that knew in the whole world that was going to potentially be a situation for a little bit.
City of Stars, Boston Connors here. We will be there tonight.
Nobody's supposed to know we're here. It's going to be tough. And if you're a man that's only known for wearing tank tops, you kind of got to cover it up.
I didn't see him.
Hey, I'm Pat. Nice to meet you.
He's hanging in the back. One second.
Am I putting this on my face? I can't see shit. Who's all going to be in here?
Nobody. This is you until you go out.
Come on, dude. Let's go ahead and take a look around. There's some bunk beds there. There's a shitter and a shower here in the back.
He sat in that bus 6, 7, 8 hours, 9, 10 hours.
I'm coming down that thing. Holy fuck, what a view that's going to be. Hell yeah. Look at all those fucking people that are going to be there.
Just waiting, for an opportunity to potentially have a WrestleMania moment.
It's ridiculous. This is awesome. WWE is just like the best at operating. They take care of the non-obvious. So we're very thankful to be here. And tonight should be fucking sick.
Hell yeah.
I think there's like 3 people that know I'm here.
Are we not supposed to come in here?
No, yeah.
All right.
4 now. Look at you.
Won't fucking say a word.
I'll see you at SoFi. You gonna be in LA?
I don't know. George is,
It's a loaded question.
George, we don't know. George, you don't know. Maybe.
What's up, stud? Oh, nice.
As soon as I saw George showcase that tight end university tank top, I knew there was a chance old George about to do something special.
Are you kidding, boys? Welcome to WrestleMania!
You know, the night was getting late. We weren't sure. We didn't know if a moment was going to pop up where maybe my services could be utilized.
I haven't been in a ring since SummerSlam. Okay, like not even in one.
All I wanted was the Miz to have an opportunity to have a
match,
just a WrestleMania match.
Yeah, good guy. Stand there.
And then the Miz mentions, I sent out an open challenge, and we go,
oh my God,
there it is.
And I put out an open challenge, and no one responded. Why? Because I'm the Miz, and I'm awesome. Let's go.
Wait a minute. I feel McAfee's here.
I have walked out into a stadium as a WWE superstar probably 1,000,000 times in my head.
WrestleMania was missing Pat McAfee in the Pat McAfee Show.
And I'm thankful to the WWE Universe that said hello whenever I came out on that massive fucking stage.
By the way, there's only 2 announcers undefeated in WrestleMania history, me and Pat. I can't believe McAfee's here.
Hello, beautiful people.
What's up, Snoop? What's up, Snoop?
You're a legend, dog. You're the best, dog. Hello, Miz. None of us saw this alleged open challenge that you said. But good news. This is my WrestleMania tank top. If you still would like a match, why don't you let me beat your ass right here, right now? You all want to see The Miz versus Pat McAfee right here, right now? I'm the host of WrestleMania, and I cannot make matches official. Miz, I do believe your tiny balls are showing. Tiny balls. Tiny balls. Baby meat as well. There's 80,497 people here. Somebody has to be able to make a match official somewhere.
I am the dog father and the host of WrestleMania, so I feel like I could make that match happen. Right now, we got a ref, we got you, Let's get cracking. I'm out. Let's go.
And McAfee go right after Miz with the right hand, driving Miz back into the corner. Pat McAfee in action. This is a blatant sneak attack. He takes his duties as host of WrestleMania. Oh yes, Spinebuster! Derelict shows up. And check out his tank top though. He's got sparkles on it. You're behind this, aren't you? No, I had no idea. You said the same thing in the Rumble. I didn't know this guy was showing up. Oh, what a kick by McAfee! Miz.
Hey, baby boss! Baby boss! Tiny meat!
$7,000 tuxedo. George Kittle of the San Francisco 49ers. I'm not sure how wise that was. McAfee's got the official distracted in the ring. Kittle just took out Miz. Kittle telling McAfee to go up top. McAfee heading up to the top rope. And taking out the Miz. Now we're talking. Miz may never win another match. McAfee closing in on another WrestleMania victory. Oh! The all-decade punter with a punch.
college camp. I had a feeling. We were sitting here all day. Oh, I wanted to text you earlier. I was told not to text you.
Well, of course. Nobody fucking texts
I was
you.
told not to text you.
Dude.
You had a hell of a show. I'm so thankful to the people at the WWE. It was a super cool night, super cool moment, and I'm very thankful for it all.
5:30 a.m. Sunday. This day started 6:30 a.m. Saturday. So much cool shit happened in between now and then. Joke of an existence. I'm very thankful for everything. Let's go take a nap.
So active. Oh, look at this. Body slam. Body slamming Sami Zayn. Wayman used to kick himself in the face. Are you kidding me? Now he's body slamming Sami Zayn.
Hey.
What?
Let's go. This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for it.
McAfee on the line with a gorgeous assist.
The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers. You pig! Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice could change their life. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this Wednesday, November 13th, 2024. Hour 4 of the program starts now. Football is what we talk about. That's AJ Hawk. The talk tables here at Boss Connor and at Ty Schmidt. 9-year NFL vet, host of Everything DB, Good D, Bad D, Darius J. Butler is there. Live from Hammer, Todd is AP Tone. And joining us, ladies and gentlemen, is a 12-year NFL vet who is a Super Bowl champion head coach. Not head coach, sorry.
Could have been.
Should have been. Speaking into existence.
On his way.
Manifested.
Hell yeah.
Maybe of a middle school team.
Not at all.
Maybe like the Ann Arbor Packers. AQ should please. That was a really good intro. I hope you feel good about yourself. All right, now that we've established that you're a good football brain and a great football guy. Coming out of week 10, now we're heading into the home stretch here. What are some 3 takeaways that you think we should be thinking about with the end of week 10 and the beginning here of week 11?
Starting with number 1, let's start with former teammate of mine, Calais Campbell. Ageless wonder, I said, right? 37 years old. He's in his 17th season in the NFL. And listen, when I signed with Arizona in 2015, he was already like 9 years in. He's played for another decade after that. But let's take a look at him. Right here, he's playing the nose. He's still doing the dirty work in his 17th season. He doesn't make the play here, but he sets up the guard. Chop Robinson gets down, doing the dirty work in year 17. I'll
bait him.
I'll bait him, occupy his eyes, let somebody else get the sack, right? Next one is awesome. Let's just drive them straight back. We're going to stay in the A gap because most guys get pushed out to the B gap. Stay there, get the tip, interception,
Boom.
Huge play.
Tips and overthrows.
Huge play. There it is. Got to make the play, right? Last one. We're going to loop this guy out. Calais is going to loop out to number 70, press the pocket because all he has to do is hold the edge. Nope, fall into it, get a sack. 3 huge plays in the first half for a 37-year-old.
38 years old, 17 years in this entire thing. Perfect technique, though, and fundamentals. And everybody that's ever met him absolutely loves him. Calais is a dog.
Gotta love that voice, too. You hear him afterwards.
Yeah, very deep.
Did I nail it?
Voice fits.
Yeah, it sounds like.
That's it.
Yeah.
Just the body.
1,000%.
Yeah.
That's right. What a good dude. What a good guy. What a good kind of, representative of football.
Mm-hmm. Agree.
Is Calais Campbell, and hopefully he's able to play for another 20 years.
Yeah. Amen.
What's the second big takeaway coming out of week 10, AQ?
Nobody talks about them ever because they're out in the desert. Nobody cares about them. They've been bad the last couple of years, but the Arizona Cardinals are the best in the West.
Well, they got the best record. We know that. Are they the best, though?
They are, and they are playing very well. They got one of the better offensive lines in football. Kyler's playing out of his mind, and Petzing, the offensive coordinator, is doing some awesome stuff. Let's take a look here. We're going to pull the guard. You got a bunch of misdirection. Everybody going across the field. Faking going right. Let's throw the screen. Froholt with the monster block out in space. Connor, this is the first drive of the game. I think the third play of the game. Connor down the sideline, sets it up. They are scoring on the first drive of the game almost every single week, which goes into game planning, first 15, preparation, all the good stuff.
Good script.
Kyler playing better than ever?
He looks really, really good.
Looks fast, man.
His leadership
Every
too
time.
is on display, I guess. Everybody mic'd up.
Absolutely.
Undefeated since Call of Duty, which obviously makes some people
Interesting.
wonder some stuff. Is this Marvin Harrison Jr. is getting work in there? Defense flies around.
Speaking of Marvin Harrison Jr., we got the low inside fade route, right? Marvin Harrison right here in the slot. Get the low fade. Look at this ball. Can it be any better? Can it be any better? Just drop it right in a bucket. Marvin Harrison's coming on. Kyler is confident as all get out, and they are looking awesome on offense.
Kyler's so fast.
So fast.
That kind of gets lost in the entirety of it. Yes. You think like, oh, he's quick. It's like, no, he's pulling away from people whenever he has to as well. What a dynamic player. And also, kind of seeing him continue to get better and better and better and better each year. A lot of these games that they've won this year, you would expect the previous Cardinals team to blow it. Just be inconsistent for whatever reason. Gannon got the boys bought in. I assume Phoenix is excited about this.
Oh, there's a buzz. The problem is you get a Midwest team coming out that way in the middle of winter, guess what's going to happen? It's going to be that team's colors. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Well, because Phoenix is a beautiful
destination.
They get rid of all the tickets. Chicago comes out there. Anybody comes out there in December. I mean, heck, we played Green Bay in the playoffs in the second round, and it was full of cheeseheads.
Well, that's Green Bay, though.
Yeah,
Green Bay's a little bit different.
That's right.
They're everywhere.
Also, McBride is third in the league in tight end receiving yards behind Bowers and Kittle. Like, he's an absolute dog.
And he is.
Yeah, he's about it.
Perfect alley-oop right there.
Yeah.
Into the last play.
What is it?
We got McBride as the inside tight end closest to us. Fake, gets lost in the sauce. Kyler just throws it up. They completely don't even guard him. There was nobody within 20 yards of this play, and that's all by design. They're faking. He's almost, remember the old player where the tight end falls down and they lose him? That's basically what they're selling right there. Drew Petzing is calling the plays that everybody practices, but nobody calls. He's calling them all. All the trick plays are coming out.
Oh, no bullets left in the chamber for Arizona, too. They're confident. They're going for it, and they got a team. What's the third takeaway you think from Week 10, AQ Shipley?
Here we go. Is Dallas's D working harder than McCarthy?
Jeez Louise.
Whoa.
Okay.
Watch out.
This comes from, I assume there's a little bit of,
Former Nittany Lion.
Micah said at the end of a quote.
Yep.
At the end of a quote. Everybody's talking about the beginning of the quote.
Yep.
End of the quote, I think, was more where, guys who he was putting over, his teammates, which I respect and appreciate, they've done more than Mike McCarthy could ever do. Mike McCarthy's been coaching the NFL for 25 years. Obviously, he's committed his life. I assume he's seen his family 5-10 times throughout that entire stint and the entirety of it all. But Mike was just caught up in there. But I do appreciate you saying, well, let's talk about work.
Let's talk about
it a little bit.
We got a couple defensive guys here, right? We got a nose guard and we got a defensive end. Who is Micah Parsons to the open side? When somebody slants, when you get a slant and a slant, there has to be someone off the edge, right? But anyways, we're going to let a center reach Micah Parsons right there. And then there's no edge defender. There's no edge defender within 15 yards. And you get an easy 20-yard gain. Next play, you're gonna really love this one on the next play. So check this out. Oh, we call the play in. Nobody knows. We're confused. He's been out for a couple weeks. Let's get him back. You got Micah Parsons right here. This looks like brother-in-law. We're going to get up inside and get a couple plays. But listen, the effort needs to be better. The buy-in needs to be better for this Dallas Cowboys team to actually win some games.
Mike Zimmer is their D coordinator. I guess, he's obviously had to answer some questions about people buying into his system. And then his answer was, it's man-to-man. It's just football, basically, throughout the entirety. Whenever you see stuff like this on film, abnormal, right? Obviously against a rival, a division rival. What are your thoughts as somebody that used to coach? And if you're an offensive lineman, how do you feel whenever you watch this type of film?
I've been saying this since week one. Listen, you got personnel in here from a previous coach, and then Mike Zimmer's trying to work with what he's got. But listen, at the end of the day, when you get guys out of gaps, when they're not taking on defenders with the right shoulder, when they're coming downhill, when you got guys slanting, getting reached by a center and nobody filling the edge, there is so many more problems than are being shown on tape because it's the buy-in, it's the preparation throughout the week, it's all the other things that go into this. Would you agree, DB?
100% on point.
Yeah.
What you do in the dark comes to the light.
Boom.
What people don't see, except for the people that are paying a good amount of money to tour.
Yeah, exactly.
They're the only ones that are seeing it. I assume a ton of friends that are maybe in other facilities and probably getting a little bit of an advantage that way. But hey, $10 million a year. But what you're doing in there comes to the light. Always does.
Always.
Everybody knows. That's like an entire offseason will come to the light in the regular season. Like, everybody knows if you did your shit or not.
Yeah.
Like, some people think they can sneak by, and I think there was even times where I wasn't, obviously I ended up getting a public intoxication during a week in the middle of the season. That was a bye week, but nonetheless, still was not focusing on the right shit, and I was not good enough to be doing what I was doing. Everybody knows it always ends up coming out at some point, and normally it's in the biggest moment. Normally, it's in the biggest moment where it all gets exposed. So that's what we're talking about when we're saying be a pro, and whenever you question other people and everything like that.
100% right. And listen, my whole thing was when I would prepare during the week, I would always try and have the answers to the test by the time I got to Sunday. Sure, nerves play into it once you get the first hit out of the way, but you can't be nervous a whole game whenever you're prepared. You know everything from the week. You got all the answers. If they bring this or if they show this, you have an answer to everything. Then when it shows up on game day, you know what to do.
Who said it? I forget who it was. Maybe Peyton. The people that are nervous or hell are the people that don't know what the fuck they're doing. Pretty much. It's like that certainly adds a different level to it. You know, that certainly adds another higher level to it. All right, let's go to the top 5 offensive lines in the trenches with AQ Shipley. This become one of my favorite segments.
Oh, yeah.
This is basically indicating who the good teams are.
Yeah.
If you have been paying attention to what's going on around the NFL. Who's number 5 team? AQ Shipley.
Yeah, they fell a little bit this week, but they still had an amazing performance, especially by what they did in the fourth quarter. The Detroit Lions, number 5.
Wow, number 5.
Yeah, number 5 this week. They struggled a little bit early, but they figured it out. Listen, they went to something that they're not normally doing. They're always going with the zone scheme. They run the wham. They mixed it up in the fourth quarter, and they start giving Gibbs the ball. Let's listen. Hey, we're going to take advantage of the defense trying to penetrate. Cool, we're going to trap block everybody. Guard out, wham, inside. Look at Penn Sewell widen the gap. Look at Ragnow get up on the second level. Gibbs bounces it, gets 15 yards. They ran this 2 or 3 times this series, and they started getting some plays off the gap scheme, which is different than what they normally do in the zone scheme.
Oh, so they're adding stuff.
Yeah.
It's getting better.
Wow.
Gibbs is so fast.
So fast. Did you see him bounce right there and just take off? It's crazy.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's really crazy. But watch all the misdirection. 89 right in. Zeitler across the center. Glasgow, the other left guard, everybody's going left. And then all tackle, center, and Sewell are all going right. So it's literally crisscross, right? Look at that.
Locomotion.
That's what the defense sees.
How
Those
you
arrows.
supposed to know, yeah.
Bingo. And then you just hit it right off there. Take advantage of a defense trying to penetrate.
That's awesome.
Let me also make one more little nugget, right? Houston, D'Amico Ryans came from San Fran, right? San Fran, one of the best zone teams in the league. How do you defeat a zone? You penetrate. So that's what they were doing early in the season. I talked to this with Foxy, and they try and penetrate to beat the zone, which they did. And then they come back and run some gap schemes later in the game, and they gashed them.
Second half adjustments.
Exactly. That's the biggest takeaway from this whole thing. The first half, the Houston D was killing them, and they adjusted. I love to see that.
Tell you what, man. Halftime adjustments, man.
Exactly.
Ben Johnson, give him a game ball, man. Jared Goff, stop throwing as many picks, man. But we won, man.
That's right.
5 picks, still win a game.
Crazy.
Football gods are on your side.
And he was still slinging it after those 5 picks.
I love that. Unflappable.
That's goof,
he
baby.
Didn't care at all.
What's the stat?
7-0 when he throws 4+ picks.
Who's the number 4 offensive line coming out
God
of
damn it!
Yeah, speaking of Dallas here, they're on the wrong side again.
No.
Philadelphia Eagles, number 4.
Wow.
I got 2 plays from the Philadelphia Eagles, and the reason why I'm showing you this is let's take a look at this. It's the exact same play, 2 different plays out of it. First time, we're going to pull both right guard and right tackle across. We're going to hand it off to Saquon. We don't even block 97 and 98 and get Saquon out around the edge. You arc to 81, and you get the big play. And then you're going to come back a couple plays later, literally 2 plays later, same exact formation, same exact thing, pull guard tackle, fake to Saquon. They think that's coming. Guess what? Get up inside. You get a kick out, follow lane, Jalen Hurts, touchdown.
Just ran a guy over.
Running over.
How good is that?
That's a big motherfucker. It's a bad spot to be in if you that DB.
That's going to be tough.
Right on the goal line.
Yeah. How do you sort this, AJ? What are you guys doing? You're just saying, la.
I mean, if you're the DB, as D-Bud said, you're taking on Lane Johnson. You're falling off that block and trying to tackle Jalen Hurts as he's running downhill. Like, good luck right here.
Got away from Lane pretty well.
Yeah, okay.
Is that Sirianni football, baby?
Yeah, Sirianni football.
Is that Becton?
Yeah, that's a great kick out by Becton. Yeah. Great job.
Oh, the only chance is if AQ's old school football, if 2 would have just shot his gun early and chopped Lane's legs down at the line of scrimmage.
Same. I mean, yeah, that's the whole thing right now. I mean, we talk about it all the time is like these DNs, they can really blow up the play if they just chop them down, but boy.
You got to make that decision quick.
You got to make it quick.
Coming the other way. All right, who's number 3 offensive line?
Sorry, boys. Sorry, boys.
I have an assumption.
The Buffalo Bills.
Damn it. They did look good.
They did. They're looking really good. You know, they're running for over 100 yards the last couple weeks. Let's take a look at Deion Dawkins. I love this guy. I love watching him play. He's dirty. He's physical. Let's watch him come down on the deuce block. Ejects the 3 technique out. Climbs to the second level. We get the kick out from the other tackle, Brown, coming across. And and then you don't want to get in that guy's way.
Josh Allen's.
Whoa, that's a little late.
It was. I like that. We were setting the tone a little bit there. And Josh
You see the boys coming to help him out, though.
Yeah, if you see Josh just walk it off, he looks back at him and then just walks it off, doesn't say anything. It's watching the Josh Allen experience is certainly something. Just exuding confidence is an understatement. He is a problem.
Plays some good football.
Yeah, no doubt.
That was a late hit on him.
I love the little chop down to get in the end zone, right? I love the
Moxie,
little hand chop
honestly.
down.
Need more of that on the Colts these days.
Amen.
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 Oh yeah, Connor. Come on. Right.
Let's go, Coach.
Come on, Coach.
Touchdown for the Bills.
Yeah, big touchdown, actually.
What's that, buddy?
That's a touchdown run for the Buffalo Bills, but I agree it was a great finish. You're right. We do want to finish like that.
That's right.
We need less. We need less of those. All right, who's the number 2 performing offensive line from Week 10 in AQ Shipley's eyes?
Go out to the desert. The Arizona Cardinals.
A couple times now feels like he's trying to earn a little favor.
No. I was
Hometown
anti them.
team.
I was anti their offense for a couple years, but they are looking very good. Let's take a look at this. We're going to motion McBride over. We don't want him blocking, so guess what we're going to do? We're going to bluff or Kim. Guess what that does? It holds the D-end for the kick out. Brown's coming across the line. He's going to kick him out. 84. Now, let's take a look at this. Hold on. Let's go back real quick because I love talking about this guy. Tip Ryman, 3rd-round pick out of Illinois, 87 on the backside. Let's watch him.
Tip.
Yep, he had a great game. He literally caved down the whole line on the goal line, but watch this one. He's going to kind of just float down. Boom! Boom! Let's put a DB on their back.
That's tip ball.
That's tip ball.
A lot of multiple tight ends says Arizona.
I mean, look how big those holes are. Look how big those holes are. I mean, it's incredible what they're doing out in the desert.
Find somebody.
Beecham still balling.
Beecham's playing well.
I like that arc release. I like that AQ.
It's nice, right? Holds them. Yeah. Then you get the counter up underneath. 84, good block. Connor's just got holes like this over and over again. And
really?
the back.
Every play?
Wow.
It's good news going into a big Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Jonathan Taylor's running good.
Yeah, they just learned how to tackle, though. So
they did have a big tackling meeting.
I don't even think it was close. I thought the Arizona offensive line beat the shit out of the Jets defense in this game. I don't even think it was close.
Oh, so maybe it's a post-Arizona Cardinals game, too.
Yeah, could be.
There you go.
I haven't even thought about that.
Physical bunch.
All things looking up for the Indianapolis Colts all of a sudden.
All of a sudden.
yeah, ours back,
All right,
baby.
so let's go to the
You guys ready for this one?
Yeah, number 1 performing offensive line in the trenches with AQ Shipley from Week 10.
The Carolina Panthers.
What? In London?
Hey, congratulations. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's really good. That is really
Did
good.
it.
Wow. Congratulations, Carol. That's Queen City.
That's right.
In Germany.
Yeah. Boom. Speaking Deutsch.
Yeah.
Wow.
Eating schnitzel.
What?
Frankenburgers.
What?
Drinking beer steins.
What?
I mean, Carolina Panthers number 1 performing offensive line from Week 10 of the NFL season.
Wow.
Holy shit.
What world is this?
There's been number 5s. There's been number 4s. There's been number 3s. But there's only been a few that have been number 1 offensive line of the week. Carolina Panthers is number 1.
Hell yeah.
Those boys go uptown. They don't go downtown down there. Wow, Lake Norman right around the way.
That's right.
Holy shit, Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s right around there. I accidentally said he was dead a couple weeks ago. He is not. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is still very much alive. Thank you, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Way to go, Dale. Holy shit. That was 1:30 right there.
Okay.
Was it actually?
22 minutes, so long.
So long.
Wow. They deserve it down there, though.
Yep. They do.
I was about to start back up. We don't need it. Arms sure. Tired. Congrats to Carolina Panthers offensive line for performing at such a level that AQ Shipley said you're number 1 team.
Yeah.
In the NFL.
They look great.
That's good.
They've been good all year. Bryce Young looked better, and Miles Sanders, after getting carted off, is only day to day, so that's a win for them. But Chuba Hubbard. Hey,
what happened?
Wait.
The way
what
you
was
said,
that?
We just hit 1:30 standing ovation for the Carolina Panthers, and then you just said something there.
What was that about?
He got carted off. AJ, what's that usually mean when you get carted off?
I mean, unfortunately, it's usually a season ender. Sometimes
he's gonna be back this week. I think we're good.
That's good news.
That's great news, AQ.
Great news. That's what I'm saying. Great
It
news.
sounded like there was
a little underlying tone.
Penn State guy?
Yeah, he's a Penn State guy. And Pittsburgh. Woodland Hills.
He's a Penn State guy.
WOODY Woody High. I assume his body just healed quicker than everybody.
Yeah, it's got to be it. Pittsburgh. It's got to be.
Bingo.
That's right.
There you have it.
That's right.
Sound like you were not thrilled.
Yeah.
That is how it. No, we celebrate the Carolina.
That's right. We celebrate. Plus,
We
he got to get in the showers early too. Probably nice for him.
Yeah, we're in Germany too.
Grab a hot dog.
Grab a hot dog.
Grab a stein of beer.
Oh, beer steins are very good.
Over there in Munich.
You do this thing here. You lift it up and it opens up. And
Yeah.
They do a lot of those things.
Oh, yeah.
We know those Penn State guys.
Let's get to the film here.
Let's take a look at the center and the right guard, right? The center's awesome. Boom. Hit the 3 technique. Watch him end up on the ground here. Let's watch this little single combo block front side. Boom. Put him down to the ground. There he goes. He's on the ground. Let's take a look at 50. Hunt from Miami. Sorry, Gumpy. Sorry, buddy. They made a big investment in him in the offseason. Look at him taking 2. Boom, boom. Takes 2. Boom, boom. Takes 2.
Job of the Hunt.
Boom, boom. Hit the big gaping hole. Get up the middle. Get 25. 150 yards rushing for the Carolina Panthers this week, boys.
Congratulations to them.
Just got paid,
That's
too.
truly phenomenal. There's the top 5.
The Panthers, wow.
The Detroit Lions make a return. The Philadelphia Eagles make a return. The Buffalo Bills haven't been on in a few weeks, I think.
Wow.
Arizona Cardinals, and then the Carolina Panthers, #1 performing offensive line in the NFL. Week 10.
Yeah. They're gonna be in it.
Crazy.
What's their record?
They're 3-7.
Yeah, they're struggling.
Not bad.
Hey,
Not bad.
wait a minute.
Yeah.
Same as the Jets.
We got 7 games left.
Don't look now.
Are they only one
Get
game?
double digits.
One game back of the Buccaneers?
No, Falcons are 6.
I know, but the Bucks.
Oh.
Are they only one back of the Bucks?
Dummy and
1
the
or 2?
Saints are-
Wait a
or Saints
minute.
might be
If they
4.
rattle off 7 straight here, end up 10-7.
Now we're talking.
You never know.
Everybody's still in it in week 10.
Well, not everybody. There's a couple teams.
Panthers aren't in it. They stink. They played the Giants.
I think the Giants,
of course, #1
this week
offensive
not
line.
in.
Yeah.
The Giants still not in because if they win 7 straight, they're still not double digit. I think if you can't get to 10 wins, I think you are currently
Same record as the Finns.
3-6, actually.
Yeah, 3-6, brother.
And I take my chances against the Panthers, brother.
Okay. Well, I don't know. You see the offensive line #1?
Yeah, #1.
Chuba's running
Moving
wild.
bodies.
Yeah, very
Panthers
good.
pounded the rock.
Especially
I don't
against the
know.
Giants.
Xavier League.
Giants have been playing everybody tough.
Giants?
Yeah.
Well, we all know the German Giants are a little different.
Yeah.
I think 5 of our 8 losses were 1-score games. But yeah,
Oh,
we do suck.
Congrats.
No big deal.
Congrats.
They're still in it. I mean, that's
they're a
something.
tough squad.
They are tough.
What's going to happen with that Giants team, you think, going forward, Bruce? What do you think happens with the Giants next year? Let's say opening kickoff day. What does it look like for the Giants?
I mean, I think we got to draft a quarterback, or maybe play free agent lottery with a quarterback, but definitely somebody new under center. But I'm starting to see the silver lining. Tyrone Tracy, leading rookies in rushing yards. Malik Neighbors leading rookie receivers in receiving yards. So there are some silver linings.
All right, let's go Giants.
There we go.
D-line's good.
Go blue.
Dexy and Byrne.
You get Carson Beck at the top of that draft next year.
Boy.
You can be in business.
Been throwing a lot of picks. He's been throwing the ball to the other team a lot.
Quite a bit.
I think he can fix that.
Yeah, certainly. Especially if he goes to New York. It's been working out for them.
Well, Tennessee this weekend, their defense, just no problem.
Kind of a cupcake.
Yeah, their defense is not. Oh man, that's the thing about that SEC. We're not getting into it. Our show's licensed on ESPN, so everybody expects us to say it anyways. Like the amount of SEC, ESPN, ESPN with those college football playoffs, the amount of money they've invested in that, they would like the best teams.
Yeah.
And getting other networks teams in there for their biggest games, that's a huge,
for sure.
That is a huge win for ESPN. That seemingly never gets talked about at all. But down in the SEC, those defenses are just, they all run 4.5s, seemingly. And everybody is 350 plus.
Yeah, they're huge.
I don't know how it works. I don't understand it all, but Carson Beck has got another tall task this weekend with Tennessee, but he'll figure it out.
Yeah,
he better.
Brian Kelly said, he was like, "Yeah, I was, set up, prepared for the big game, spotlight in Notre Dame, but these fucking pass rushers, these ends in the SEC,
skill position. Everybody talks about wide receivers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wide receivers are good. Yep, they're fast, obviously, and he could run a 4.1, I guess, and a 4.2, a little bit different. But the guy's coming off the edge. They're running 4.3s now. Do we understand? That's real. It is crazy what the human body is able to do now in football.
What's the first thing I tell you every time we go do these watch-alongs? I go stand there and I watch the D lines, and I'm in disbelief at guys that like can't even get any time on the field, and just the physical freaks that they are. Like, it's crazy.
Oh, he'll be playing 2 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
2 years from now. Let's get his ass to West Virginia tomorrow.
He's 6'6", 275 and can bend and runs like the wind. Like, that's the thing. Like, these rosters are full of guys like that.
Never saw a guy like that at West Virginia. We'd love that. You played more.
Yeah.
You played, not in this game, obviously. It's going to take a little bit for us to get here, but you know what
You get it.
You know what we're saying. It's football's in a great place. Congrats to Carolina Panthers. Still in it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Still in it.
Mathematically there.
Oh,
Still hope. Still hope.
Benched a quarterback. He came back, played even better. Teams rallying around him.
That sounds like someone we know.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? We all agree now, don't we? We're all seeing the same picture?
Yep. It's Jets in a blowout.
Colts beating the Jets in a blowout.
That'd be tough.
Rodgers just spinning the fucking pill all over the place.
Yeah.
Because
Where's that game at? Here?
No.
At life. Yeah.
Yeah,
Big-
exactly.
Oh, I hadn't even thought of that.
Not to mention
He's ready.
Scott and
He's ready.
Jetman.
I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no chance.
Scott and Jetman.
This is life or death for Fireman Ed. This weekend. I mean, the Jets season. But also, maybe Fireman Ed.
This is going to be the first time AR has eyes on Fireman Ed, right?
Uh-oh.
Bingo.
Hope they're watching Film Ed.
This is the first time Fireman Ed's going to have eyes on AR, though. Let's remember that.
Mm-hmm.
He might. We don't know. Maybe he thinks there's 5 letters instead of 4.
Oh, can you imagine?
J-E-T-T-S.
And everybody sees it, though.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows.
They would pelt him with shit. Yeah.
Fraud.
That's possible. When you see AR, you're like, holy shit. How many?
Yeah, but he wakes
There's
up.
a chance.
He wakes up and does this in his mirror every day.
I understand, yeah. And obviously, what you do in the dark comes to the light, especially when you're doing any craft that is being showcased to the entire world. And he never, guy's never missed. Look, you don't even have to play the sound. You know what's happening right there.
Yeah. He might have a special chant, too. He might do like a T-A-P-O-U-T and get the whole fucking stadium doing it. Can you imagine?
They're not going to do that.
I don't know. Fireman Ed's.
They're not going to do that.
Tap out?
He might.
They are not going to do that.
What if he wears one of the old tap out shirts to the game?
Well, it's probably because there's a big UFC fight the night before.
Yeah, you're right.
Which there is.
Yeah.
I heard he's actually in Stipe's corner.
Fireman Ed?
He's walking him out.
with
Yeah.
him.
Fraternity.
Yeah, he's doing that.
T-I-P-E. Stipe.
Oh, S-T-I-P-E. Stipe.
There's a chance.
There's a chance.
That would be sweet.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
I'll watch.
John Jones fighting Stipe this week. That's a huge fight.
So pumped.
That is a huge fight.
It's a big card.
That's, yeah.
Yeah, they're large humans.
Bones is fighting. That, and also, yeah, heavyweight.
Michael Chandler?
Go.
Michael Chandler's on this card?
Michael Chandler Oliveira?
What?
Oh, my God.
What the fuck?
This card's just been kind of, for us.
We knew.
Yeah, of course we did.
Yeah, Monday.
What were those odds?
For what?
Yeah, Bones is a bit of a slight favorite.
What the hell?
Minus 725.
Did Stipe lose an arm and a leg that I wasn't aware of?
Not yet.
I thought Stipe was the champ before.
What the fuck's going on?
Is he some schlub now?
Is he fighting with an oxygen tank?
Yeah, he get caught in a fire recently? What the fuck?
He is a fireman. Obviously, he's a badass. He's an Ohioan, too. I assume he's been told that he's a massive underdog.
Hey, everyone thinks.
Stipe will just use that as another.
Yeah, but then in the lead up to the fight, I recently saw that he said, "Bring it on, bitch," twice to John Jones, and let's just say John Jones didn't take very kindly to that.
John got actually mad?
Oh, yeah. He said, "You're going to fucking regret saying that."
Oh, really?
Believe me. He's like, see, now you had to disrespect me. So you're going to regret
Now I'm
saying
actually going to train for this.
that. Yeah, exactly.
Bones, pound for pound, best fighter in the world.
Exactly.
Yeah, you better believe it.
No doubt about it. Ain't that right?
That's right.
Yeah.
I
I dare you to say otherwise.
Yeah, I got a chance to watch a show one time live, Baltimore.
You and me.
Me and AQ, we were right in the middle of the whole thing. That guy was fucking toying with a dude for four rounds. I don't know, 3 rounds. He could have ended it whenever he wanted to. It was just kind of fucking with the guy.
Hit him with like 9 spinning elbows.
Yeah, and
just
then
like messing with him.
Also, palming forehead.
Yeah.
And then just elbowing the guy in the head and then right back to the hand. And then, like, he did the Ray Lewis dance on the way out, and that continued in the fight. I mean, it was a show. It was a spectacle.
Oh, yeah.
It was like, wow, this fucking guy is different than everybody else. And he was.
Yeah.
And then he continues. And then he comes back, and taps the guy out in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zero gone.
Yeah. Not even fucking close. And they're going back to the old gloves, I think, so he can do that and poke the eyes and do all that.
No, you don't like poking.
Well, it's inadvertent, but he knows what he's doing. He's poking a couple eyes in there.
No, John Jones does not poke eyes.
A couple wet willies. A little tougher to defend. When
He's not giving a wet willy.
Yeah, I think
to
he's giving
Stipe.
a couple. A little fish hook.
Michael Chandler's fighting again?
Oh, yeah.
He's a fun fighter to watch.
Showman.
He will be in there. He'll put his face right on a table for somebody to punch.
Their first fight was incredible.
Incredible. Every fight that Chandler's in is incredible.
Yeah.
Legitimately. That's a real take. Because he came over from Bellator, right? He was their king. Then he comes over to UFC. And I think there was a lot of people that I only watch UFC, so I didn't know much about Bellator and everything else. So like when he comes in, I'm like, I don't know much about him. And then he is literally throwing bombs and then getting punched in the face. And it's like, this guy's must watch. And then you hear him talking, he's like, yeah, I would like my fights to be entertaining. It's like, let's get this fucking guy. And he's been waiting on Conor for what? He's been waiting on Conor for 2 years.
Yeah.
years.
A couple years now. Yes, Bo Nickel, Penn State, right?
Yeah, Penn State national champion.
Stipe is 8th. What happened there?
He hasn't fought in like 6 years.
He doesn't have a right arm anymore.
Wait.
He does
How
have
did
a
this-
right arm.
Oh, he does?
Yes, he does have a right arm. It's right
Can
there.
we get like 1 or 2 here?
Yeah,
I love Stipe, but come on.
No, I think him picking Stipe is a big deal. So I think John Jones, now granted, Stipe called him you said he called him a...
He said, bring it on, bitch. Bring it on, bitch. He said it twice.
And then John Jones said, what are you doing?
John Jones was recording it on his TV watching. He said, okay, now you have to disrespect me. So now I'm going to have to beat the fuck out of you.
Well, I think the original, if I'm thinking about this properly and remembering it right, John Jones wanted to fight Stipe because Stipe was heavyweight champ, like the greatest heavyweight champion of all time. So that was like I would like to fight Stipe to kind of settle this whole thing, I think was the convo. For Stipe, big fight. Huge. For John, obviously, huge fight. Stipe, though, being that big of an underdog, I assume he's using that to his advantage, AJ.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I mean, what you talk about ring rust, both these guys haven't been in there a bunch over the last, 5 or 6 years. So I'm curious to see how Stipe feels once he's back in there.
Man, really quiet out of the Bones camp, huh? Like, this fight's happening, I haven't heard anything.
At all.
Real quiet.
That's good, I think, right?
So overshadowed by Jake Paul, Mike Tyson on Friday night.
Can't wait for that MGM, I guess, just put out a post that said that might be the most bet boxing fight of all time or something like that. Which way you betting? Do you know? Are you waffling?
Well, I guess most bet because Mike is an underdog, correct? So people are going to take him?
You tell me. What would you...
I honestly don't know. Like, I have a hard time ever picking against Mike Tyson. I really do. When you watch him train, he can still punch hard. We know he can punch hard. We know he can.
I watched his public warm-up, this one, from yesterday, and it's like, he's throwing punches. Like, he looks like there is real fucking power, which is Mike Tyson football, you know? But 31-year age gap, isn't that...
That's pretty significant.
Isn't that a massive ordeal in this whole
I think he's going to have to knock him out in the first round.
Yeah, there's definitely all the signs point to Jake Paul, but it's just impossible to be like, yeah, I'm taking Jake Paul over Mike Tyson.
I'm no boxing expert.
At all.
But I know conditioning and cardio is a massive thing. And like the human body, right? Doesn't it at certain... Mike Tyson might be different. I mean, he might be different.
Yeah, I'm going fucking Iron Mike.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
First round knockout.
And once after seeing that definitely confirmed it.
Even more so.
Even more
After
so.
seeing that, it confirmed it? Oh.
Yes. Yep.
That didn't do anything for me as far as like I'm pumped for Mike, but yeah, it's just I'm not gonna bring myself to bet against him.
Yeah, in your mouth. I think Tone said this yesterday. Tone said, I won't let my mouth say I'm picking Jake Paul over Mike Tyson. Yep. You know what you said, Tone?
That is exactly word for word what I said.
Yeah, I won't let my mouth do it. Is what he said it, obviously, while he was stating it, but he said, I won't let my mouth do it. It's like, I understand that, and we've seen the highlight. Jake's 27.
He's much taller than him, right?
Jake?
Yeah.
I think so.
Tyson was always shorter than the guys he was fighting.
Okay, he's gonna get inside. He's gonna try.
That was his.
Are we all feeling the same way though? Like this is our opportunity to pick Tyson. So
It's just minus 210 for Paul too. So you got to pick either it's going the distance or Jake Paul's going to knock out Mike Tyson.
Can you imagine how you'll feel on Monday too if Tyson, let's say, does knock him out and you pick Jake Paul?
I didn't hear what you said because I just learned that Mike Tyson's 5'10" and Jake Paul's 6'1".
I don't think that matters. But can you imagine how you'll feel on Monday if Mike Tyson knocks out Jake Paul and you were banging the drum for Jake Paul to win?
That's also good.
That's going to be a tough one to swallow.
Good point.
I'll take Jake Paul.
Okay.
These fights are fun. I like when Jake Paul wins. If he loses, I'm afraid these fights are over. And boxing, who cares if Jake Paul isn't boxing?
Okay, I like the selfish pick. Foxy's saying, I would like these things to stay in my life.
Yes.
So for that to happen, the Rooster, I believe, is going to have to win. And it's El Gallo.
I still know how many 60-year-olds are out there that Jake could keep fighting. So
He said he wants to fight.
Well, then we'll just never
Canelo
talk
next.
about boxing because the only time we talk about boxing is because of Jake Paul. So
Nah,
boxing's
that's not
dead.
true. Tyson Fury.
It's 100% true.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it is true.
Nah, we talked about old buddy Canelo.
Saul. Yep.
Triple G, saw him out and about.
Yep.
We talked about that.
Tyson Fury, absolutely.
Tyson Fury, sure. We watched his documentary. We saw his house and we saw where his dad lives. His dad lives in a fucking wagon.
Yep.
So obviously we talk about that.
We had the female boxer champion on multiple times.
Yep.
She's fighting on the same card.
She's also fighting.
Amanda.
Yeah.
Yep. She's like the greatest of all time, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Foxy, have a little bit more faith.
You guys know I'm
Sexist
right.
pig.
You guys know I'm right.
Yeah. Pig.
I mean, even if Jake Paul loses, another one of these fights could happen. He's making $40 million fucking off it.
Allegedly, Netflix is paying Jake Paul $40 million and Mike Tyson $20 million for this fight.
Good for them.
And just to
Have
be
you heard
clear,
Dana say these don't do well? Like Dana always says Jake Paul, like they don't sell.
Well, yeah, he's not a fan of Jake Paul.
Yeah, we know that.
Just
But like,
a joke.
what's the truth though? What is the truth? How much are they making?
I assume Netflix will tell us how many people watched it somehow. They'll be the only ones that'll know, though. That's like all these streaming services, they self-report, you know.
Me.
So is it though? Do we find out? Is it just hey, I have Netflix, I can see it, or do I need to? It's an upcharge on top of my Netflix.
Is it a
You can-
pay-per-view on a Netflix?
You can just
Yeah,
watch
is
it.
that what-
yeah,
Oh,
it's,
cool.
it's just like the Brady roast. I'm pretty sure.
Comes with it.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's just on there.
Right there at the top.
Okay.
I like Netflix is doing this more. I hope it's a smashing success so they continue to do stuff.
More gimmicks.
We are gonna watch it, right? I know I'm gonna watch it.
Is that how the
yes.
NFL game is too? Because they have the
Yeah, same
NFL
thing.
game on Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
Christmas, two of them.
Both great games. Unlike
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving,
It's got
2
some tough
weeks.
Spend time with your family.
Thanks. That's right. Turn TV off. Put the phones down.
Yeah,
Talk about everything.
play some board games.
Bring up some politics.
Yeah,
Still
bingo.
football, boys.
I can't wait for that.
Shabuzi at halftime will be great.
They need to let him play more songs. Okay? They need to let him play more songs.
I don't want you to get your hopes up, brother.
He'll get two of them though. He'll get two songs.
At
right?
least.
I hope so.
Yeah,
And
the
they'll be both
whiskey
the
song
ones
and the
everyone
whiskey song. Play it again. We don't want to hear your other fucking shit.
We don't
Let
care.
the guy play Last of My Kind, God damn it.
Dude, last of my kind. I was just about to play it. I should not do that.
The last of
You
my
should. I don't
kind
know-
will be
I don't
the
know if I've
last
heard it.
time you fucking do one of these if you don't do the whiskey song both times.
Do it now.
He needs to be able to play some. He's got some other bangers.
He does.
Like
Yeah.
Last of My Kind is my favorite song right now. And it's like, you see Shabuzi on anything, it's like, you know what we want.
Someone
Yeah.
pour me up
One.
a double shot of whiskey.
Yeah, and we need you to be happy too, bub. All right. He probably hates that song at this point, I assume.
Yeah.
No, he's probably thankful.
No, but
that song launched him into the stratosphere. But I hope they do let him do a couple because last year's Thanksgiving concert in
Worst ever.
Detroit,
Yeah.
they're saying worst ever.
Yeah. But they need him to do the upbeat one because they parade all those fucking like 8-year-old kids out there to dance around like they know what the hell's going on. So they're not going to let him do
6 foot
that.
igloo as well. They'll trot out there again.
Somebody FaceTimed me about 10 minutes ago who was part of a conversation we were having, so we'll see if he answers.
Fireman Ed.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
No, it's Halliburton. I was wondering. Okay.
Marking out because Liv was on the show or what?
It was 3:14 he called. What time? What were we doing then?
3:14.
We were at,
15 minutes.
in the trench.
I called him this morning. I called him this morning to ask if the Pacers were good or not. Because if we were going to talk NBA, I wanted to know if I could talk shit. So I think he was just calling me back. You know, the NBA guys, they what do they got? Big game. Pacers got a big game, right? Orlando.
Yeah, Orlando tonight, and we were talking about before. Yeah, since Tyrese went down there, did the NXT thing, kind of dunked on all the Magic fans.
We assume he's going to go bonkers tonight.
Yeah, I would hope so.
So I was
And,
just-
he's found his shot.
I was just wondering if I could talk shit about the Pacers being good or not. You know, because
Yeah, it's the NBA Cup.
exactly.
Yeah, they're also in the East. You win like 30 games in the East right now, you're still going to be able to get into the playoffs.
Pacers about to run this shit.
The East sucks.
We like that. NBA was last night, wasn't it? Do we have some big games in the NBA last night?
We did have some big games, some good matchups in the NBA. You want to talk about it right now?
Absolutely.
Let's do it. Let's start with the Dallas Mavericks and the Golden State Warriors. Obviously, we know Klay Thompson, one of the Splash Brothers, did a long time, won a lot of championship in Golden State. He had a great welcome back home, shot 6 for 12 beyond the arc, but You know, his old running mate, Steph, is still Steph. Chef Curry got hot late, dropped 37, including an amazing game winner. I mean, Luka, no chance on that island step back. Steph Curry, football all day, so he got the job done. You'll see this step back for game winners. Now, this is the one right here. Switch on the center, ISO, top of the key. You know what this guy, Chef Curry, is going to do. Bomb, game time. So, I mean, you can't do nothing about that. Obviously, had a night celebration. Next game.
Here we go. New court. I like this.
I mean, now this court, I'm kind of with Tone here. These court, the first court, Warriors court, is pretty nice. It was light. These dark colored courts, a little too Mickey Mouse for me. But this is my Miami Heat. Hero dropped 40. He had a great game, but we had a blunder down the stretch here. You'll see this great out of bounds play. Kate Cunningham, great pass to the rim to tie it up. Spo so pissed off he calls a timeout that he doesn't have.
Oh no!
So, Jalen Rose was in the building. He had flashbacks to 1993 when Chris Webber did it when he was part of the Fab Five. So now they go to the free throw line, get 2 free throws. He ends up knocking one down. But the Detroit Pistons, maybe the brand new Pistons, they got a win over my Miami Heat. You see Jalen Rose in his surprise there. Yeah, so I mean, he's about to be probably the next head coach of Team USA. Can't be having those blunders down the stretch. One of the greatest coaches ever still.
I like he's emotional.
Really? Yeah, absolutely. And the Knicks, Philly. Now, you know, Embiid, he finally made his appearance in the NBA season. Shaq kind of cut a promo on him at halftime. He only played 26 minutes, 13 points. Knicks were too much. They got it done on the road, got the win late over the Philadelphia 76ers. Paul George, he did have a good game, dropped 29, but wasn't enough. Hopefully, maybe Philly, if you're a Philly fan, they can find their form, but I wouldn't be banking too much on Embiid getting stronger as the season goes on. And then the last one, defending champs. Obviously, got to talk about defending champs. I mean, one thing that they do from time to time is play down their competition. Hawks, no Trae Young. They find a way, even with Jaylen Brown dropping 37 at home. He had a big game. Derek White had a big game from beyond the arc as well. Jaylen Brown had a chance late. He had a hot night, had a chance late to win this thing, pulled up with a nice step back midi, but couldn't knock it down to get the win. So the Hawks got a win in their first, NBA Cup group play. Good night of basketball, though, in the NBA.
It was a good night in the NBA. Joining us now live, we are live, is obviously a man who won for 34 and 14 the other day.
Oh, hell yeah.
You're talking about going absolutely bananas. An Olympic gold medalist. Tyrese, hey, we just did a full NBA breakdown. Are Pacers good? I can talk shit now publicly, yes?
Yeah, the Pacers are back. I think I'm back. I'm getting my swagger back, so I think we're back.
Okay, who we got tonight? We got Orlando tonight?
We're in Orlando. Trick Williams is coming. Trick Williams coming to the game courtside, so
oh shit.
Ready to go.
Oh, really? Champion coming by. Obviously, when you were doing your NXT stuff, you were down in Orlando, you said some things. Have you heard from anybody over there in that from that side?
Yeah, they definitely get at us a little bit. There was some after they beat us last time. They put out my message with their Orlando Magic theme song. So, we would like to get our lick back tonight.
Okay. Well, good luck out there. We appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, appreciate you.
I can talk shit though about Pacers being good. Yes.
For sure. Even when things aren't good, you can talk shit.
Okay, I appreciate your time. All right, I'll see you, buddy. I didn't like that last line.
Yeah, we got to do that.
Yeah, but he knows. The times weren't good early in the season. Now they've gotten good.
There we go.
So that's what he's saying. You can talk shit whenever you want.
Handicap a little bit.
Self?
Yeah.
No. He's back. 35 and 14. He said, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back. He's what he said.
Yeah.
I got my swagger. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Great NBA breakdown, D-Butch. We appreciate that.
Good night.
All right, let's get smarter here, and then we'll wrap this
Let's do it.
Beautiful Wednesday up. Let's go everything DB. Good D, bad D.
Yes, sir. Whole bunch of good defense today, starting with Carlton Davis Jr. out there in Detroit. He had a fabulous game. Are these guys invisible? Okay, there we go. Coming over in motion. So pre-snap, going to show single high, going to rotate to cover two, going to completely fool C.J. Stroud here. Watch Carlton Davis down at the bottom of the screen. Great patience. You're waiting for this out route when you are a flat defender. Quarterbacks, they hate these out routes because if they are not on target, if they're behind a receiver, these DBs in the NFL, too quick, cover a lot of ground, and some of them actually have some good ball skills. Carlton Davis Jr. being one of those guys, lays out for it. Great interception. We got an even better angle from the TV copy here. But once again, late rotation. So you show the quarterback one thing pre-snap. He's about 10 yards off. That lets the quarterback know, hey, I'm probably in the cover 3, cover 4. And watch how quickly he closes that ground when you're throwing outside. Obviously, you can see the ball is a little bit behind that receiver, but he lays out and makes C.J. Stroud pay for it. Great play by Carlton Davis Jr.
That'd be so much fun to be able to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
That'd be so cool. AJ, wouldn't that be so cool?
Yeah, well, he's trying to get up and score too. That's the thing.
AJ's done this a few times.
Yeah,
I've
with
seen
one
it.
hand. Yeah,
I've seen Big Ben. But I mean, it's great to do it once. Even better to do it twice in the same game. So this is pre-snap communication. Something, if you pause it right here, with these tight splits, and if you are in a single high defense, which the Lions are here, DBs, a lot of time we do what's called radar, zombie. So that basically says if my receiver runs across the field, that free safety, you dive down and take that crosser, and I will replace you in the post. Typically, that crosser is married up with the post from the other side. The Texans do a great job here of marrying up that crosser with the corner from the other side. So when you have that free safety diving down, taking the crossing route, that corner route from that receiver up top is running away from Carlton Davis down here. So if you pause it here, if CJ lets this ball go here, it's a touchdown. You just throw this to the end zone, it's a touchdown. Once again, DBs cover a lot of ground really quickly. So the longer you take, the longer time you give that DB to cover ground.
Jeez.
And once again, make an amazing play on the football. And, I mean, they needed turnovers this game with their quarterback giving it away 5 times, and they got C.J. Stroud a couple times. So once again, great play. It was there for the offense. I don't know what C.J. was waiting for. I mean, what C.J. Stroud was waiting for. Threw it late, and Davis made him pay once again.
Yeah, that saved the game. 13-23 at that point. If that's a touchdown, the game's over.
It should have been a touchdown, but huge play.
I mean, that's a long way to run.
Long way. Once again, radar. Hey, so they already communicated this. We get this crosser out of these tight splits. You take it. Usually it's a post from Tank Dell. He runs the corner.
You throw the ball, son.
I let it go. Nobody was really in his face yet. I don't understand why he didn't let that fly on the run. But, I'm sure he'll learn from it.
Hey, he's got 1,000 things to worry about.
Yeah, great.
Houston Texans are in an interesting spot.
They are.
They're not getting hunted by Anthony Richardson.
Congrats
to the Lions. You guys seemingly.
Hell yeah. Good win, boys.
I don't think they're worried.
Let's go to an OG, shall we?
Yeah, an OG. Tyrann Mathieu getting his 36th interception. 36. That is a lot of interceptions in the National Football League right before the 2-minute mark against a hot Atlanta Falcons team. As soon as we start giving them their flowers, Kirk Cousins threw the game away with kind of an overthrow here. We talk about tips and overthrows, and if you run it back to the wide copy, you can see this is film study, this is preparation, all the stuff AQ was talking about. Obviously, Tyrann has played a bunch of football. As soon as he sees Kyle Pitts sit down, he knows option 6. We saw Tyrann pick this similar playoff in the Philadelphia Eagles a few weeks back in the red area. This is him now from the middle of the field. As soon as he sees 8 sit down, he knows the concept is coming behind, probably a dig. His foot is in the ground, anticipates it, breaks, and makes a great play. Another DB that has some great ball skills. You don't get 36 interceptions in the NFL without it. This is a hot Falcons team. Everything was going to shit in New Orleans. Got an interim head coach. You need your vets to show up to get that interim bump. Matthew did.
I couldn't imagine the Honey Badger down there in Baton Rouge now that I've been there.
Yeah.
Man.
During that run.
Punt return, offense, defense.
One of the greatest college football players ever when he was out there. The way he impacted the game anytime he was on the field.
Electric. Understatement.
Yeah, absolutely.
Truly.
Honey Badger football, baby.
And people wouldn't draft him. Bruce Arians was like, we'll fucking.
Yeah.
Have you seen him play football?
I'll take 4.
Oh, he smoked weed. Okay.
Boo-hoo.
Yeah, we don't want him in our building. Yeah, definitely, right? Nobody wants him in their building. Yeah, get him to our fucking building.
Another example of a young guy, obviously made some mistakes, get to that pro level, figure it out. He went there with a guy that he respected and played with in college with Patrick Peterson, who kind of set that tone at LSU, was a great vet in Arizona. And he's been great since stepping foot in the National Football League. Another guy who's been great since stepping foot in the National Football League, got his chance, came in as a college free agent. We were teammates. Kenny Moore obviously called his teammates out after this game. 2 of the best slot defenders in the NFL was in this game with Kenny Moore and Taron Johnson on the other side. You see that quarterback rolling out, Josh Allen. As soon as you see him rolling out, if you are a flat defender, you have to expand because you can expect a route being thrown to the sideline. Once again, DBs cover ground quickly, especially when you're throwing these out routes to the sideline. You got to be on target. You almost got to be early. It has to be a ball where your receiver catches it or it goes out of bounds. Great play. I'm sure Kenny Moore would have wished he could have stayed on his feet, made this a 20-20 game if he runs his back. But he secures the ball, secures the interception. I mean, great job holding on that thing as you're falling, and you give your offense another opportunity. But a great job by Kenny Moore in the slot, being that flat defender, expanding with the sprint out, and then making the play on the football.
2 picks. Josh Allen threw 2 picks against Gus Bradley's defense.
And D-But, to your point about wishing he stayed up, he was visually mad running the sideline because he knew he had a touchdown.
Yeah, man. I mean, I've been in this situation. Like, you only get so many opportunities to get picks for one, but to make house calls, I mean, you only get so many chances to touch that paint as a DB. Great job by Kenny Moore.
We appreciate you, Kenny.
Keep fighting. Get the boys going, Kenny.
Get the boys going, Kenny.
And then the other guy who started this game off, I'm sure you guys had a great view of this when Taron Johnson. If you run it back a little bit, you see a DeMar Hamlin up top, so it kind of looks like maybe it'll be split safety, maybe it'll be man coverage. DeMar Hamlin up top, he's blitzing from the left side of the defense. Taron Johnson, he kind of I don't know what Joe Flacco's seen. I'm just trying to make some shit up because 7 is right in his window. He's dropped straight back in the curl window as a slot defender should, settles his feet, reads the eyes of the quarterback. I don't know where else Flacco thought he was going to go, but got the ball, and just like Kenny wish he would have did stand on his feet, you get that ball, and any opportunity you get to take it in that paint, you do as a DB. Yeah, to start the game off like that, first play, that was tough, but on the flip side of that, for a defense, at Buffalo Bills defense, Taron Johnson has been phenomenal all year long.
That's some great D.
Hell yeah.
Good line.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, huge.
Good NBA talk.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Botch.
Good college ball talk.
Hell yeah.
Good ball.
Good NFL talk.
Yeah, what? Are we
No.
for ourselves?
No, other people should do it for us. We'll sit here and we'll wait for others.
Come here, Bone.
Bone got a good question in.
Yes, he did.
We did wrestling. Completely forgot we did wrestling. Great wrestling talk.
Oh, yeah.
Rumble's coming here, baby.
Rumble's coming.
It's going to be awesome.
SummerSlam's coming. WrestleMania's coming here.
Huge.
Not this year, but in the next, I forget, the spread few years.
In the cycle.
Yeah, Rumble in February is going to be incredible.
Huge.
So pumped up for that, actually.
Stadium's, too, built for it.
Yeah.
You know, like, the stadium is ready for it. It'll be, it's loud.
It's loud.
It's going to be the loudest it's been in 2 years.
No.
You know that's true.
No.
Yeah.
You ask Josh Allen what his thoughts were on the Loud House. He'll tell you the truth.
I mean, they won 30-13. I know they scored 20 points, but
it was loud, though. Their people got real loud.
Their people did get loud. I bet there'll be a bunch of Bills fans at the Rumble.
There probably will be. There probably will be.
Probably.
Shout out to them. Come on, Colts. Come on, Colts. Come on, your team. Whatever team you're cheering for. Come on for your team.
Yeah.
And let's stop with the 20-minute standing ovations.
Sure.
We tried to do a couple today. It's impossible. There's really no way you do that.
Let's just stop with standing O's. Just mean it when you clap the first time.
Yeah. Exactly. Just make it clap. What do they do in Europe? They whistle, right?
I can't whistle.
Whistle is a boo. Clap is a boo. What is the? Isn't there something? There's a miss. Dogs all over the country listening to this show. Nick Sirianni just ran.
Yeah.
All you fuckers just whistle, huh?
I'm trying. I can't do it.
You can't whistle?
You were correct, Pat.
I learned when I was like 22. You can still learn.
Fucking try.
What was that, Tone?
Yes, people whistle to boo in England, particularly at football matches and when expressing disagreement with officials or actions.
It's a lot of.
One official ain't going to be officiating anymore, brother.
Dude, they got some real shit over there. Did you see this?
I saw you got fired. What happened? What's the catastrophe?
It's like out of a movie. It's like out of a movie.
Someone get shot.
AJ knows.
Hey, what happened, Gump? Can you clarify? Because in my head, it's a movie scene.
A video came out. It was from a couple years ago of a official basically saying that Liverpool's shit, and he had some choice words for our old gaffer, Jurgen Klopp. So now he's basically been kicked out of the Premier League and out of the referees union, basically.
But did he do anything to mess up a Liverpool game?
Yeah, he might have fucked us out of a league title, to be honest.
Do we know if that's true, or we're just saying that?
There was like a VAR thing he was part of. Like, Liverpool fans are up in arms.
Well, you never walk alone.
Never do.
Not even Jurgen.
Top of the league right now. Top of the Champions League right now.
How's Burnley doing? We didn't ask Jage.
They won 1-0. They scored in the 95th minute to win it on the weekend.
How many total minutes were there, Goop?
96.
Was it?
I don't know how much extra time in the first half.
Oh,
too much. Tell you that much.
Probably 104 total minutes, if I had to guess.
Mm-hmm.
But But one person knows how much time there is.
Well, decides.
The times keeper.
No, the ref. That's the head ref, I think. Who might be also considered the times keeper.
It's just have some cool names.
Soccer's over now because Messi's out, right?
Yep.
Soccer's over.
Please. Miss sister.
Oh, Quincy
Yeah.
McMahon of the
She's a stud, I know, right?
of the UCLA Bruins actually won Player of the Big Ten tournament.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
4 assists,
Nice.
goal.
Dog.
They
That's
won the
it.
championship, obviously. Shout out Quincy McMahon, absolute dog. Hey, Mitt, whenever I think he's on a delayed
Yeah,
feed.
bring him in.
He was like, did we get that right? 4 assists, a goal. They won the championship like 5-0.
Is he in there?
Is he?
Might be under the table.
There he is. That is
Oh,
right.
here he is.
One.
Number one.
She's number one. She's a dog, dude. Yeah, I've been watching her whole life.
He live streams the games when they're on.
She's
Yeah, I
my
was watching
sister.
He's a big fan.
Oh yeah.
We've been,
That's awesome. That's cool.
and whenever Coach McMahon was my coach, Quincy was obviously younger. She's in college now. He was like, I think she's fucking good. I think she's like really, really, really good. And she has a mentality. Obviously, she has a skill. And she won the Big Ten Player of the Tournament. Like, congratulations, Quincy McMahon.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
It's amazing.
Super dope.
Need her on the U.S. Women's National Team.
Yeah,
Need her.
3-0. UCLA's up over Rutgers. Sorry about it. It's the Big Ten Championship.
Yeah.
And that's a goal.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
I do not know if that was her scoring or that's
not.
assist. Yeah, that's her facing us. That's her facing us. You know who it is. The left crossy there.
13. 19.
19, I thought. Yeah.
19.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah,
Excellent.
right there on the left.
Right there on the left. Get the ball out to her, please. She's going to send it in.
Nice.
With perfection. Goal time.
Hell yeah.
4-0.
Go home, Rutgers.
Go home.
You guys suck.
Big Ten. Rutgers, UCLA representing the championship. It's a new world. It's a new time. And Quincy McMahon runs the whole fucking show.
Hell yeah.
Before we get out of here, we're going to do a giveaway. AQ Shipley, why don't you do something for these people?
Let's do it.
Let's go AQ.
Come on.
I believe the Kane winners got paid out in the last 24 hours. That was awesome to see. More people are saying thank you for it. That's cool.
Yeah, we'll see.
That hasn't always happened.
No.
Just millions of dollars given away, and every once in a while you get a tweet saying thank you. It's like, that feels good. A lot more tweets saying, I never fucking win these. He's saying, real fuck.
Yep.
It was nice to see the Kane winners this morning say, hey, you know what? Thanks for doing that. And shout out to Kane making a big time shot.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Had to take off his gloves so he wasn't really him, but
Sure.
because Kane would have made it with the actual gloves.
Without a doubt.
But Kane buried a shot. People won $500. Now, AQ Shipley, if you put that football into that hoop right over there, 30 people, $500. As we head into holiday season,
Yeah.
Royal Rumble, pre-sale tickets available now.
Boom.
Could win $500 to do that. AQ, why don't you make some dreams come true here on this glorious November 13th, 2024or?
Oh, shit. I thought that was
shit.
it.
I was going to say, that was the right line.
And also, good throw. You weren't guiding it.
Yeah.
That was like just like, I'm going to spin this thing.
Fire that thing.
You look like Justin Herbert in front of Jim Harbaugh. It's coming out clean, isn't it?
Beast.
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 Come on, Beast.
Come on, Beast.
Ty Schmidt has something to say to you, AQ, before you attempt this for 30 people to win $500.
Just fucking make it. I feel like it's been like 4 or 5 weeks now. We haven't made it. Wait, maybe even longer. I don't know. We're up to 50 plus throws, 100 plus throws where you haven't made it. Pat mentioned it. Holidays, Royal Rumble. Make someone's Christmas season. Let them go fucking see Punishment Martinez live in person at the Royal Rumble.
The dream.
Talking about Damian Priest there, that is his old name.
Artist formerly known as Punishment
That is right.
Martinez.
Yeah, that's right. Terror twin alongside Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley currently out with a injury because of Liv Morgan, who's been quite a menace on her.
Yeah, legend.
AQ Shipley, 30 people, $500. All you gotta do is put the ball into the hoop over there. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I mean, that was maybe your
You should
worst
sit
throw
down.
of the year.
Yeah, that is so despicable.
That was your worst throw of the year.
Sit down. Go home.
If that was the field goal kick, would not offer a second opportunity.
Jesus Christ.
That was embarrassing.
I tried to bank it. It didn't work.
Bank it off what, the wall? Bank it off the backboard.
Embarrassing me out here.
There's somebody in Ohio that has something to say to you, AQ Shipley, about, maybe putting that football into that hoop right over there.
AQ, I feel like if you put those readers back on, you'll make this shot. I got a glimpse of you earlier. You put them readers on, looked at the screen. You look like a male model. Look at you.
Does cool shoes.
Yeah, got some
great
bubbles
khakis,
in 'em.
Good 3/4 zip.
Yeah.
Quarter
Look
zip.
at him. Whoa.
With the shades.
Looks like bubbles a little bit.
Sorry, ladies. He's taken.
He is. He's married with kids, this man. And now he can see the target. 30 people could win $500 if this man, AQ Shipley, who's a former Super Bowl champion, can put that football into that hoop right over there. Going into the holiday season. Oh, Jesus, too strong. Objects in the mirror. Closer than Napier. Guardian cap. Green Bay Packers helmet just got hit.
Looks good.
He used to be an athlete.
It's a tough throw.
That's what we're talking about with Mike Tyson, brother. Age. Yeah. Age kind of wins.
It gets everyone.
Age kind of wins over everybody. Now, will whenever Iron Mike Tyson, I'm not.
We'll find
We're
out.
not saying that's the case, but how old are you?
38.
Yeah, you can't put a ball anywhere near that fucking hoop. Haven't been able to for a long time. But on this particular throw, it's all going to change. You're never going to miss again, actually. Boston Connor has something to say to you, AQ, before you make 30 people $500 richer before going into the holiday season.
I mean, look, you're 0-1 today because J.J. Watt fucking yammed on your face in front of everybody.
Oh, my God.
Talking about, strategy and practices and all types of things. But you can completely redeem that. No one's going to remember that if you make this shot right now.
That's what we're talking about.
You'll be a winner.
What have you done for me lately?
You'll be a hero.
Be a hero like Justin Herbert.
Jeez. Looks like you're the opposite of a hero.
What would that be?
A loser.
Zero.
Loser. Big time loser. This guy can't make a shot. 30 people, $500. Tone Diggs from Hammer Todd has a message he'd like to send over.
Me and Connor kind of shared sentiments there, and yeah, JJ did dunk on you, but did you ever think that you're missing all these shots because you never practice, and you don't practice how you play, and you have to play how you practice, and you're never going to make a shot again?
That's right.
But
wasn't very.
That wasn't.
Oh, my bad. If you put the pads on and throw it, maybe you'll make it.
Oh.
Good idea.
There's something to think about. We do have some pads over there if you'd like to put them on maybe next time if you continue to fail this time.
Which?
That's how Peyton practiced.
30 people, bingo. 30 people, $500 if AQ Shipley, Super Bowl champion, can put that football into that hoop right over yonder.
That elbow in.
Set hut! Oh, yeah. All right.
Maybe try no laces.
Maybe try don't looking.
Yeah, maybe try anything but what you're doing.
Maybe eyes closed.
Yep.
Maybe do an eyes closed shot.
Throw a lefty.
Do an eyes closed shot. I think you should close your eyes.
Yeah.
30 people, $500 if AQ Shipley can make this throw with his eyes closed.
3,000.
From Boston Connor.
Oh, yeah, that was
Look at that.
Best
Look
throw.
at that.
Wow.
wow.
Damn.
I love that we put you in for
Oh, fuck, I've been dead
$3,500
forever.
winner. What is that?
I would have got standing though.
Times 5.
1.5 million.
Yep, that would have been coming out of your pocket. going into the holiday season. All right, AQ, is there any more balls out there?
There is.
Nah, you don't deserve it.
Yeah.
You don't deserve it.
After that second throw.
You got a 33 championship to defend though, so it's not all lost.
That's right. That's right. You are a
You
champion.
scumbag.
That's
This guy took the title out of town. Never came back.
I heard. Right? Just won, then boom. Said, see ya.
Foxy went, lost, then won, and then had to get on a plane.
Scumbag move.
Bingo.
Smart.
But he's champion.
Yeah.
That's just how it, just like we question
You know how
someone-
long?
Huh?
You know how long I've been the champion?
How long?
For a week straight.
Okay.
It's a
It
long
has been a
time.
week straight. No missed days in there of you being a champion.
Nope.
I will have you know, Foxy went 19-20 yesterday.
I heard. That's the first thing DB said to me when he walked in today.
Finally found it.
Hey, Foxy had that thing going yesterday.
He was
I haven't had it in so long either.
He was unconscious.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking not even close to the rim.
Yeah.
Not even, we're talking splash, 19 out of 20 NBA threes. Now that's warrant. Hey, Foxy.
Shoot.
You complain enough, eventually you'll find it.
I've been doing a lot of that. Anyways, we got a battle. You don't have to worry about me in this game, buddy.
You're down?
Actually, no. Today's the day.
New tooth.
Let's go, D-Bone.
No tooth.
No.
Fuck. Yep. Let's go, Foxy. All right, we'll be back tomorrow. NFL Week 11 kicks off tomorrow. Chuck Pagano will be here. We'll be getting ready to go down to Athens, Georgia for college game day for Georgia, Tennessee. That should be fun.
Awesome.
What's that coming down the track? It's a mean machine, the red and black.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nothing finer in the land than a drunk, obnoxious Georgia fan.
That was a banger last year.
It was great. It's one of the best chants in all of. I don't even know if I can do it anymore because of what happened in DSC Championship.
I do wonder.
Which I'm a little worried about.
I mean, you pick them on Saturday. You can do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, but we got 3 hours until then.
True. You should just lead it off. I'm picking Georgia.
Listen, I'm making my pick.
I'm just telling you right now.
Just so we understand.
Yeah.
I'm picking you guys.
Who's that coming down the track?
Then at the end, change it.
Good old rocket up. Rocket up.
Who's your guys' picker? They announced it?
Ooh, has not been announced. I wonder who it's going to be, though. It was Luke Bryan, right? Last time we were down there?
I think so.
Called somebody a son of a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Who's he talking about? Cole? Luke was good, though. He knew his shit. And then he went and rocked the house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, know who it should be, actually. Fucking Jordan Davis, since they're playing on Thursday. Georgia D-tackle, not by dirt.
Oh, buy dirt, boys.
Yeah.
We're down there in Bayou,
Mm-hmm.
down there in Baton Rouge. And you can buy dirt. That's a good song.
It is.
Mm-hmm. He's got a good beard.
Mm-hmm.
Had a good jacket on. It was so hot. I don't know how he had that jacket on.
He's from down there.
That's like D-Bone. D-Bone wears like 4 hoodies every day, and he's like, I run hot. It's like, all right, D-Bone. We have eyes.
Well, you see him after the show, and he's sweating like a stuck pig. It's like, take that off. You'll be okay.
He had a beanie on in Lucas Oil Stadium once.
Yeah. Looked like a
hoodie, jacket, beanie. It's like, what are you?
Actual rapper.
Did you know where you were going? Who? I thought it would be cold. I thought they were going to ramp up the. It's like, no.
You idiot.
That's a champion.
Oh, yeah. Damn right. That's my partner.
Only team with a team name.
What's their team name?
The Fatsos. They're really good.
Oh, that's a good name.
They are really
How do
good.
we let this happen?
Foxy.
I don't know.
I'm still thinking about it. Look, it's been a week and I'm still.
Exactly the reason why.
I had 3.5 hours of tooth construction last night. About the last hour and a half while I was all nitrous out of my mind. D-Bone and AK shipped fucking 33. I even explained it to the doctor at one point. 33 is this game. You shoot NBA threes, you go around there, you got to play defense, and it's 2 and it's 1. And the least talented team that has ever played this sport is now the champion because of me. I have to deal with that. They call them the Fatsos.
They got us.
Fatsos are our champions.
I'm surprised JJ hasn't heard about it yet. I've been telling everyone in Phoenix.
Basketball champion. Basketball champion.
Basketball champion.
Shit.
Let's get out of here. We're back tomorrow. That just bummed me out and got me excited.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Because we have an opportunity to right some wrongs, don't we, Foxy?
100%.
I'm a little bit worried about how much pain I am in, though, in this particular region of my mouth.
I've been thinking about
It's
this
my
all
boo.
week.
It's my boo in you.
I got to Klay Thompson this. Square shoulders.
Bingo. Stay square.
Square the hips. Kick the leg.
Splash.
Make the basket.
Play good D.
Gotta smack the wood.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good tips.
You guys, all right. Now that you're champs, none of the bullshit. None that we're not in the air, but we're going to allow the tips to happen.
Right.
Just want to let you know that. Let's make sure we have at least that much room off the ground.
Yes.
Both of you. You?
I jump. I have integrity when it comes to the tips. I even called my own. I couldn't even accept my teammates the one time.
Okay.
Do you remember?
I do. And we weren't going to let you accept it, but I do appreciate the fact that you did that. But now that you're champs, you guys got to hold yourself to a different standard.
Yeah, it's a gentleman's game to a point.
Yeah. Like you guys not defending it one fucking time all week, holding it hostage in a different city. Like that's not how the game's supposed to go, but you guys do what you got. That's your championship run. And it's coming to an end today. Let's get the fuck out of here and do it. Foxy, let's fucking bury this.
I'm ready. Let's go.
Let's go. Come on, Debo.
Come on, Tone. Mitt. God, I hope I'm fucking making shots today.
Stay square.
Stay square.
Don't fucking coach them up, Connor.
Yeah, sure.
D-Butch, please. This is bigger than you know.
We can't have the Fatsos holding titles around here, all right?
We got to have something to compete for
Jesus
every
Christ.
week.
It's true. Good point.
Every day. This guy just flies in and out of town like he's Bret Hart with the title. He thinks he's going to WCW. I don't think so, buddy. I don't think so. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice that might change their life, except for the Fatsos today. Team on me, not you. Yeah, you can. This is different. You had a good show.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Terrible.
You guys did too.
Thank you. I hope you do terrible at that game today.
Thank you. If it's anything like my fucking shots, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm hoping that is an indicator. Team on me, team on three. We'll see you tomorrow. 1, 2, 3, team. Goodbye!